First India tour in your city. Ragon with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions.
it's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock-related queries. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me, as always, is Mahima Vachhrajani, and it's been a decent day, decent start in that sense for the markets, but largely a lot more to watch out for in the next couple of days, essentially, of how we end this particular week. Let's quickly look at how the markets are doing before we take all your stock-related queries, because as highlighted, we've continued to maintain that 24,000 level, but down almost 125 points now, and the GIFT Nifty did indicate a start in the red that has played out through, but hopefully we can find some support at these levels, because the markets started off with 30-point downtake and then has continued to be a down and out day. There are some winners in terms of the Nifty 50, and let's look at the heat map now. NTPC, Sun Pharma, Coal India, some of the defensive plays in that sense are doing well, but largely almost 32 stocks in the red, and you can see that majority, almost 15 or 20 stocks in that sense, are between 0 to 1% on the downside. So these can probably lead to some momentum on the upside. Even if they get flat, that will be something that we'll be hoping for, but overall that's the trend for the Nifty 50. You are seeing some correction on the banking names, which is at a very interesting juncture, but that stays to be the story for now. The sectoral heat map also gives you that perspective, and we continue to monitor the metal pack, which is up almost 1.1%. Auto has been also another one area which has done well for the markets. It's down 0.6% today, but it's the banks, the private banks, which are continuing to be under pressure, and so is the Nifty Bank as well. So that's largely the story. The advanced decline ratio, before I toss to Mahima for the broader markets, has been the other key factor as we continue to monitor now. As we start the show, of course, we have given up a lot of those gains from the first hour of the trading session, but stocks which are advancing at 1800, Mahima, is a good stint to watch. A 3:1 ratio that we continue to maintain. We are very happy about that at this point of time, at least.
Absolutely, a slight narrowing in that chart, but whatever said and done, at least a 3:1 ratio is definitely indicative of the broader markets doing fairly better as compared to the benchmarks, because the mid cap 150 right now is trading around 0.3% higher, but the small cap 250 is doing even better. It's up almost 0.8% as we speak. Quickly, if we can try to pull up the BSE 500 before I go on to our guests. You have Adani Total Gas leading that pack, up 13%, followed by Happiest Minds. Second day of gains coming in for the company after raising its guidance. We, of course, did speak to the management as well. TTK Prestige up 8% as well on the back of induction, sales for them going up. Something like a Gujarat Gas, Prince Pipes also doing fairly well. But on the flip side, Colgate is losing grounds today. Reddington, KEI, Phenolics, Polycab, etc. are down in that range of 2 to 4%. But with that, let me welcome in our guest for the day, Vaishali Parekh, Vice President, Technical Research at Prabhudas Leeladhar, and Mr. G. Chokalingam, Founder and MD of Economics Research, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, and a very good morning to the both of you. I'll take up the first question, which is from Lalita, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Apollo Tyres. She's got 20-odd shares, bought at the levels of 510. She is sitting on a loss of around 1,500 rupees right now. She wants to know as to what should be the next course of action for her. Vaishali, I'll come to you on this one. Your view on the charts for Apollo Tyres?
Hi, very good morning, all of you. So, of course, with crude price going high, and this was going to be a trigger, negative trigger for the tire stocks. So, of course, these stocks have been corrected. But I would say wait it out, because if it's for a long-term horizon, you can average at lower levels, because this Apollo Tyres per se has come closer to its previous low, that is 400, 410 levels. So I think this is a level that she can average out also, or perhaps even in decline, because long-term cycle, I think we can look at it, and it is at a, when I'm looking at the weekly chart, etc., it looks quite promising at these levels. So I would say average out at lower levels between 400, 410.
Got that view, Vaishali, and of course, welcome to the show. But the first caller for today, dialing in from Hyderabad, and Manoj has a stock query for us. Manoj, good morning, welcome to the show. What's your query?
Sir, good morning, sir. This is Manoj Srirangam from Hyderabad. Sir, I have the shares of SMS Pharmaceutical at the price point of 290.
Okay.
So, right now, what should I do? Should I buy or more, or should I sell it?
Got it. So you've bought it at 290. Is that correct, Manoj?
Yes, sir.
Got
yes,
it.
Sir, yes,
All
sir.
right. And can you bought it with a long-term view or a short-term view?
It's a long-term view, sir.
Long-term view. Got it.
But in the situations of going now, sir. So what should I do? I don't understand.
Yeah,
So
fair
should I
enough.
book the profit or?
Yeah, fair enough, Manoj, and I'm glad you called. Mr. Chokalingam, let me welcome in, of course, Mr. Chokalingam is the founder and MD of Economics Research at the show as well on the fundamental side of things. Mr. Chokalingam, he's sitting on decent gains for SMS Pharma. At this point of time, would you recommend him to continue holding? He's bought it at 290.
The company has done well, both in terms of stock market performance as well as fundamentals. But after rising phenomenally, it is trading at around 45 times trailing PE. And if you look at the market cap to sales also, which is one of the key parameters I consider in the pharma sector, it's more than 4 times. So it's fairly valued at this price. So I would maintain, sell on further rises in a phased manner. That would be my research view.
All right, the next question that we have is from Mohit, who's writing us from Ludhiana, asking about Bandhan Bank. He's got 500 shares at the levels of 187. The time horizon is 2 years. Wants to know as to what should be the course of action for him. Mr. Chokalingam, your view?
One can hold it. Of course, right now things are a little bad, but then, the tailwinds for the banking industry is quite good. In terms of price to book value also, it is only around 1.3, 1.4 times. This bank used to trade even at 3-4 times in the distant past. I don't think that can come back, that kind of valuation, but certainly, with the writing of so many bad assets, it can easily come back to 2 times price to book value. So therefore, I would suggest a hold recommendation on Bandhan Bank.
Got the view, and let's look at the next question now. And this one's on Capri Global. Now, Sriram Raghuraman is holding shares at 197. Mr. Chokalingam is actually asking a fundamental view on the stock. He holds roughly 25 shares. Is that a preferred pick in that sense? Would you recommend that? What's your view?
One can hold it. The stock is trading after the recent correction. It's about 2 times of price to book value. So considering the shareholder profile and the recent performance, one can hold it for a possible another 10-15% upside from current level.
Got your view, Mr. Chokalingam, but one of the key aspects at this point of time has been in the IPO markets, right? Because we've seen a few listings like CleanMax, like Fractal, which have not done well. And a company that listed today, Sedamac, and let's pull up that stock as well, because it listed at a premium of almost 15%, Mahima, at a time where the valuations were at 60 times price to earnings for this counter. So it's very interesting with this particular IPO in the auto ancillary space that even at such high valuations, even with the retail investors just buying 0.2 times of their allocated 35%, it's very interesting that this IPO has done well. And a lot, I don't think a lot of retail investors did buy into this given the subscription data that's available as well. But largely, I had a chance to speak to the management on what their benefit is, because there has been that, in terms of the valuation, that was a key talking point. And I posed this question to the managing director, Shashikant Suryanarayan, about it, exactly on what was the, the decision in terms of the valuation for this. Let's quickly, listen in as to what his response was to the valuation question, as well as the retail investors not subscribing as much. Listen in. Largely relating to the IPO, a lot was talked about in terms of the valuation, right? Because, given the current multiple is what we've spoken about, almost at 60 times price to earnings, How did you assess essentially the value of the company at this point of time? Because in terms of the subscription, also the retail base has been a little lower than what I think you also would have anticipated. So if you can start us off with what was the expectation in terms of the valuation, and given, I'm sure based on future projections, if you can give us some perspective.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, this company is not interacting with investors for the first time. In fact, we have had a 17-year history of interaction with institutional investors. Most of it actually is disclosed in the RHP, including who invested at what time, at what price, etc. So it's a very long history of interacting with institutional investors. And over the last maybe 3 or 4 years, there has been a fairly significant secondary market activity in the company, even before we went public. So during the anchor investor process, many of the fund managers who sort of already are familiar with me, because I have been holding investor calls for 3 years now, once every 6 months or so, prior to the start of the IPO process. They had already seen these transactions and had built comfort on how the company is doing and what sort of valuation numbers would be okay with them. So essentially, they were comfortable with the nature of the transactions and the multiples that were seen earlier, and that carried forward in the IPO process. That's pretty much it. So it's not that some striking new discovery happened during the IPO process.
Got Mr. Suryanarayan. So, and the point well taken. Now, you largely, the services that you're offering in terms of, the embedded control units or ISG, those are very critical in the modern, essentially, way of manufacturing, which we've seen in the auto space. So, as the premiumization goes up, I'm sure you will be a key beneficiary. But talk us through your customer base, because almost, one particular auto OEM, TVS, contributes 75% of your revenues for the 9 months of FY26, and 91% are the top three. So, any chances of diversification, if you can talk about new conversation with clients, or is it largely that the top three are growing so fast, so quickly, and the execution that you had with them over the years has been one of the reasons, and investors don't need to worry about that?
Yeah, so first of all, I think it's important to understand what this company is doing. It is bringing some fresh technologies. Okay, the word technology has been abused by everybody in all sorts of contexts. But what we mean by technology is a new way of doing something. So this company is actually making a change in the markets that it operates in. Okay, so for example, the change that we are making in the two-wheeler market was that until 2018, there was no two-wheeler in the country, okay? No two-wheeler in the country that had an electric start that did not have a starter motor, okay? So we are causing a change to the market by introducing a technology called sensorless ISG. And today, a significant number of two-wheelers, including 5 of the top 10 models, have moved to ISG. And we are one of the reasons for that change. We are not a follower saying that, oh, this is happening and then we will also get in. So when a person who's making a change is in play, then what really goes on is that you have anchor customers. So people who are potential large deployers, in this case the large OEMs, 1 or 2 of them will see the potential of this technology and sort of make a call to adopt it in a big way. Okay, so that has happened for us with TVS Motors, and now with Bajaj Auto also coming. You will also see other big OEMs. There is already a Hero MotoCorp vehicle with our ISG. So you will see this consistently growing. And this is not new to us. 10 years ago, when we were not in two-wheelers, the same story was playing out with customer concentration with Mahindras and Kirloskar. So whenever you enter a new market and you are growing rapidly around a new proposition, customer concentration is very natural in the market that we operate in. And we do not see any issue with that. And just because by virtue of more and more adoption, it will naturally come down for any market if our propositions are significant. Even for this year, ending March 25 versus 9-month FY26, you will see a 5% drop in TVS's revenue share, even though we have grown so fast with them as well. So that's a natural process of adoption of any new technology in a market.
Well, that was the management of Sedemic, and the other key concern was 75% of its revenue coming from one single player. But of course, as the company starts listing, it comes up with its results. We'll hopefully catch a conversation with them on their future plans as well, but addressing those two key concerns. Let's go across to our next caller now. Sangeeta has a stock query for us. Sangeeta, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, I was having an ITC shares and I got a bonus of 1,400 ITC hotel.
Okay.
And I was accumulating smaller number and I have accumulated to around 2,000 shares. The average price is 198.39. Should I need to accumulate on a long term or it's right time to exit? That's my question.
Got it, Sangeeta, and thanks for the query. Mr. Chokalingam, I'll come to you because it's a sizable quantity that Sangeeta holds, almost 2,000 shares bought at 198. And some of the gains have been reduced, right? From 400 stocks fallen to 300. Would you recommend her to accumulate more now or just continue to hold her existing holdings?
One can accumulate at current price. A, the stock has already fallen a lot, and B, the valuation has become little attractive at around 40p on trailing basis. See, the company has still left with a good amount of cash and some expansion plans. So the earning will definitely improve in the long term. However, I believe EIH Limited, I personally do not own, but I believe EIH Limited is a better bet in the hotel industry with the Reliance Group and ITC Group having around a 35% stake and valuation being more attractive than ITC Hotel. So I prefer giving buy recommendation on EIH. ITC Hotel hold, but one can accumulate for a long-term ITC Hotel as well.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on ITC Hotels. We've got our next question on ONGC. Umesh is writing in and he's got at an average price of 284. 400 is the quantity that he's holding. He wants to know if he can continue to hold this for the next 1 month. Vaishali, considering the volatility in crude prices, do you think that one should keep this stock on their radar for trading right now?
Well, I would say so. Actually, the way crude had given a spike up to 120 levels, but in that reference, ONGC really did not move as much. So I would say keep a stop loss of 260, continue holding. I would for now maintain a range of 260 to 290. Either way, as we see a breakout or a breakdown would decide the next trend. So that would be my view for now.
All right, so that's the view on ONGC. We've got Mohan calling us from Bengaluru. Mohan, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Good morning. I have Rajratan Global Wire. I purchased shares of 20 years at the rate of 443. I just want to know for long-term view where I can add these shares for further more.
Okay. All right. Got your question, Mohan. I try to take this with Mr. Chokalingam. Any view on this one, Mr. Chokalingam, Rajratan Global Wires?
Yeah, it has been quite a growth stock. Only thing is slightly its valuation is stretched. One can hold it. In case it falls another 5-10%, then one can buy the stock.
Got the view, Mr. Chokalingam. The next one's coming on Hindustan Copper. A short-term view is what our viewer Sunil is asking. Vaishali, would you recommend to buy now?
The overall full metal pack is doing well, and I think support band is between 540 to 500 levels. So those are the levels where you can start accumulating because long-term trend is still intact. I would look for a target of 650 to 700 for now. So according to me, it makes a good buy between the range of 500-540.
Okay, all right. The next question that we have is from Triambaka, who's writing us from Karnataka. He's holding 50 odd shares of HUL at an average price of 2230. Wants to know if I can buy more, average out from long-term perspective, or should I exit? Mr. Chokalingam, what's the view like? There are a lot of factors playing its part, right? There is new management which is focusing on premiumization, sharp razor focus on volume growth, but there's crude prices which might impact their margins, but there's also summer which is going to support a lot of their sales. What's the overall view right now on HUL?
See, you are touched a right point that in the short term, there is a concern of this crude oil price rising because some of its business segments use the derivatives of oil. And last 3 years, all of us know that there has not been meaningful growth in the revenue or profits. And going forward, also FMCG sector is not going to grow in strong double digit. So I am not a fan of buying the so-called FMCG stock. I believe that they are going to struggle in really moving the revenue in a fast way. So I would prefer something like the banking stock, PSU banks, where I'm very confident of medium to long term growth rather than buying HUL. One can hold it time like this from the defense perspective, but I would not suggest buying the stock at current price.
Got that view, Mr. Chokalingam. The next one also coming in on a counter where a lot of investors have reported losses on Dixon Tech as well as Trent. Now, Harsha from Vijayawada has not mentioned the buying price, but she's at a 35 to 40% loss on both these counters. Mr. Chokalingam, we saw the HKC approval come in for Dixon yesterday. Some news on PN3 also getting easier. Do you think Dixon is a better bet in terms of averaging right now compared to Trent? Is that your view as well? What would you recommend Harsha to do?
Dixon is better than Trent in my analysis. I have been negative on Trent starting from over 7,000 price. I continue to maintain that it may not fall Trent, but I am wondering whether it can create any meaningful return from current level. Dixon is better, but however I would give just hold only because recently the government has approved over 40 licenses. Approvals they gave for starting the business in ECM, electronic component manufacturing. So this sector is also going to see a lot of competition. Of course, Dixon is doing better, but considering the competitive intensity forthcoming, I would give a whole recommendation on Dixon.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on both Dixon as well as Trent. The next question that we have is on Exide Industries. Maheshwari from Chennai is asking this question. She's holding 20 shares at the levels of 378. She wants a short-term view on this one. Vaishali on the charts for Exide.
So, well, on the charts, actually, the stock has only been consolidating. We have not seen much happening. But now that he's held on for so long, I would say continue holding because stock is showing signs of exhaustion as far as the selling is concerned. I would say continue holding with a stop loss of 300. And if we see some momentum setting in, this can go towards 360 to 380. 380 is the actual hurdle level. Above that, it defines a trend. Till then, I would just say it's a range-bound move. 300 as support and 380 would be the target.
Got the view, Vaishali. But time now for the rapid fire round in this edition of Fast Profit. Vaishali as well as Mr. Chokalingam request you to keep your answer on buy, sell or hold. Ramesh from Bangalore is asking a question on Coforge. He's bought it at 1685, Mr. Chokalingam. Should he average down right now?
No, I would maintain just hold on Coforge.
Okay, Jindal Saw is the next one. Ganesh is asking if we can get a short-term view on this one. He's bought around 185 shares. Vaishali, your view on the charts?
Hold.
SJS Enterprises bought at 1850, Mr. Chokalingam, in the auto space. Should our viewer continue to hold his 30 shares?
Yeah, continue to hold. That's my research recommendation.
Okay, Hyundai is the next one. Rohan from Kolkata is holding 9 shares at the levels of 1960. That is IPO price. Hold or exit? Mr. Chokalingam?
I prefer M&M. I believe M&M is far superior to Hyundai.
Prakruta has bought into Tejas Networks at 461, Vaishali. What can he expect in the short term for his 200 shares?
It's right now 477. I think 520 can be the target.
Okay, the next one is on shipping stocks. Vaishali, Shankar wants to know if this is a good time to invest in any one of these for the next 3 months. Any particular counter that you're liking?
Shipping Corporation of India going into a good trend. Buy with a support of 230. Look for a target of 280.
Good time to buy into ICICI and HDFC Bank, Mr. Chokalingam, is Rahul's question.
ICICI better banking stock between these two at current price.
Okay, Colgate is the next one. Vijay from Chennai wants a short-term view on this one. The stock is falling today, Vaishali. What's the view on the charts?
Stop loss of 2060 and target of 2240.
Jeevan wants to enter Clean Science at this price. Would you recommend that, Vaishali, and a target?
Yes, totally oversold. So target can be around 800 to 850. Stop loss is 700.
Okay, Motilal Oswal. Ram Prasad has purchased 130 shares at the levels of 930. Hold or sell, Mr. Chokalingam?
Hold.
G. Varnova TND from Satyan is his question, Mr. Chokalingam. Is it a good buy now?
I would avoid at current price.
Okay, Power Grid bought at 294. Continue to hold, Vaishali?
Hold.
Vedanta bought at 682 and our viewers in a profit right now is Bhavit. Would you recommend Vaishali to exit?
Hold with the trailing stop loss.
Tata Communications bought at the levels of 16, 20, 42 is the quantity. Hold, sell or buy on the dips? Mr. Oklingam?
My view is hold.
The next question that's coming is on KRN heat exchangers. Bought 50 shares at 1013. What's the short-term view, Vaishali?
940 is the price. Hold. 880 is the support. Can go to 1050.
Anant Raj, 125 shares at an average price of 558. Kishore wants to know if you can continue to hold it for the next 1 year, maybe average. Mr. Oklingam?
Yeah, one can accumulate considering it's an aggressive foray into data centers.
Okay, all right. So that brings us to the end of this first round of rapid fire. Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side. So do stay tuned.
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
हाथ, ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations. The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same. Ganti baji, jingle, 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 jingle. Bas aaj ka jingle, 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 jingle. Chal kare thode sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl,
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. Let's go across to Narendra now. He's been patiently waiting by on our next caller from Hyderabad. Narendra, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Regarding Happiest Minds, currently I have 20 shares at the rate of 400 rupees.
Okay.
So I have 1 lakh rupees. Can I invest more on that?
What's your current buying price, Narendra?
400 rupees.
400. Okay. Okay, yeah. 400 rupees, and you are asking if it's a good time to buy more right now. Got it. Mr. Chokalingam, the last 2 days, it's been a stellar run for this counter. Narendra has been lucky enough to stay invested and bought it at 380. But is there enough evidence for you to give a buy call and accumulate more at this price?
I don't have enough conviction to give buy at this price, particularly in IT sector. Of course, I must admit that this stock has a tactical rally very often ever since it was listed. And if I go by fundamentals at around 33p on trailing earning, I would not recommend any small and mid-sized IT stock at this juncture.
All right, so that's the view on Happiest Minds. The next question that we have is from Sanjay, who's writing us from Noida. We did briefly cover his Colgate query, but that was the technical take that we took. But Mr. Chokalingam, you gave a view on HUL. What's the view on Colgate? Because it's been topsy-turvy for them. Last 2 quarters they've not been able to perform well, but before that the volume growth was intact. What's the overall view here? And the stock is falling by around 4% today.
Colgate also more or less similar to HUL because some of the inputs are derivatives of oil, so to that extent it will affect. And if you see the December quarter also year on year, that's not meaningful growth in net profit. So at best one can hold it. I would not give a buy recommendation on Colgate as well at this juncture.
Got the view, Mr. Chokalingam. Next one's a query on Natco Pharma. Our viewer is holding shares at 882, and this is Chandra. Vaishali, would you recommend him to sell out, book profit for his 600 shares? He's currently at a profit of almost 83,000 rupees. Your view?
So I would say yes, partial profit should not be ruled out. But if I'm looking at a longer term horizon, I think partially do hold, because once we see the stock moving above 1050, that gets it into a strong weekly trend also, and that could give further targets of 1300 or so. So partial profit booking and wait. If it crosses 1050, then hold the rest.
Okay, all right. We've got our next caller. Shankar is calling us from Chennai. Shankar, very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Yes, very good morning. I bought 202 shares Oil India at the rate of 499. Absolutely short term. What rate I'll expect?
When did you buy this? Just curious.
Short term only.
Okay, no worries. So Vaishali, the same thing, right? He's bought it from the perspective of crude prices rising and probably benefiting the company. But it's volatile in that sense, right? And that's why he's sitting on a loss right now. What would you recommend for Oil India?
Well, so actually there isn't much of a trend. So I would say all the same hold 460, because we don't know about crude also. Every day is a different story. So 460 is the stop loss and 480 would be the near-term resistance.
Got the view, Vaishali. The next question that's coming in, it's on Indian Bank, bought at 499 by Abhiraj. He's asking if he should continue to hold Mr. Chokalingam at this point of time. What would you recommend given newer updates coming in from Maharashtra, the loan waivers, PSU banks slightly out of focus, but your view?
No, the loan waiver historically over last 2-3 decades, it is proven that finally medium to long term, the banks don't lose. The governments, always make up for the losses. Secondly, Indian Bank is a quality PSU bank, but I prefer Punjab National Bank. That valuation is far better than Indian Bank in terms of price to adjusted book value. So I would give hold on Indian Bank, buy on PNB.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where the PSU pack goes. But it's time to look at the F&O space, and we have Sharad joining by to give us a perspective on how the queues are looking like. Sharad, over to you.
Well, it seems like yesterday was the second, dead cat bounce, if you talk in technical terms, because there was a big fall happening from the day's high level, and today we are seeing that. Options data, however, is suggesting that there might be a range-bound move. It's not a very big fall as it's not negating yesterday's up move. But yes, Adani Ports, Sun Pharma, NTPC, all of them holding the fort. They're in the green, but the reds have increased. Earlier it was almost 1:1, but now we've seen the reds are on the higher side. Bajaj Finance, M&M Axis Finance, and even Bajaj Finserv. That is where the sell-off is happening. No major contribution coming in from HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank as well. They are also in the red. BankX, the technical setup is a little bit weaker as compared to Sensex, and the broader indices, however, are not that bad. Second straight day of value buying coming in, but a stock-specific approach is something you should be looking at. A long build-up, let's see. And we have Blue Star and Nalco making it to the list. The AC-related stocks are doing really well. And of course, some thematic up moves are also happening, but they are largely not there in the F&O counters. Also, let's look at short covering. This is happening for PG Electroplast and Samman Capital, while for long unwinding, let's pull out these two stocks. Muthoot Finance and Jubilant FoodWorks, they make it to the list as well. And also short covering, almost 50% of the stocks in the F&O universe are in that levels. Colgate, the volumes are specifically, higher side. It's down almost 4%. The reason is not known. KEI Industries, the cable wire stocks, yesterday saw a big sell-off, and today also the sell-off is continuing on a weaker Q4 expectations from the market. So these are the stocks which should be in your radar in the F&O segment.
Okay, Sharad, thank you so much for giving us those details with regards to where the F&O space goes. But moving on to our next question, and this is on TCS. Piyusha has bought 65 shares at the levels of 3215. She's currently incurring a loss of around 23%, so that's around 47,000 rupees. Wants to know if she can average, hold or exit at the current levels. Mr. Oklingam, I'll come to you on this one. Your take on TCS?
I would just give hold recommendation considering the current volatility in the market, but I am quite reluctant to give buy recommendation on large IT stock like TCS. I really feel the marginal degrowth will be there in the industry, so I would just at best give only hold recommendation.
Got that view, Mr. Chokalingam. The next question that's coming in, it's on Bajaj Housing, and our viewer Arvind has bought 500 shares at 91. Mr. Chokalingam, roughly trading 2.5-3 times price to book, forward looking, of course. Should he average down right now at 84? Would you recommend that?
Exactly, it's around 3.5 times price to book value, which according to me is a fair value. So in case it goes below 80 to close to 75, then this could be an attractive stock for buying.
Okay, all right. The next question that we have is on L&T, and this is from DS Sudhakar, who's writing in and wants to know at what price can he go ahead and buy L&T. Vaishali, I'll come to you on this one. Considering the moves that we've seen on this counter on the back of war, do you think this is the right time to buy? It's found its bottom?
It's hard to tell because when market really worsens, then supports also break. But I think prominent support lies between 3650 to 3800 levels. So currently, yes, it's holding on to the 200-day moving average, but I would say such stocks not to buy in one go. Accumulate if there is further more decline, because market anyways is not showing any strength right now. So all the chances of this breaking the current support level and going perhaps lower. So I would say accumulate in tranches from here on at every depth.
The next question that's coming in, and for L&T, if viewers, you've been watching our show, Mr. Chokalingam is positive on this stock. VA Tech Vabag is the next question. It's a stock that's done well today, along with the other Jal Jeevan Mission stocks that we've been highlighting, all throughout the day. Stocks up 5.5%. And our viewer Sanjay is holding shares that he's bought 40 shares. That's almost 1,640 rupees per share. He's asking if we should hold on or exit this counter. Mr. Chokalingam, the recent news flow actually of Jal Jeevan Mission and the outlay will be a benefit to all of these EPC companies also, right? So is there enough evidence to average down at this point of time?
I'm sorry, I haven't studied this stock recently, so I'm not able to give firm view.
On the technicals, would you recommend, Vaishali, that he should average down right now? What's your view?
So I would say so, because these water stocks have really not participated, and right now we are seeing there are signs of reversal. So absolute disciplined buying with support of 1150. This can be bought because if there is a continuation in the trend, this can go towards 1500, 1600 in times to come. So that's the way I look at it right now.
Got that view, Vaishali, but a very short break. Last 15-minute stretch covering him to solve your stock-related queries. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
हाथ, ये जो हाथ है ना, सिर्फ लकड़ी ही नहीं, हमारा कल भी तराशते हैं। बंद हो या हो कोई स्ट्राइक, इनका शटर हमेशा खुल जाता है। इन हाथों का यही तो आपसे नाता है और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your ticket.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. If you haven't already, do send in your queries as soon as possible. So we'll try taking them in the next 15 minutes of the show. But caller coming in from Andhra Pradesh now. Bharat has a stock query for us. Bharat, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your question?
Good morning, sir. I am holding SPML Infra at the price of 205, 727 shares.
Okay.
So today stock went up to 15%. I will go to Vaishali, madam.
Bharat, didn't we speak to you yesterday on this similar query as well, Bharat?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, you're taking advantage of our caller lines then, I see. But I'll try taking your query, Bharat. But we'll take another stock query next time you call us. But Vaishali, on SPML Infra, should he exit now or is there a chance of coming back to his buying price of 205?
Well, in all likelihood, it is quite possible because 160 is a number of times the support has been taken, and today we are seeing a good bullish candle happening. So near-term target resistance is 200, but if we see the stock sustaining above that, then 220 would be the next level to watch for. So that's how he should strategize his buy trade.
All right, so that's the view for the charts for SPML Infra. The stock is up almost 15% as we speak. But the next question that we have is on Himadri Specem, and the question is from a long-term perspective of 5 years. The viewer wants to know if he can continue to hold. He's not given us the quantity and price, but hold or maybe add more at the current levels. Mr. Oklingam, your view?
One can hold this stock. A long-term outlook looks good, with a lot of expansion in carbon black and also value-added segment. It's a good to hold for long term, and in case stock corrects 5-10%, one can add for medium to long term.
The next one's on a stock that's been very volatile in the sense, and that's LG Electronics. Now pull up the counter today. Suresh Nair from Hyderabad holding 25 shares, bought at 1690. So you might have bought it post listing in that week itself. Mr. Chokalingam, a very well-versed name, a strong franchise, went all the way down to 1380, and whoever was smart enough to buy it at that time is happy now. But what would you recommend Suresh to do? He's bought it at 1690.
One can hold at best. Trading at around 50 PE on a trailing earning basis is a fair valuation. I am more concerned about the sector. The sector has been struggling to post strong double-digit growth in the recent years. And I believe it is going to be very difficult to post strong double-digit growth in terms of volume in the future also. So at best, I would give a hold recommendation on LG Electronics.
Okay, the next question is on IRFC. Balaji Srinivasan is writing in and wants to know the 3-month target for this one. He's holding 300 shares at the levels of 90 rupees. So he's sitting on 10 rupees of profit per share. Vaishali, would you recommend a hold for the next 3 months?
Well, it's really hard to tell. I would say continue holding with a trading stop loss because market is right now once again getting into a selling mode. So if your round of selling occurs, I think you can go further deep down. So keep a stop loss or be happy with the profit that you're making.
Got that view, Vaishali. The next question, it's on Poonawalla FinCorp. Now, Anjali is holding 195 shares, bought at 532. Vaishali, it's corrected substantially from those levels. Is there enough evidence to suggest accumulating at this price as well?
So currently what we are seeing that the stock is in the process of making higher bottom. So absolutely a strict stop loss of 400. Below 400 it would again retest to make the previous low. So I would say keep a stop loss of 400. And if the rally sustains and if you see the stock moving higher, this can give a bounce up to 460 to start with.
Okay, all right. The next question that we have is from Venkat Ramana, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about 5-star business. Now, his buying price is at an average price of 689, currently sitting on a loss. Wants to know if he can exit or maybe add more at the current levels. Please give a fundamental view on this one. Mr. Chokalingam, your view?
It is trading at around 1.6 times price to book value, I think, which is quite attractive. So I would give even buy call for medium to long term.
Wari Energies is the next one, and got that view, Mr. Chokalingam, of course, on 5-star. Our viewer actually has bought it at 1503. That's Ganesh, who's bought 9 shares at that price, which is the IPO price as well. So, and he's held on to this. Now, Vaishali, he's asking a short-term target. Would you suggest an up move from here as well? Because there have been multiple factors like tariffs amongst others that's been hampering the stock recently. Your view on the charts?
In fact, all this while the stock was showing good strength for a bounce back. So I would say 2770 would be the level as a resistance. So if you get a chance to exit at those levels, exit at those levels.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on Vari Energies. We've got Nitin calling us from Ahmedabad. Nitin, कैसे मदद करें आपकी?
हाँ मैम, मेरे पास राइडर्स वेलनेस है 380 पे 250 शेयर और मेरा टाइम हॉराइजन 5 to 6 months मैडम.
ओके, ठीक है. आपकी क्वेरी समझ गए नितिन. मैं ये वैशाली से लूंगी. वैशाली, एफएमसीजी पे मिस्टर चोकलिंगम ने तो अपना व्यू दिया है, बट जाइडस वेलनेस के लिए चार्ट्स फॉर द नेक्स्ट 5 to 6 months क्या व्यू है आपका?
आई थिंक बने रहिए बिकॉज ये स्टॉक में बाउंस बैक आ रहा है और अगर 4-5 महीने का व्यू आप रख रहे हैं तो 430-460 तक ये टारगेट मिल सकते हैं.
Got that view, Vaishali. The next one coming in from our viewer Ganesh, he has 1 lakh rupees to invest at this point of time between Samvardhana Motherson and Hindustan Copper. Mr. Chokalingam, would you suggest a 50-50 allocation or a preference for one of those counters? Any view?
I would give my research view. Viewer can take his own decision. I prefer Samvardhana to Hindustan Copper purely on the basis of valuation.
Okay, Apollo Hospitals is the next one. Shiv Kumar from Bengaluru wants to know if this is the right time to invest from a long-term perspective. Your view on this, Mr. Chokalingam, and of course, a holistic view on the hospital space.
Yes. Hospital space is a very interesting question. It has become one of the most attractive segment or sectors in the country. In the recent years, 50% of the FDI in health sector is going to hospitals. Second, we have seen a lot of deals within the country at even 3 to 4 crore per bed, enterprise value per bed. And third, this is remaining as a strong growth business. And fourth, it's a most defensive business, and nothing to do with oil or global war front, unless you pick up a hospital which has a hospital business in those countries. So Apollo Hospital is one of the most attractive stock. It's also part of Nifty. So tactically also it is possible for reallocation of from old traditional stock to this kind of defensive stock. And December result also really phenomenal from Apollo Hospital. So I have a buy recommendation at current price on Apollo Hospital.
Got that view, Mr. Chokalingam, and thanks for the parameters, just the detailed answer as well. Another caller now from Hyderabad. Sumant has a stock query for us. Sumant, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your question?
Yeah, good morning. Actually, I have a question about Coforge and TCS. So from the next 2 years, and which will be preferred pick and long-term perspective side. The people saying Coforge will be the higher potential side.
Got it.
And the later of the business will be short-term. Don't think so, not much. And I'm looking for both which stock would be preferred for next 2 years.
Well, Sumant, I'll take this up with Mr. Chokalingam. And Mr. Chokalingam, you actually answered individually a couple of questions both on Coforge and TCS. So let me just spin the question a little bit for the benefit of our other viewers as well. Because Coforge had that big acquisition. And we also had another query who asked that why is the stock correcting as much at this time, because the other mid-cap players like Persistent are still holding on to the valuation. So if you can give us some perspective through that lens as well, which could help Sumant too.
Yeah. So why it is correcting? That's all of us know that it's because of AI threat. It's correcting more than the peer like Persistent because of the recent acquisition. I'm not saying it is wrong. So there is a fear in the minds of many investors that a lot of cash and equity dilution will happen for this acquisition. And however, the question is between TCS and Coforge. I prefer Coforge if I'm asked to give you between these two within the IT sector, because Coforge has done much better than TCS in terms of growth in earning and profits in the recent years. And therefore, I prefer Coforge to TCS.
Okay, all right. It's time for our second rapid fire round. Mr. Chokalingam, as Vaishali, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is from Paru, who's asking about Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. From a 3 to 9 months perspective, what's the view, Vaishali?
Hold for a target of 62.
Moisture bought at 400 shares bought at 238. Vaishali, what should he do?
Hold with a stop loss of 160.
Okay, Cupid has seen a very big downfall. Arvind wants to know if this is the right time to buy this counter. Mr. Chokalingam, your view on this one?
I do not have valuation comfort on Cupid at this price.
Gabriel is asking if you should invest in Bombay Burma right now. Mr. Chokalingam, and I know you like the counter. What could be the allocation in the portfolio according to you?
I will give my research view. This is one of the topmost 2 high conviction stocks in our recommendation. It is trading at 85% discount to value of Britannia shares alone. Apart from that, it has got investment in other group companies and nearly 5,000 acres of rich tea plantation in Tamil Nadu plus 2 manufacturing facilities. So, but disclosure is that we have invested in this stock from company and personally family. Okay. So, investors should take the advice from the investment advisor.
Okay. The next one is on Tejas Networks, and the viewer wants to know the next 1 month target on this one. Vaishali?
Target of 520.
City Union Bank, Mr. Chokalingam, bought at 100 by a viewer. Should Chris continue to hold?
Yes, long term looks very good for this bank.
The next one is on Pearl Global. Is it a good counter to continue to hold from a short term perspective, Vaishali?
Pearl Global?
Yes, Pearl Global.
Well, 1 minute.
The stock is currently trading. Okay.
Hold with stop loss of 1450.
Okay.
GRSC bought by by Swarnalatha actually at 51 shares at 3083. Mr. Chokalingam, your view?
Sell.
LT Foods, is this a good time to buy? Sampath from Coimbatore is asking this question. Vaishali, our technicals in the support?
Accumulate.
Reliance bought at 1400 by Faisal. Mr. Chokalingam, what's the 18-month view is his question?
strong buy at current price.
Okay, Jindal Worldwide. Gauri Shankar wants to know if this is a good hold or sell. Any view on the charts, Vaishali?
Jindal Worldwide. Sorry, I don't have it.
The next one's coming in, by Ravi Chandran. He's asking a question on Brigade Enterprise. Mr. Chokalingam?
Medium to long term, it is good stock.
Zensar Tech. Is this a good time to enter? Vaishali on the charts? Vaishali?
Zensar Tech is 565. Well, you may with a stop loss of 520.
Well, the last query for today, Nagaraju is asking on Vodafone Idea. He's holding 10,000 shares bought at 7.3. Mr. Chokalingam, he's asking a long-term view. What's your recommendation?
Fundamentally, it is not worth, but tactically, it is possible if government or stakeholder or lender make any sacrifice.
Got it. Well, that's the end of the rapid fire as well as this edition of Ask Profit. Mr. Chokalingam, Vaishali, always a pleasure, and thanks so much for helping us solve the 59 queries we have in the last hour. It does put the magical number of queries we want to solve in a day, Mahima, a little under pressure for the last half an hour, which we will be back for at 2 p.m. But we'll try and solve the other queries that we might have missed today at 2 p.m. for Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. Thanks so much for watching for now. KYC comes up next.
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
बिटिया की शादी है हमारी।
बधाइयों बधाइयों।
कुछ पैसे मिल जाते समय पे लौटा दूंगा। जिंदगी में जरूरत के वक्त हम अक्सर अकेले पड़ जाते हैं।
इसीलिए तो केपरी लोन्स आपको गोल्ड लोन देके अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। केपरी लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit, one of the most loved KYC shows where we get you the most relevant companies so that you understand more. Be it a trader or a long-term investor, we get you all the details of the company. And let's give you some hint. Today is a very interesting company. I'll just give you a first hint. A lot of geopolitical tensions are happening. This company benefits from that. It's a Bengaluru-based defense and aerospace company. And also, it's just been 2-3 years for the companies to be actually listed, and they have recently got a 68 crore order win from HAL as well. Little bit of volume spike also did come in this company, and over the last 5 days, the stock is up 12% as well. These are the hints for the company, but remember, this company is very much important because the company is having an Israel angle to it as well, and we know US, Israel are on a war right now, so keep a focus on this company. The company's name is DCX Systems. This is the company which we'll talk about, and we'll decode the order wins, the issues which are there in the company which is plaguing the stock price, at least on a long-term basis, and other important details as well. But why are we calling this company? The first one is definitely a recent news flow which has come in, and that's the HAL order win. That's the first reason. The second reason why we are trying to call the company is definitely going to be on the order book outlook and the demand trends. How are they looking for fourth quarter? So much geopolitical tensions, ladai, jhagda, war. That means this company becomes a proxy play for that. But there are more layers to it. Another important query would be the oversized PCB assembly facility. They are going into this segment with an arm. What are the key timelines, and is dhande mein kya moat hai? That's the big question we'll be asking the management. And the rise in orders from the Israeli customers. Inka ek bada Israeli customer hai. They have one large Israeli customer, and that's where we'll see other inquiries going up because everything is happening around us. Non-offset projects, what are the product mix strategies going ahead, and of course the margin outlook whenever there is a change in the product mix. So these are the important questions which we will be asking the management, and of course the capex and expansion plans of how things move ahead for this company. Also on the show we'll have the founder and chairman and the MD, he's Dr. H.S. Raghavendra Rao. He'll decode us all the important nitty-gritties of the company, and also some queries which are written to me by the KYC viewers as well. We will address them as well. But now what we need to address is about the company. थोड़ा सा technical है, but मैं आपको simplify करके देता हूँ. Let's have a look what's this company all about. It's a Bengaluru-based defense aerospace company, and I'll give you one more detail to it. That detail is it's established in 2011, and also there are different sectors which the company is focusing on. This is system integration and cable wire harnessing. This business is also there. Earlier the name was also regarding the cable, so that's where a little bit of pivot happened in the company's history. Electronic subsystem for aerospace, defense and railways. That is where the specializations come in. This is just not a defense company. There are other sectors also which the company is catering to. Also about the company, it's a preferred and the largest Indian partner for the Israeli defense company. Of course, there is a JV also with that. We'll come to that. But remember, एक company से क्या होगा? That's the client concentration risk which comes in, and that's why the company's focus might be moving to the other places as well. They are serving global OEMs, which includes AIA and ALTA systems as well. One is a railway JV also. So these are the Indian offset partner is something which the company is. Now the company is focusing on high-end electronics such as radars and electronic system in the warfare segment. That's where we'll understand how the company is going ahead, especially the defense as a theme which has picked up. They're diversifying away from Israel contracts as well to the US markets. Remember, Israel and US, both of them are allies in this war which is happening. So there is a good angle that company might get some more orders as well. The consolidated order book as of December end was roughly 2600 crore rupees. So we will be asking the management, Mr. Rao, whether this number can touch the 3000 crore mark by the end of this fourth quarter, and it's likely that it will. The key joint ventures, two of them are there. There is an NAIRT system. This is for the railway opportunity. That is something to look out for. And there's another JV also which is there. That's for the Israel company I'm talking about. ELTX Systems. There's a JV here as well. So company goes into this JV format, and there is definitely a transfer of IP as well. There are key clients also, which is very much interesting. Rafael Group, Kalyani Group, Lockheed Martin from UK, and then we have Indian majors BEL and L&T also, which are there in the defense space. These are the largely defense clients which have propped up, which the company has shared in its exchange filings. The HAL order win, that's a 68 crore order win. That's important because it's a manufacturing and supply of custom-made antenna coming ahead, and also to give in some more layer to it, this is regarding the airborne applications as well. So this is the reason why we have actually called the company, and of course the geopolitical tensions which are coming with it. Apart from the HAL order win, there is a new segment which the company wants to enter. That's the PCB manufacturing setup I'm talking about. This is called print circuit board. That is where the arm is expanded in the oversized structures of it. So that is something which we will be watching out for as well. Ranal Advanced Systems is something, if you are a technical person, this is for you. But if you are non-technical like me, this just means कि धंधा जो है बड़ा हो रहा है. Now they are expanding into this assembly and testing of this segment as well, which I spoke about. And also the third important announcement, apart from the recent news flows, includes the ELTA Systems JV. Now there's an incentive scheme which they are actually getting in from the Indian government, and this is regarding the defense facility where they will do the manufacturing for the JV partner in Israel, and company will be getting you the important developments. So this is the entire picture of DCX Systems, where it stands. It is into aerospace, it is into defense. But let's get into more details about our KYC show, how we judge the company. There are various rating parameters. Of course, income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, this is the holy grail. इस पे हम कोई change नहीं करते. This is something which will give you the first and foremost to see whether the financials are good or not. Return ratios, how things are panning out. Remember, company is doing capex, some pressure in the return ratios is there. And shareholding, how much movement has happened. Has the promoters reduced their stake? FISDIs are not liking this company. And street cred, one of the most important, paisa kitna bana. There might be a lot of buzz around the sector, buzz around the orders, but at the end of the day, if the money is not made, then there is a concern for everyone. Valuations, we compare the company with the other defense players as well. Largely it's a mid-cap, small-cap company, so we'll definitely have much more comparison in the mid-cap, small-cap space. And lastly, the outlook, be it the industry and be it the company-specific moves, is something which we'll talk about. But let's start with the first one, the income statement. How things are panning out for the income statement, and that's where my concern starts coming in. Look at that EBITDA drop. It's just 5 crores. Even the PAT numbers are weak, and this is where the story actually becomes critical for me in this analysis, is the bottom line numbers. This is very much important. The cash flows, the receivables, that's the big question mark which comes in our analysis. Let's see how the Q3 numbers were, because over here it's looking weak, and now the sea of red still continues, be it EBITDA, margin, PAT. Of course, the top line numbers might look good, but at the end of the day, if the cost of raw material is higher, or if there's a working capital mismanagement, or we could say an issue in working capital, that is where the concern starts coming in. And that's the concern for me in the income statement. It's a strong thumbs down when it comes to DCX Systems. But let's talk about balance sheet, how things are panning out. And balance sheet largely seems decent to me. The equity size has gone up. The reserves are also decent, around 1353 odd crore rupees. That means there might be future में deployment हो सकता है. That's what I would like to talk about. Even the cash reserves are still on the decent side. We are talking about this one concern definitely being raised by brokerages and a lot of analysts tracking the stock is the higher receivables. So we will ask Mr. Rao about all these details. The borrowings, however, interestingly, I really like this. It has come down from 509 crores to just 4 crores, literally a debt-free company. So on that level basis, I would be giving this a strong thumbs up as well. And yes, the cash bank balance is also at around 1000 odd crore rupees. So on the other hand, income statement was an issue, but balance sheet is strong on multiple parameters. So a strong thumbs up when it comes to the balance sheet. But let's talk about the cash flow segment. What's happening here? Cash flow generally in these businesses are also lumpy. Remember, there are some B2G contracts also. And largely we see a good jump up coming up in the operating cash flows, but the net cash flows, that has actually come down. That means you can see in this business model there's a lot of lumpiness here. So 3 years data is also definitely there, but let's give it a neutral rating right now because the company needs to give a much more longer period of history also to judge. याद रखिए सिर्फ 2 या 3 साल हुआ है इसके listing में, so we need to give a longer gestation period to judge a company like this. And the greatest investors say it's around 5 to 8 years if you are investing in these type of theme stocks. So you need a lot of patience. Cash flows, largely it's neutral. But let's talk about return ratios, and I think return ratios will be on the lower side, and yes, that is where the concern starts coming in. Why are the return ratios coming down? Of course, the equity base at times there is a movement in that, and also investments when they start coming in, the pressure starts coming. The receivables, if there is a delay at that, so there is a cascading effect, and that's why you see in FY22 it was 22. In 23 it was 13, then 24 it was 10, and then just 5. That's the concern coming in. These are the numbers and the ROC numbers I'm talking about. So question mark here as well. Now what happens? Does it bottom out from here? So it's a negative rating, I would say, or thumbs down when it comes to the return ratio. Let's pull up the shareholding, and there's a little bit of issues definitely there. The promoters, that's where there was 62% stake. Now that has come down to 52%, 10% stake dilution coming in. But let's see how FIs and DIs have performed. 2 and 11, it's going down, and it is going down. The biggest concern for me is the DIs. It was around 11%. That has come down to 4%. So there is a sell-off happening across most of the investors. Why is it that? And look at the public, how much it has spiked from 24% to 43%, and in these cases absorptions happen in the stock, and it's not healthy for the stock, at least in the short term, medium term as well. That's a strong thumbs down when it comes to the overall shareholding as well. So some concerns have started coming in, and this is just not regarding the numbers. Why is so much sell-off happening? That's a big question to be asked, and Mr. Rao will definitely ask, especially on the promoter front as well. Why the reduction? Are they going to increase their stake later on? That's a big question to be put. Receivables is something which you look out for. Street cred, last month, it looks like a trading. It's around 14% up, the way the geopolitical tensions and the defense stocks were up. So if you're a trader, you must have made money out here in this 1 month basis. But since listing, since 1 year, and if you could just show the previous slide as well, over the long term period, or maybe in the 6 month period, the stock has been in the negative zone. Last 6 months also, the stock is down almost 28%. This year the stock is flat. That means most of the parameters you haven't made money in this stock at all, and if you're a long-term investor, it does question your faith in the company. But short-term investor, it has been decent, so that's why let's balance it out and give Street Cred a neutral rating when it comes to the DCX systems. But now let's get in the defense companies along the DCX system, whether the valuations are convincing to enter now or not, and that is where my concern also comes. MTARTEC is 219 times, Data Pattern is 83 times. This company itself after correction is still 55 times. So you can understand how defense theme as a whole is overvalued even after this correction. So you need to take everything with a pinch of salt, and even my analysis, you should do your own analysis and consult SEBI registered advisors as well. Just look at the other valuations, how things are panning out, and this is where the Zentech, that's around 45 times, and this Idea Forge 38 times. So it's decent, it's giving mixed signals actually, it's right in the middle. And if you look at the peak valuations, it's definitely corrected 30 to 40%. So for DCX systems, I will still give a valuation perspective a neutral rating when it comes to the valuations front. But let's look at the outlook. Is there any change here? But because I'm very skeptical about this company, and definitely there are some good reasons, but these are all long-term reasons which are known. The short-term reasons is something which derives or changes the stock prices. There are tailwinds coming in from the global geopolitical tensions, that's definitely known, but getting the order, getting the money, it takes time. These are rising costs may impact the numbers in Q4, and we saw that hitting the bottom line numbers in Q3 already. The PCBS manufacturing is through its subsidiary Ranel Advanced Systems, so this is something we should look at. But remember, इनका gestation period ज़्यादा होता है, profit और पैसे आने में समय लगता है. Expanding global presence in the aerospace and defense, this is generic, but long-term positive definitely. But in short term, again, the question starts coming in, are they tapping into newer opportunities now via railways and the NIAT system? This is what we have been talking about, especially that Chennai defense facility. the focus definitely should be on the transfer of technology, TOT, something which we call, especially from Israel and US. And I'm purposefully talking about Israel because the largest contract manufacturer or the contract work which they have is from Israel, and they are trying to get things from US as well. So it's still a neutral rating for DCS systems, going ahead as well. So overall, this is the entire picture I have given you. But let's just revise the ratings for this company, and I'm skeptical about this company, and maybe the management might clear the air. First is the income statement and the return ratios. That is where the pain is happening, and the market is not giving the valuation which a defense company might actually acquire in for. Balance sheet is really decent. There's a good cash flows also there. And let's just look at the other segments, and the biggest concern for me in my entire analysis was the promoter FIDI shareholding coming down in last 2 years. Street credit and valuations are largely neutral on both perspectives, which I have already discussed. Outlook, long term is definitely strong, but medium term, short term, there are questions, especially on the costings front, the receivable front. So we'll get all of these details, answered in by the management. But let's give you the full numbers of the rating parameter. And I have given this company 3 out of 8. It's a bit lower on the average KYC rating which I generally give. So definitely there are concerns in this company. So we will understand that and figure out what lies ahead as well. And to join us, to give us more details, would be Dr. H.S. Raghavendra Rao. He is the founder, chairman, managing director. He's the promoter of the company with over 3 decades of experience. And to give in more perspective, he has a good stronghold in defense and aerospace sectors as well. So the man who knows what he is doing and the company itself is joining with us. And Mr. Raghavendra Rao, good afternoon to you, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. First of all, I'd like to get your views on the recent HL order win. That's around a 68 crore order win. What are the key details and timelines for that?
Firstly, namaste. No. Thanks for inviting me on this. And regarding this HAL PO, which we have received recently, about 68 crore. And this is the biggest milestone. DCX has done it. And we are working for this program almost a year. Now we are able to take a first cut-off entry in HAL, one of the biggest DPSU in India. And also this PO is it is a airborne application. There is a special antenna and power supply. And this is the first step we have taken in HAL. And also we need to execute this program within 12 to 18 months. This is the lead time has been put it on the PO, and also we are confident to deliver this product.
All right, and Mr. Rao, of course, we talk about the costing also. The Q3 numbers did impact, was impacted because of higher costing, and the current global scenario, things are expensive, and everybody is talking about it, right from gas to cable. Everywhere, even defense companies get some costing hit. So we can expect that in the fourth quarter because of rising costs?
Presently, I cannot able to disclose those numbers. And yes, there are some supply chain disturbance happening in the world. You are aware of well within that. And good thing is our production is not stopped because we secured majority of the material. Production is going on. Of course, there are other concerns. If this war continues, there is a travel, export due to the transport issue, and those issues may give us some trouble. And we are confident that we are going to do better. And also there is a lot of requests from our foreign OEMs, especially on Israel, to expedite the delivery because of the situation there. And we are working day and night to satisfy, and we are working towards to improve our schedule. But it is very early to say whether the logistic and dispatches and because of our shipments are normally goes on the air, and via all this route, which is available now, it is not so easily transported. These are the challenges which we are facing it now. We need to see what is the upcoming days it will going to happen. When easy out, it will going to work it out. This is what we are figuring it out, and hope for our best.
Right. Hopefully, we all hope for the best. But Mr. Rao, just to get in more perspective, the demand trends, that means because of the issues which are happening in Israel, Iran and Middle East, do you think this dispatch of your deliveries, can they happen, beforehand so that your Q4 looks lumpy?
It is Too early to say because I mentioned and we secured, we are not seeing any supply chain challenges, but there are other challenges like many clearance and the transportation and the export and inspection, and OEM has to do the first article. There are some other challenges, but luckily we have secured some material. Production is happening, and some of the key portion, the raw material has been secured, and we start moving the production. But it is too early to comment on that, please.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's a very burning topic, and that's what we raise these questions in KYC. But Mr. Rao, another important perspective is there is a concentration of revenue from your Israeli customers. How much, I just take it a 1 year or a 2 year perspective. I'm not just going to ask just for this fourth quarter. Will this, revenue mix change? You're getting any good inquiries coming in from US, which is technically an ally of Israel?
Yeah, there is of course, war is not a good for humanity perspective, but there is a big opportunity for DCX, especially from Israel. There are two reasons. One is about 15 years, we are the Indian preferred partner for major company in Israel. Like take major 3 companies, which we are supplying last 15 years. We are a preferred offset partner or the non-offset partner. Anything comes to electronics related, it will come to DCX first. Secondly, the bigger advantage now, we have a joint venture with IAELTA. This will expect more business to flow to DCX because the JV is giving more comfort to them. And definitely there are big opportunity for DCX to grow big in this situation now.
All right, and Mr. Rao, apart from this, your capex and expansion plans for 2026, they remain the same, or are you looking at delaying them, seeing the current geopolitical situation? What are the numbers looking like?
No. In fact, we need to enhance our capacity for the situation now. We are already decided. We have a very good outlook for the 26-27. We are planned to put about a 1.5 million to 2 million expansion plan, especially on the cable and PCB side. And in fact, we have a lot of requirement of cable and PCB, which require more spaces, more manpower, more equipment. We are budgeting about a $2 million to invest on this 26-27.
Okay, so definitely you are gung-ho about your capex plans.
Yes.
But Mr. Rao, PCB, there is an expansion happening on the large case PCB facilities. That's what your arm has announced. And secondly, your Tamil Nadu facility is also going for an expansion. You have received some kind of an incentive from the government of India as well. What will be the growth outlook for your train business and, of course, for the PCB business?
Okay, let me explain the recent, the unique facility what we placed. Normally, I am in this EMS industry from last 25 years. Normally, the size of the PCB is limitation about 24 inches length. You can do it in India. In my knowledge, where I visited a facility, maximum you can do about 24 inches. That is the pick and place and other combination of machines. Now there is a requirement for a big customer to have this facility to expand this 24 to, we can go up to 56 inches PCB in the length. It's a huge PCB length. Where we have worked in fact, our engineers have worked with the foreign machine OEMs to make a custom built equipment, which has been put a lot of engineering effort. We bought that equipment to work with some US company, bought the equipment, installed. And also I said this customer, to have this facility, I need a commitment. And just to our relationship has given a 20 crore worth of order without having any the facility ready. We have a PO on hand. Based on that PO, we received an advance. We invested money for putting this beautiful, unique technology in the Renil advanced system. This will go majoritarily in the present EMS. We can do normal. I will tell you for your this thing. Normally, people work in India about 20 inches is the length.
Right, Mr. Rao. We got an entire perspective on that. I know it's a bit technical, but we are short of time. We'll definitely understand more from you because you're a pioneer of this industry. But definitely it is wonderful to talk with you. And Q3, Q4 might be a little bit mixed, but nevertheless, orders are coming in, especially from the US segment as well. That's an interesting take coming in from you. Always a pleasure, Mr. Rao, joining us with us and giving the entire views for the company. So this is the management of DCX Systems, once a darling of the stock market, especially in the defense space. But now, of course, a correction definitely coming in. But now the geopolitical tensions are rising, and so are the customer inquiries for this company. Will this go for an up move? That's the question. But that's all, folks, for today. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations. The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
Where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl, sing girl. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
Middle East uncertainty and also continued sell-off ails the Dalal Street. Nifty struggles near 24,000, even as Sensex loses almost 1,000 points. Broader markets see mixed moves. Auto financials lose the most. Hotels and restaurants across the nation reel under pressure. Many state hotel associations appeal to the respective state governments. Centre, meanwhile, reassures consumers that energy supplies remain stable. The Union Cabinet has approved changes to India's foreign direct investment policy, governing the investments from countries that share a land border with India. This includes relaxation of FDI curbs linked to China. Water resource and pump stocks gain in trade. This after the Union Cabinet approved the extension of Jal Jeevan Mission to December 2028 with an enhanced outlay of 8.7 lakh crore rupees. The project was launched by the Prime Minister in 2019 to provide safe and adequate drinking water through tap connections to all households in rural India. Sedemac Mechatronics makes a strong debut on Dalal Street, lists at 14% premium versus its issue price. Hello and welcome. You tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar and let's take you through markets at midday today. And remember, Nifty 50 is finding it difficult. It's struggling to really defend the 24,000 levels, given up on that level a few minutes back at the current level, at the current moment at a kissing distance. But remember, it's over 250 points lost on Nifty 50. Now let's take a look at Bank Nifty, which is also showing quite a bit of underperformance compared to Nifty 50. And that's the picture really playing out in Nifty contribution as well, as the top draggers on Nifty 50 are coming in from the banking space. So HDFC Bank taking the biggest brunt today with almost 60 points being shaved off out of the 260 points that Nifty has lost, coming in from one counter. HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank are also the key draggers. In fact, when we take a look at some of the counters which have lost ground in the last few minutes of trade and has been consistently losing are Bajaj Finance, Twins, Finserv as well as Finance, and those heavyweights have been losing ground and also putting a massive pressure on Nifty 50. Big boy Reliance Industries is also down in trade. But when we talk about some of the counters like the PSU companies like NTPC, CIL, these are the ones gaining, and pharma is one sector which is doing much better in trade today. So there is volatility, there is weakness in the market at the current moment. Now, while replying to NDTV Profit's Nimit Dixit, SEBI Chair Tuhin Kanta Pandey hailed the FDI norms relaxation under Press Note 3 as a positive development by the government. Listen in to what he had to say.
You spoke about trust, reliable growth for India's priority sectors. How do you see the AIFs playing out their role, and where does SEBI play a part in it?
I think the AIFs are doing very well. As I said, that we had 5 years, we have a 30% growth, CAGR growth, and many ease of doing business measures we have also taken with due regard to stronger governance and other commitments. So with a 6.5 trillion rupees of investments and about 16 trillion rupees of investments, of commitments now, the AIF industry is actually growing very rapidly in India, and hope that they would be able to supplement the real capital flows into the right sectors.
Press Note 3, anything you have to say on the new government regulation on Press Note 3 that have come out yesterday?
No, I think that is a good development because it eases many processes.
So what are the policy changes?
All right, UPL had a major restructuring exercise that was announced just recently. Take a look at that particular counter and minor gains, flattish in trade at the particular moment. But if you really take a look at the 7-day chart for UPL, take a look at that. And there has been quite a bit of activity on that particular counter when it comes to the restructuring news and the impact on that particular counter. So take a look at that. Closer to the 52-week lows, I would say, and given up on the 52-week high levels long back. Bikash Prasad, who's the Group CFO of UPL, joins in with more details on this restructuring. Bikash, good to have you on NDTV Profit. Of course, a lot of concerns have come out. While the restructuring has been announced, it simplifies the overall structure of the group, but the debt issue really remains. How would you allay those concerns?
Yes. So if you first, I will start with, you know that UPL is at the center of global agriculture and food security. Over the past few years and decades, we have built a global size and scale with presence in 140 countries, market leadership in most of the markets, fifth largest crop protection company globally. With the evolving size and scale, it was the right time for us also to evolve our business or corporate structure. The purpose of the reorg or the restructuring is to actually simplify our structure through creating 3 distinct pure play platforms, which is seeds, crop protection, and specialty chemicals. The second purpose of creating this restructuring is also to strengthen our balance sheet, continue to deleverage our balance sheet, create a strong market positioning. As you know that after this completion of reorg, UPL Global will become the first listed pure play platform in India and second globally. So while debt is a concern from the market, has been concerned from the market, however, we have been deleveraging the balance sheet over the last several quarters, and from 4.6 times in FY 2024 to 2.1 times in 2025. And this year our guidance is between 1.6 to 1.8 times. Going forward, we are confident of keeping the leverage ratio below 1.5 times. Ultimately, our objective is to simplify the structure, bring a strategic focus, and unlock shareholder value for every platform and the group.
Because when you talk about the ultimate aim of deleveraging, can you give us a shorter time horizon on the deleveraging plan as of next financial year?
Yeah, so if you look at the UPL group today and that is platform, Advanta is a net debt negative company. So it doesn't have any debt in the balance sheet. The India crop protection business also is cash surplus, negative net debt on its balance sheet. The Superform and the UPL standalone also has almost neutral, no debt in the balance sheet. So most of the debt today, which is sitting on the group balance sheet, is for our global crop protection platform, which emanated from the acquisition that was done in 2019 by way of acquiring Arista, a global leader that time. So most of the debt will be for UPL Global. So we feel that by combining the India crop protection business with the global crop protection business, it will bring that strategic focus, independent capital structure, and it will help in deleveraging for UPL Global as well, while it will also continue to deleverage at UPL Group level. And we have guided the market earlier that UPL Global, upon listing, will be between 2 to 2.3 times net debt to EBITDA.
All right, so those are the targets that you are looking at for deleveraging, but also management shared that both entities, as separate entities, will be much more adept at raising capital independently. Is equity fundraising also on the cards in order to balance out the debt equity ratios?
So as you are aware that we have been working on the deleveraging, and we had raised $400 million through rights issue during 24-25. We have announced and filed the DRHP for Advanta IPO, the proceeds of which also will be largely used for deleveraging the balance sheet at the group level. And we have multiple deleveraging levers at the group level, including the proceeds from Advanta, healthy cash flow generation from the platforms, and future potential to further monetize the platforms. So we are quite comfortable and confident on deleveraging plans that we have, and keeping the deleveraging ratio below 1.5 times, which is a very healthy to also maintain a healthy ROE.
Right. So you mentioned about the Advanta IPO. Give us a sense, is the entire amount going to be used for deleveraging? And how could be the market response if you are really going for an IPO and using all the proceeds for deleveraging? Vikas.
Yeah. So we have filed the DRHP for Advanta in January, and it is going to be offered for sale. So we expect most of the proceeds to be used for deleveraging only. By listing Advanta Seeds business, I think it will create multiple opportunities. One, it will bring the strategic focus. It will create independent capital structure, which will drive growth and funding at the platform level. You also know that Advanta business historically has been growing at a CAGR of over 15% on revenue terms. This year also has the similar trajectory. And over the next couple of years also, we expect the similar trajectory to continue. We have multiple growth opportunities within Advanta Seeds. And I feel that by having this pure play listed platform, it will help us to accelerate the growth plan for this platform.
Right. So, Bikash, of course, that is one leg, but the overall process is going to take 12 to 15 months. What are the most critical regulatory approvals on the anvil at the current moment? You're confident of the timeline?
Yeah. So we need approval from multiple authorities and regulators. We need approval from the stock exchanges, the SEBI, the NCLT, the ROC, RBI, the shareholders' approvals, bondholders' approvals, the lenders' approvals. There will be a series of approvals that will be needed. And it's also needed to ensure that the scheme is fair to all the investors and is fully compliant. So we expect that between 12 to 15 months' time, this restructuring process should be over.
Right. And when we talk about the valuation ratios, Bikash, what is the final share entitlement ratio when it comes to the shareholding, existing shareholders? You have quite a few private equity investors like TPG, Ardia, Brookfield as well. Give us a sense on that.
Yeah. So the share swaps or share entitlement ratios has been worked out by two independent valuers, Big Fours, EY and PwC. And further, the fairness opinion has been taken from another key banker, JP Morgan. Once they have presented to the audit committee, and the audit committee has reviewed it, it has been approved by them. And subsequent to that, the board also has okayed it. Valuers have used different methodologies, including the cost approach, the income approach, which is DCF, the market approach, which is the comparable companies multiples, or the listed price method, which is applicable only for UPL. So, and they have applied also the different weightages to the valuation methodologies. So I think it has been very, very comprehensive, transparent, and it ensures that the valuation, the swap ratios and the entitlement ratios are fair to everyone.
Right, and also Vikas, want to know, in terms of the peers, how is UPL Global really, stacked in terms of the margin profile and the profitability when we compare it to other global pure play peers like Syngenta as well as even Bayer Crop Sciences?
I think we are quite competitive, and if you look at our growth over the last several quarters, we have the industry-leading growth in most of our platforms. Even if this year, if you look at it, we have grown our top line by 8%. We have grown our contribution margin by over 300 basis points, EBITDA margin by over 200 basis points, and that has led us to have improvement in EBITDA by over 1,000 crore. But more importantly, our profit before tax improved by 1,800 crore plus. So our top line, our margins are comparable or better than most of the global peers. And with our focus on new product launches, focus on sustainable and differentiated, sharpening our portfolio through pruning down low margins molecules, we will continue to drive margins and growth for our platforms.
All right, Vikas Prasad, thank you so much for joining us and patiently giving us all the details that are on the anvil with this mega restructuring and also debt repayment. Thank you so much. And with that, UPL is gaining in trade, minor gains after the management commentary also coming in. So that's one stock to focus on. But we are also looking at Royal Orchids with a larger development that's taking place. And the stock is down 1.3% in trade, and we know that there is a lot of concern about the LPG shortage. Let's take it straight across to Amit Jaiswal, the CFO of Royal Orchid Hotels, who's joining in with more details on this particular aspect. Amit, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. Now we know that the LPG supply concern has been ailing the overall hospitality industry. How's the ground situation and the ground reality at the current moment?
Thank you so much. See, at the right, as we talk, the ground reality is not very encouraging. And yes, there is a short supply of LPG. In fact, since Monday, the commercial LPG supply has been stopped by the dealers. They don't have the supplies. And as we talk, we are facing a lot of difficulty in most of our hotels, whether in Bangalore or in Mysore or in Mumbai, Maharashtra and Delhi. Most of the places we are facing a lot of difficulties in the supply, and nobody is sure about what's going to happen next. Right now, we are having some supply stock in our hotels, which may last for a couple of days. And after that, we are trying to move to some alternate way of cooking. That is the induction plate and, of course, charcoal and, the old ways of cooking. We're trying to do, but in business hotel, it's a little difficult.
Right. How grave is the situation, Amit, if you are saying that your stockpile will only last for 2 more days? And you have alternate sources, but that, as I believe, cannot really continue for too long. What are the alternate sources of sourcing LPG, and what are the government agencies telling you? Because I do realize that LPG supply, because of the shortage, has been directed and diverted towards more priority sectors. Is that an impact?
See, of course, that's an impact, but I really don't understand how the government is deciding on the priorities. See, at any given point of time, we are operating 120 plus hotels across India. And at any given point of time, around 15,000 guests are staying in our hotels, in the rooms. I need to feed them, right? And apart from that, my employees who work in the hotels also need food. So the situation is very grim, and hopefully government, right now we are talking to the dealers and all, and even if you would have heard that the Bangalore Association, the Hotel Association have already told to shut down. However, the things are very tight and we are looking forward to the government, and I think some kind of meeting is going to happen today. And I don't think that hotel supply of LPG to hotels is a luxury. It should be covered under essential. We have stood with the government during the COVID times, and we have taken the responsibility of government by converting a lot of our hotels into a quarantine center. So we have done all the whatever is the society requires. So at this point of time, if the LPG supply is cut, which has been stopped, let me be very clear. It's not the reduction; it's the stoppage. Stoppage is creating a lot of problem for us, and hopefully government will do something to start the supply. Maybe they can ration it in the. We understand that this is a very difficult situation. Wartime supplies are not there. What the government can do, but it can be rationed. I personally feel so that everybody has the right to survive.
No, Amit Jaiswal, your points well taken and very emphatically made points as well. And what you're saying is that the hotel hospitality sector is not a luxury sector, and some bit of the reserves need to be apportioned. That's your ask that's coming out. Amit, you mentioned that there is a meeting today. Many associations of hospitality have already raised concerns in various states and cities. What is the meeting about? With whom, and what are you expecting and what are you presenting there? If you can clearly state that, please.
So our association is meeting the central ministry in Delhi today and trying to put forward our concerns and the requirements, and hopefully we are very confident that something fruitful will come out of it. I can understand that there is a problem. See, as a citizen of the country, we have to understand that there is a problem. The supplies has been stopped, but I think we can manage for some time with rational supply. Please also understand, the government has to understand one more thing, that there are a lot of bachelors in cities like Bangalore, Pune and Gurugram and all. There are a lot of bachelors who are staying, and those bachelors are depending for the lunch in the office cafeteria and for the outside food. They are highly dependent on that. So I think, cutting down or stopping things won't work. We have to rationalize it and we have to ration it so that, everybody moves, with some limited menu or something like that.
Right. Amit, when you talk about the steps being taken, and you also presenting to the government your point of view and asking for some bit of the reserves being diverted towards hospitality, but it won't still be enough. How do you assess the immediate impact after in 2 days, like you run out of the LPG reserves? How do you estimate the impact on the company or a listed company? The stakeholders would also like to get a sense on how this situation is impacting the company.
See, the impact, I will say, if you talk of revenues, I don't think so there will be a huge impact. But yeah, operating the hotels, we will have a lot of difficulties. Like we are trying to move to, the induction plates and also to charcoal. So we see all hotels have the facility of getting charcoals. But, cooking in charcoal is not that easy. It's a very... You need to plan it in a big way. So we are doing that. We have no other choice. We have to do. I cannot tell my guests, get out, I can't serve you food. So, but yeah, difficult situation.
All right. And Amit, one more question quickly before I let you go. The overall situation has also caused impact on the movement of people. Has it in any way impacted your overall traffic at the hotels as well? The war situation, the geopolitical tensions, and the uncertainty around the movement of people. Have you seen any impact on the company, and how do you feel it about the sector per se?
See, as far as the sector is concerned, yes, your point is well taken that foreign nationals not come, foreign international travelers, there is a reduction. But to be very frank, Raw Lockheed and Regenta Hotels as a company, we are not dependent so much on the international travelers. We are a domestic travelers supply is very good for our hotel, and we have not been affected till now. But of course, if the luxury hotels, if they don't get business from the international traveler, then they will try to take some pie out of our stakes, and so we are looking forward to that. As of now, I have not seen any much decline in the occupancy or the ADR. But if this war continues, then definitely there will be some amount of effect on our revenues.
Right, tourism, hospitality, all of them stand to get impacted. But the big worry, Amit, for your sector is the LPG shortage. In fact, we'll take stock of the situation after you've had the meeting with the government, and hopefully there will be some measures taken to help out the industry and the hotels companies as well. Thank you, Amit, for candidly sharing all the concerns with us right here on NDTV Profit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, and it's time to wrap up the show. Nifty 50 reconquering 24,000 level. Remember, that's a level it's struggling to defend, but at the current moment, just about at kissing distance there. With that, it's a goodbye from me. Thanks so much.
जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner we dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Dadia and Sharad Dubey, standing at the NDTV Profit market pit with all the action in the markets. I mean, you know, what we saw in today's session completely fizzled out. There is that cautiousness, Sharad, that is prevailing in the markets, but the sentiment from a geopolitical perspective is slightly lightened.
Exactly, that's the important question. And Hiral, good afternoon. The interesting thing is the Asian markets opened green, and I don't know why the Indian markets, that's where the sell-off is happening. And the sell-off is not a minor range-bound one. Look at it, we are near the day's low level. It's at around 24,000. Seems like there's a basket selling happening from a fund. Let's look at Nifty Bank, and that is where the BFSI. Remember, FIs have a good exposure there. That's down 1.5%, and Asian markets still in the green, and the global sentiment is not that bad comparatively. So there definitely India is an outlier in today's trade itself. But what are the key factors to look at? That's also very much important. And yesterday, whatever gains we had, most of them have been wiped out. That's the first one. Also, second trigger is definitely going to be on the Nifty banking front, and that technical setup is looking much more weaker because there's a big sell-off in the BFSI name. Bajaj Twins, HDFC Bank, all of them are dragging. This is where the concern starts coming in, but whether this will continue or not, that's something which we'll be watching out for, especially in the last half an hour of the trade. Nifty is testing 24k levels, Nifty Bank is testing 56k levels. This is where we are seeing a minor technical bounce happening, or the options data is suggesting that some kind of a sell-off definitely can happen, at least in the day's trade as well. So if you are an intraday trader, be very, very cautious and have a good discipline system as well. Apart from these key triggers, moving on, the India VIX, that has jumped up again 8% above the 20 mark. That is where a little bit of concern is coming in. Global cues are still suggesting risk of sentiment is still there, and to and fro, and the US CPI data also is very much important to show where the risk on sentiment or the risk of sentiment will pick up for the remainder of the week. So definitely there is a little bit of confusion in the global cues, but India is a stark underperformance as compared to Asian and even European economies, and that's the key question, why?
Absolutely. In fact, the selling that's happening in terms of Reliance Industries, the selling that Sharad is mentioning in terms of banks, these are the two important things that we want to watch out for. And there is some bit of resilience that's coming in terms of broader markets. So that is one positive sign that we're looking out for. What will be interesting is to see what's happening in the second half of the trading session as well, because broader markets are showing some bit of strength as compared to your large caps as well. There is selective bottom that has been seen in many sectors, but probably I'm saying it'll be early to confirm this kind of a signal. And if there is short covering that happens, that will probably give some bit of confidence in terms of buyers. But this is levels of 24,500, 24,600 is what we need to watch. Until then, probably this volatility is going to stay. But moving on, let's quickly address the watch list. Electro Steel. That is the top gainer on Nifty 500. In fact, Jai Balaji, strong volumes along with Bajaj Twins. Adani Total, now crude price impact is what is aiding this one along with GAIL. You have fertilizer stocks which are buzzing on the back of the government intervention. Nifty Auto and M&M, the sector is one of the top losers, from where you have M&M, which is one of the top losing stocks in trade today. IEX, the carbon credit certificate framework that has come in, is putting some positive momentum on that counter. Induction stove demand to go up. TTK Prestige and Stovecraft are buzzing in trade. Sedimac, a good listing in this kind of a market. You have KEI and Polycab. Q4 impact is seen on these two companies on the back of channel checks. Happiest Minds, you've seen a FY26 guidance upgrade. Strong moves there. And you have your water infra companies which are buzzing on the back of Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. So pipes and pumps also in focus.
summer stocks, hotter summer forecast that is coming in. So your consumer durables are buzzing in trade. Colgate-Palmolive, the management is positive on the Q4 growth. And you have a Jio Financial Services where a Motilal Oswal has upgraded the counter. They've initiated a coverage with a buy rating. And IT stocks, Nuvama is absolutely bullish with that increase in target price coming in there. So that's what is on our watch list today. But let me head across to Sharad, who will take the rapid fire with Gaurav Sharma of Globe Capital.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Good afternoon, Gaurav. Always a pleasure to have you. We'll have a rapid fire segment, buy, sell, hold. And the two stocks from the cash market I've picked up on the volumes. First is Jai Balaji and the second one is Electro Steel Castings. Your views on that?
Afternoon, Sharad. So firstly, Jai Balaji, it is the first day of rise after a prolonged sell-off. It is better to avoid this stock till the point it is trading below 75. Once that is taken out, it will head towards 82. And as far as Electro Steel Cast is concerned, stock is at a 20% upper circuit here. I still find no meaningful reason buying it at these levels. It is better the stock consolidates and gradually surpasses 78-80 zone, then only a buying interest towards 90 would evolve.
All right. Apart from that, Adani, Total Gas and even GAIL, these are some tactical bets which analysts are talking about. Your views on that? Further up move is possible?
Yes, further up move in ATGL is pretty much likely. The stock went up after the company announced a increase in its gas prices now. So this is a positive thing coming in for this kind of a blessing in disguise for this company. A further upside towards 580 is pretty much possible.
And the fertilizer stocks, Gaurav, Fact, NFL. Of course, these stocks definitely move on news flows, but it has been positive setup over the last two sessions. Your views on that?
I prefer to stay on the sidelines as far as these stocks are concerned. They are very much news-centric and 1 or 2 day move and they just fade out. So I think that 1 or 2 day move has already set in, so no point buying them now.
All right. And Bajaj Twins, a good sell-off happening here. And interesting, and it looks like a basket sell-off, to be honest. Your views on it?
I totally agree with that because frankly I've been on the hunt to look at the reasons behind the sell-off, still unsuccessful in that. So I think this is fund sell-off or some kind of rebalancing that we are witnessing as well.
Exactly, we had seen that in some FIs also. That's a very important point you have talked about. But apart from this, let's talk about the other group of stocks. That's the Nifty Auto. Especially the two-wheeler stocks are tanking in trade. M&M is also down. On a positional basis, I just want your view on Nifty Auto. Has the near-term top been made?
Little bit early to say whether we are close to the top or not. Because it is a performing sector. As far as today's trade is concerned, yes, among the underperforming ones. But I think it is better to wait for some more time because continuously what we are witnessing is that reasonable rise in auto sales numbers. And if that continues, we would probably see a U-turn coming in the auto stocks anytime soon. So better to wait and watch for some more time now.
Exactly. So you cannot rule out the U-turn which can be made in the auto stocks. That's a very interesting thought on that. But Gaurav, apart from the auto segment, let's talk about IEX also, India Energy Exchange. A bit of corporate development coming in. The numbers fundamentally have been really strong last 4 to 5 months. Your views on it?
IEX has been at the sidelines for quite some time. It has been an underperformer. As far as the numbers are concerned, decent set of numbers coming in for the December quarter. As compared to December 24, it is a 10% rise in terms of sales that the company has managed to report and a 10% uptick in terms of profitability as well. So that has to continue. Then only a sustained up move will be possible because there is a certain bit of negativities that still rule and run around the stock. So I don't really think that considering the ongoing sell-off, there are other options as well to bet for.
All right, and very interesting theme moving on from the LPG gas usage. There is of course an issue happening to the induction cook. There are two stocks, TTK Prestige and even Sturfcraft. These Sturfcraft's management also spoke with us talking about a jump in the demand for the induction setups. Your views on that? Is good time to book profit in these counters and significant up moves in both of them, or do you think there's a much more up move left now?
I think again blessing in disguise for this space. A shortage in the gas segment is building up. Team for these kind of companies. I think this can last for a couple of days more also, because the gas situation doesn't seem normalizing, at least today or by tomorrow. So we can hold on for a couple of days more.
All right, you can hold on for these stocks for a couple of days more as well. Thank you very much, Gaurav, for this rapid fire. Over to you, Hiral.
Thank you, Sharad, for that. In fact, let's look at stocks that are trending on Google currently, because this was the list that we were looking at from NDTV Profit. In terms of Google trends, if you see the counters, Dixon Technologies, Happiest Minds, we've been talking about it, Interglobe Aviation, Cupid, Oracle, Financial. Now, Gaurav, let me come to you with Happiest Minds. I don't know, I think we did speak about Happiest Minds as well as Oracle Financial. Now, both of these are buzzing on news. Oracle Financial on the way, the parent Oracle has reported numbers, and Happiest Minds on the guidance that they've upgraded for FY26. What are charts indicating?
First, let's address OFSS. We are bullish on this stock. Very well valued, very good parentage, and among the IT services company, this is probably among the most stable ones. Although have not performed in the recent past, but from a longer term view, we are pretty much positive on this. So among the two, Happiest Mind and OFSS, my bet would be towards OFSS.
For Interglobe Aviation also, which did see a gap up opening, has cooled off now. However, from a fundamental perspective, the street is looking at a positive development on the back of the CEO resigning. And you have the promoter who's stepping in the interim. Do you see any momentum in terms of charts?
Not really, Hiral. Momentum is certainly not there. It is just that the price is holding on around their normal range. So from an investment standpoint, one should hold on their position. No point exiting the stock here.
That's with regards to stocks which are trending on Google. But thank you so much, Gaurav, for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. You know, we've been talking about the cooking gas crisis. A lot of hotels are of the opinion that they will have to shut shop for some time till the time the cooking gas issues are resolved. How deep is the concern? You know, what is the kind of impact we're expected to see? We have Vishal Vittal Kamath, Executive Director at Kamath Hotels, joining in. Vishal, good afternoon. Always a pleasure to speak to you here on this side. You know, my question coming to you is, we're talking about a LPG shortage. That's the fear that the street is looking at right now. A lot of hotel associations have come out and said that probably we will continue operations for the next 2 or 3 days. Some are saying a week. What is the situation on ground?
So the situation is exactly as you've described it. Unfortunately, the LPG shortage is hitting different places at different times. In some of the rural areas where we operate, some of the vendors have already stopped supplying. In the case of Mumbai, it is again depending on each one how they are managing. So definitely, as I've been watching before also, that induction ovens and other things and such other tools are coming more in the limelight. I think that this is basically going to affect, when people talk about hospitality, hotels and restaurants, everybody thinks of only the upper layer, the 5-star or the premium. But actually, majority of the people, and especially in a city like Mumbai and Bangalore and wherever you have a very young, strong workforce, a lot of people depend on the smaller joints for their daily meals. They don't have a kitchen or they don't have the ability to cook because of their work timings or other things. So they're depending on a lot of these smaller establishments, and that's going to really impact overall. So it's not really about just dining out. It's about your living life getting affected on every front.
Okay, so Vishal, what is the kind of impact you're seeing if you have to look at a Kamath right now? From the number of outlets that you have, what is the status?
So the good part for us, because we've been an eco-friendly group, we've already been moving towards induction cooking. Like our Pune Orchid Hotel is like 90% induction. Mumbai Orchid is about 25%, and we are in the process of as we speak, we're using our resources, moving it around to basically make sure that we do not have any interruptions with our MICE, our corporate, our conferences, because guests are calling. They are saying that, will you be able to supply? Will you be able to do our conference? And luckily for us, in most of our places, like say Shimla Orchid or Hyderabad Irabai Orchid at Mindspace, there we have all full electric kitchen, 100% electric kitchen. So just like I said about Pune Orchid, even though we have like 1 lakh square feet of banqueting, we aren't affected there. But then there are other places like Panchgani or like our Lotus Murud, or in Orissa our hotels Ira and Lotus. There what we've done is we have done a mix of where we are able to do outdoor cooking. We are going back to outdoor cooking. That's the fact that we are again chula wapis chalana. So that is happening in some cases where it's possible. In other cases, induction thing. But I think each one has to find its own way. And in a place like Mumbai, where it's very difficult, I think the government needs to really come out in terms of being able to liberalize. Like in Mumbai recently, your channel and others covered that the coal and other things were banned and they were stopped. Now again, we are finding ourselves back in a odd situation. So I think this is somewhere where a midway needs to be worked out between the practicalities of daily consumer requirements.
All right. One more question. Hi, good afternoon, Vishal. You spoke about chula, you spoke about lakdi, you spoke about everything possible. But what are the mitigation measures as the industry, not only your company, is actually currently undergoing right now? What's the jugaad here?
So everything in life is not about jugaad, and I think Indian businesses have moved more and more beyond jugaad towards innovation and solutions, or finding proper solutions. So I don't think it's about jugaad. It's more about coming out with effective solutions to certain problems, and in some cases you might not be. For example, my wife, when she was renovating her restaurant about 2 years back, with very grudgingly, even though electric kitchen costs 40-50%, sometimes double the cost of a conventional cylinder-based kitchen. Grudgingly, she did it because I convinced her. And today, about the day before yesterday, I called her and I said, "Now you got to thank me." She said, "I'll thank you for many things, but for what?" I said, "Because you're the one of the only restaurants which will be running without any issues per se." So I think there's not about jugaad. It's about making sure that within whatever urban environments or rural environments we are in, using those to the best advantage. In Fort Jadavgarh, we started a small chula for our staff kitchen and other things for dal and rice and other things. In our Lotus Murud, we have done that. In Orissa, in our Konark, which is on the beachfront, we have done that. Why? Because it's open. Because there the norms are different. But can we do that in Mumbai? No, we cannot. There we'll have to see other methods, which are basically induction cooking, modifying our menus, making sure that we have food which is being able to easily be cooked from an induction rather than looking at just the traditional slow cooking or other things. So there will be some challenges, but I think it's a time where the nation needs to come together to fight this global challenge we have.
Yeah, so basically,
as an industry, we're together.
Okay, so industries together, things need to come in place, but there is some impact. But hotels which have moved on to induction may see less impact. Let's see how this pans out. Thank you so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. And as Vishal was mentioning that everyone's moving to induction as well. We did speak to the management of Stovecraft, whose business is into induction cookware as well. They are seeing a 3-time surge in its electric cooktop sales, and this is data that they've collected from online channels. The stock also trying to inch higher once again. Let's listen into what the management had to say.
Current challenging times has also given more challenges to the thoughts of domestic households. There is definitely a huge surge in consumption of electric stoves, both induction and infrared cooktops. While we manufacture LPG stoves also, but in the category of induction cooktop, we are seeing very high surge in consumption.
Quantify that, sir. And is this something that you've seen over the last week and a half?
Yeah, it's in the recent times. As it is, we are leaders in this category, but we are seeing very high buying pattern both on online and offline channels on the induction cooktop.
Sir, can you please help us understand what this number is? If you can quantify it, even if you talk about percentage terms, what is the kind of increase if you compare it with the last quarter, etc.?
So we call this DRR, daily run rate. So what we can actually measure, particularly on the online channels, we are able to get real-time data. There is a in the last 1 week, we are seeing 3x kind of surge in the induction cooktop category.
So that's the view coming in. In fact, let's also get in Gaurang Shah of Geojit Financial Services. Gaurang, welcome to the show. You know, we've been talking about the impact that hotels, restaurants are going to see in terms of unavailability of cooking gas. And this becomes a benefit for companies like Prestige and Stovecraft. Your views on both of these segments?
Well, thank you so much, Hiral, for having me on the show. Good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit, to you and to your entire team. A small disclosure, all recommendations that I'll be sharing with you this afternoon on your show, Hiral, are a part of our fundamental research team recommendations. Our company, Geojit, or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interest. So on TTK Prestige, on the fundamental side, we have a positive coverage. Stovecraft, unfortunately, we don't cover, so I won't go into specific buy, sell, and hold, but Stovecraft happens to be a strong player in the sector and with a decent market share like TTK Prestige. This particular situation may stay on for some days, Hiral, as it was a statement made by the Honorable Minister, Mr. Puri, yesterday, that all resources are put in place to secure India's energy requirement, whether it is crude oil or it is natural gas. The government is in talk with 40 plus countries to ensure the availability and continuity along with that at a reasonable price. So I think sooner or later we might have a little bit of more positivity. But yes, as of now, the hospitality sector is facing the highest amount of hit in terms of short supply of gas for their kitchens.
Right, but let's talk about the cable and wire segment also. Yesterday only we saw sudden sell-off happening in most of these stocks, and the question is why? So to give that answer, we are joined in by Puneet. Puneet, why the fall all of a sudden in cable wire stocks?
Well, it's been a volatile time, right? Especially in the month of February for all these cables and wire companies, and that's largely led by weak copper prices. So you have seen that while January was good in terms of price hikes and dealers were comfortable with stocking up at that time, in the month of February, the prices have again started to come down. Now, what this does is lead to losses of inventory, because you purchase the expensive inventory in January for example, at 100, now the price is 90. So you wouldn't be able to pass that on to the consumer, and hence the dealers, they've gone slow at this point of time. JM Financial has also highlighted that because of this, the distributors are down trading essentially to smaller as well as regional players, and there's also been some stoppage of work activities which require these products as well. So we are seeing impact on KEI as well as Polycab today, but the volatile copper pricing within the quarter is definitely a weak sentiment for these companies.
Thanks a lot for that, Puneet. That means there is concerns happening, and especially in fourth quarter, we might see that impact in the numbers also. Gaurang, good afternoon. Sharad here. Your views on this development in the cable wire company? It's likely to be a muted fourth quarter.
So, Sharad, good afternoon to you as well. And before this, we had new entrants coming into the cable and wire sector. That also created a little bit of turmoil in the existing players. Market data feeling that new competitors will come in with finer discounts and eat into the market share, but nothing like that. We have a positive coverage on a couple of companies in the cables and wires, Phenolix Cables, Polycab, KEI Industries. I will also add one more name, which is a diversified play, Havells India. They also have a small portion of cables and wires in their product offering. So we remain positive short term because of availability of raw material, inventory built up, price absorption by the corporates, or how much they are willing to pass it on to end consumers like you and me. It remains to be seen. But yeah, short term there is an issue, but there is possibility of price pass on also.
Right, and of course Havells is also in the green. There is an angle of AC stocks which are going up, and Havells has the brand called Lloyd's as well, and that's why maybe it's holding up in the trade. But just a quick question on the important announcement of Jal Jeevan Mission 2. You know, all the water infra theme stocks, the pipes, and even the solar pump stocks are rallying in trade today. Your views on that, and which would be a good, decent medium-term setup pick for you?
So this is a continuity process announced by the government in terms of Jal Jeevan Mission. Along with that, Sharad, the government and the minister, honorable minister, has also spoken about Har Ghar Mein Nal or Nal Se Jal. So I guess this is something that is going to have a huge positive impact on players. Prince Pipes and Philonix Industries, these are the two names. We have a positive coverage. In terms of water treatment and likewise, we have a positive coverage on a company called VA Tech Wabag or Vatek Wabag, however you want to pronounce it. And my sense is that I think this is the need of the hour. We need to have a lot of new reservoirs and storage facilities to safeguard any kind of shortfall.
All right, so that's the view coming in from Gaurang. Thank you very much for taking out your time, and it's always a pleasure to talk with you. Well, folks, that's all for the show. We are at the end of the show, and that's it from me, Hiral, and the entire team which has put up trending stocks. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. Up next is Lunchtime Trades.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your automate.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
New year. New power panel. India market open. Now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you.
Middle East uncertainty and continued sell-off ails the Wall Street. Nifty struggles near 24,000 even as Sensex also loses more than 1,000 points from the day's high. Broader markets see mixed moves. Autos, financials lose the most. And hotels and restaurants across the nation reel under pressure. Many state hotels associations, in fact, appeal to the respective state governments. Centre, meanwhile, reassures consumers that energy supplies remain stable. And the Union Cabinet has approved changes to India's foreign direct investment policy governing investments from countries that share a land border with India. This includes relaxation of FDI curbs linked to China. Meanwhile, water resource and pump stocks are gaining in trade. This after the Union Cabinet approved the extension of Jal Jeevan Mission up to December 2028 with an enhanced outlay of close to 8.78 lakh crore rupees as well. The project was launched by PM Modi in 2019 to provide safe and adequate drinking water through tap connections to all households in rural India. And Sedimac Mechatronics makes a strong debut on the Wall Street, lists at a 14% premium versus its issue price. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in to Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyansi Singh. This is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, a very quick look at the markets. When you talk about Nifty, it's very well below that 24,000 levels, just about a 250 point thereabout cut, almost a 280 point cut in fact coming in. As far as the Nifty is concerned, Sensex as well about 900 odd points, almost a 1,000 point cut. In fact, when you look at the current movement right now, about 1.2% downtick is what you're looking at when it comes to the Sensex as well. And when you talk about sectors as well, you're looking at autos leading the losses, followed by financial services, bank, consumption, rural, realty, FMCG. All of these sectors exactly in that order. Those are your top sectoral laggards as well right now. What's holding up quite resilient is something like pharma, energy, oil and gas. Even metals managing to retain some bit of shine right now in trade. So that's largely the kind of uptick that you're seeing as far as some of those sectors are concerned. But with that in mind, let's take a quick look at the list of losers right now. So something like a Polycab India, KEI Industries, those are some of your losers that are down quite a bit. But when you talk about just within the Nifty 50 pack as well, Bajaj Finance, that's also down about 3.5%. Axis Bank, M&M, Bajaj Finserv. In fact, Bajaj Twins under pressure. Bajaj Auto as well, trading with a downtick of about 3%. Heavyweight HDFC Bank was also not managing to do anything right now, 2.5% cut right now. So no semblance of hope coming in for the markets from some of your heavyweights right now. So something like a Maruti Suzuki, Tata Motors, PV also trading with cuts right now as we speak. But when you talk about some of the gainers as well, something like Jio Financial Services, Coal India, Wipro, Sun Pharma, Tech Mahindra, those are the stocks that are managing to gain just a tad bit. But with that in mind, let's quickly take a look at the entire space when it comes to oil prices and gold prices. So it's been quite the volatile day as far as oil prices are concerned. In fact, when you talk about the prices right now, let's quickly take a look at the moves that you're seeing when it comes to Brent and WTI right now, because it's actually a very interesting picture that you're looking at when it comes to oil prices. Let's see if we can try and get those rates also up on the screen. But just to give you a sense of the broad picture that we've seen right now, you do have IEA proposing really a record release of reserves to curb prices, and members are going to be deciding on this particular proposal, which is exactly why right now, as you can see, Brent and WTI right now in sharp opposition to each other in terms of the kind of movements that you're seeing when you talk about prices. There you go. So the Brent move right now, about a 0.1% downtick coming in for Brent, and WTI as well, about a 0.4% uptick coming in. So that's largely the kind of lackluster sort of in terms of cues picture that you're looking at when it comes to oil prices. There's a lot to make sense of right now when it comes to oil as well as gold. In fact, to do just that, we do have Kunal Shah, Head of Commodities Research, Nirmal Bang, also joining us right now. Mr. Shah, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. It's actually a very interesting market, and I say that because when you talk about oil prices, it's been quite the flip-flop moves that we've seen since this morning. When you look at Asian trade, there was a little bit of recovery, at least in the first half of Asian trade. Right now, prices seem to have really paired some of those losses and really flip-flopping between picking a direction. That's Brent and WTI right now for you. Do you think that the IEA proposing that record reserve, that's something that has anything to do with it right now, or what are the triggers that you're looking at?
Well, like you said, it's a very interesting and a tricky market because on one side, what we are seeing is there are just talks. There are no release of supply, and we have seen after hitting $120, Brent is again back to 87. Okay, but if you look at the supply scenario, there are no fresh release. There is just an hope that there's going to be a release of oil, and even if they release 300-400 million barrels of oil, which is equivalent to 7 to 8 days of supply. After that, what? So right now, we are just in a complete dark. We don't know what is going to happen. We need clarity, more clarity in terms of what is going to happen in this war. And I believe that this is likely to remain like this till we have any clarity on what is going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz, whether it is going to be open, whether it is not going to be open, whether the supplies will continue to remain there within the Gulf, or it is going to go out. So apart from China, India, if the supplies are going out to the other nations, so oil and gas supply is a major concern. 20% of the gas, 20% of the oil comes from Strait of Hormuz. So if that doesn't come and hit the market, I think even though the IEA releases the extra surplus, that can trigger a $5, $6, $7 fall. But if the war doesn't get, if there's no agreement and if Strait of Hormuz gets blocked, then there's a possibility that again oil prices may start moving towards upward trajectory. But it is very difficult to oil to breach $120. So I believe on the upside $95 to $100, and on a downside 78. So this is the range where I foresee. Before I make any prediction, we need to see what is happening on ground, because there are just talks. Mr. Trump has said, I will release, I will unblock, I will escort all the tankers from the Hormuz, but nothing has happened so far. So we need to see what is happening, and then we can take a call whether it's going to be a problem or whether it is going to be a smooth scenario. So
right.
I think it's a wait and watch mode right now.
No, absolutely. And that wait and watch mode, Mr. Shah, that's something that we can very clearly see being reflected in the prices also when you're talking about oil. I also wanted to get a sense of what you think about what happens when IEA announces this record reserve, if they choose to go ahead with it. Now, you've pointed out that just about a $6, $7 fall is something that we could be penciling in. But do you see that fall also sustaining? Do you think that in a market like this, where supply concerns are still there very much so, do you think that that can really be getting prices back up, or are you looking at a sustained fall coming in?
I think it's very difficult for prices to, keep sliding downwards until we have some positive resolution coming out of this geopolitical conflict which is going on. So the possibility of downside from here is very limited, $78 to $80, like I said. And again, the possibility for it to again move up to $95 to $98 stands very high. So we don't like it. I hope and I pray it doesn't happen, but it seems that oil can again shoot up if there is no release of supply. And even if the supply is released, that relief will be very temporary.
No, absolutely. And just when you talk about the entire gas picture as well, that's also quite the complex dynamic that you're looking at. I'm wondering if you have a comment on that as well. And then perhaps we'll try and figure out whether the risk premium right now is perfectly baked into the pie. I'm just wondering if you're looking closely at the kind of gas prices that you're seeing internationally, if that's something that you do track and that you have a comment on, because right now, as things stand, across the country, you do have the LPG crisis that we have on the back of all of the supply disruptions, and the government has chosen to prioritize domestic supply right now versus commercial supply. That's something that hotel and the dining industry as a whole is really dealing with. Just a quick comment, if you will, when it comes to the gas markets.
I think gas prices are likely to remain under pressure. Are likely to remain in the bullish trend. The main reason for that is currently whoever is producing gas, they are not able to export it because of the closure of the Hormuz. Okay, and that is complicating this problem, because now what is happening, the fresh supply which can still hit the market and which can continue, those new production are also going to decline if Hormuz remains closed for another 15 days. So I see and I wish and I pray that it doesn't happen, but things doesn't look very nice at this moment.
Absolutely, a lot of prayers across the nation also, especially when it comes to the entire hotel industry that, echo the same sentiment, Kunal. But I also wanted to try and get a sense of what you think about the geopolitical risk premium, like I said. Do you think that it's perfectly baked into the pie right now, if that's a term that you can be using, for the risk premium? Or do you think that there's some more weight? Now, right now, things have pretty much stabilized, at least in terms of there not being an escalation of sorts when it comes to the Middle East conflict. Things are remaining as they stand. So given that entire backdrop, what are you thinking about the world premium?
I think we don't know, honestly, and there's no point in making. I think right now there is a possibility that another $10 of risk premium can get built in oil on a conservative basis, and also in gas. So gas and oil, until we see a meaningful solution of opening of Hormuz, I don't see a structural downtrend in these two commodities. They are likely to remain on the up move only. No matter what happens, whatever the IEA does, whatever the US does, the fall will be temporary.
No, absolutely. I just, not to extrapolate here and make assumptions, but that $10 figure, I wanted to try and understand how much room there is right now when it comes to the world premium. Quickly, before we let you go, also wanted to get a sense of what you think about what is happening with the gold markets as well. A little bit of safe haven demand that you have, a bunch of triggers that you're looking at when it comes to the markets. What kind of levels are you then looking at against this escalated safe haven demand?
I think the maximum upside we see is still 50 to 50. So if a trader can buy, the maximum upside which can come is 50 to 50. Beyond that, we recommend, once 50 to 50 gets achieved, we recommend to again go short in bullion, and it can go down till 51.20 and that kind of level. So in this scenario, the entire leverage trade gets unwinded, and that's where even the gold can witness some selling. So a bounce can be expected, but I don't think so it will be sustainable.
All right, then. So a bounce is something that you should be penciling in, but it is not sustainable. That's the key commentary coming in there. Thank you so much, Kunal, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go. That's the entire picture when it comes to the oil markets, the gas markets. That's a dinner table conversation right now, and also gold. But on that note, it's time for a very quick break right here on Lunchtime Trades. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned in. Time now to take a look at some of these counters that are buzzing away in trade. Now, of course, you are penciling in a harsh summer that is expected to drive strong demand across some of these segments. Right now, something like a Vari Energies is holding on to smart gains right now. Something like a Voltas also. Let's take a look at some of those stocks as well, because 1.5% uptick thereabout coming in on some of those counters. Like I said, a harsh summer is expected to drive strong demand across beverages, cooling products, packaged drinks, and seasonal FMCG categories as well. In fact, Mahima is joining in with the key stocks that stand to benefit from this particular heat-driven demand surge, and it's quite the uptick coming in for a lot of these counters, and an interesting update at that.
Absolutely, Shreyansi. So the expectation is that this summer is going to be a harsh one after the kind of monsoon that we've seen, last year, which kind of impacted a lot of these summer sales. The expectations are that World Meteorological Organization has said that there's 60% of chances of El Nino Southern Oscillation happening, which means there's going to be higher temperatures coming in, which could benefit a lot of counters that benefit from, heat summers. IMD is also expecting an above normal temperature when it comes to temperatures up till mid of May or till the end of May. Increased heat wave days are expected until May, like I mentioned. Now, a lot of counters stand to benefit from this. Firstly, when it comes to beverages, you have Varun Beverages, which is the largest franchisee of PepsiCo in the world, and this is set to benefit. United Breweries, beer manufacturers generally benefit from heated summers, so that would be in focus. Then, in terms of where FMCG names are concerned, Tata Consumer runs mineral water brand Himalayan Water, so this might also see some bump up in sales. For Tata Consumer, even Starbucks could benefit from selling off cold drinks and cold products as well. Dabur will also be in focus because 15% almost of the revenue comes from juices. This includes Real brands like Real, etc., and Real Active as well. The market share has also been bumping up in this space as well, and this space has seen a benign volumes coming in last year because of harsh monsoons. Be Natural is the brand of ITC that can also benefit from these harsh summers. Now, moving on to the next category, bottling and packaging, manufacturing of all of these products could benefit, and AMD Industry, which manufactures these packaging articles, could benefit from this. Hindustan Foods, which is one of the most trusted FMCG contract manufacturer for marquee brands, could also benefit out of this. And you have the last counter on the list that could also benefit from this, which is Orient Beverages, which also helps in manufacturing packaged water as well as under the drinking trade brand. Ice creams could also benefit from this. So Vadilal Industries, 16% of organized market share right now is held with Vadilal Industries, and Arun, which is a brand of Hatsun Agro, could also benefit from this because it has a very large scale presence in the southern markets. Lastly, in terms of where consumer durable stands, your AC sales, fan sales, etc. will bump up. So counters like Voltas, Blue Star, Symphony, Lloyd, even Whirlpool, Johnson Control, as well as Orient Electric could benefit from this. Orient Electric specializes in fans as well and premium fans as well. Imami could benefit because of Dermicool and Navratna, which is around 40% of market share right now. And Zydus Wellness could also benefit from Nycil because that also has a 34% market share. So these are some of the consumption names that could, Shreyansi, possibly benefit from harsh summers coming in.
No, absolutely, and you're factoring in that 60% chance of El Nino Southern Oscillation as well. Thank you so much, Mahima, for joining us with that entire update. So there you go, that's the entire update coming in as far as the harsh summer is concerned. And that is the entire list of stocks that you should be keeping on your radar as well. But moving on, then, LPG shortage continues to loom over restaurants in Mumbai. Operations have come to a complete halt because LPG unavailability, of course, is something that you're looking at right now. And Matunga's famous South Indian restaurant, Ram Ashray's manager, in fact, tells NDTV that with no LPG at all today, they had to shut down entirely. Let's go across to my colleague Sujata Dwivedi, who's at the restaurant earlier today. Take a look at that particular report.
The hospitality sector in Mumbai is facing severe crisis because of the lack of LPG shortage. At present, we are here at Ram Ashray. Now, this is one of the most prominent places that you'll find in Mumbai, where not only Mumbaikars but prominent celebrities from Bollywood as well as politicians love the menu because of the iconic and the great taste that the restaurant provides. But at this point, the operations have been completely suspended, and visitors who want to come in and taste the meal have been asked to leave back because they won't be able to provide them with anything, because the majority of the meals that is cooked here at this particular restaurant, it includes a lot of fuel, and it is a slow cooked dish that it consumes a lot of time, and LPG cylinders are utilized on a greater scale. We are here at LPG. Let us at this restaurant which utilizes LPG. Let us speak to the manager present here. आपसे जानेंगे कि फिलहाल आप लोग जब आ रहे हैं उन्हें मना कर रहे हैं, क्या स्थिति है?
रीज़न यही है, गैस नहीं है अपने पास।
अच्छा,
गैस नहीं है तो भी क्या कर सकते हैं मैडम, बात यही है।
तो कितने बजे से आपने बंद किया हुआ है इसे?
नहीं, बंद नहीं है, अपना चालू है, लेकिन जो अपने पास अवेलेबल है वही कस्टमर को हम लोग दिए जा रहे हैं।
क्या क्या अवेलेबल है, क्या क्या नहीं अवेलेबल है?
फिलहाल अभी शीरा अवेलेबल है अपने पास, चाय कॉफ़ी अवेलेबल है, इतना ही अवेलेबल है। जो अपने पास अवेलेबल कस्टमर आते हैं उनको बोल देते हैं सर अपने पास यही अवेलेबल है। रीज़न यही है, गैस नहीं है अपने पास।
इडली डोसा जो आपका फेमस डिश है वो नहीं बन पा रहा?
नहीं, गैस ही नहीं है, फिर कैसे बनेगा मैडम?
क्या तो सुबह से कितने लोग लगभग आके चले जा चुके हैं?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा उसके बारे में कोई आइडिया नहीं है। फिलहाल तो मतलब था अपने पास, अभी जस्ट ही ख़त्म हुआ है। हाँ, सुबह से ऐसा नहीं, कस्टमर आ रहे खा के जा रहे हैं।
फ्यूल का शॉर्टेज, एलपीजी का शॉर्टेज पिछले कितने दिनों से हो रहा था आपको?
फिलहाल ये 1-2 दिन से, आज या कल
ज़्यादा हो रहा
जी।
तो यदि अगर आज जैसे आप लोग चालू रखे हैं, आज जो बना लिया आपने, अगर कल तक आपके पास सिलेंडर नहीं आया तो फिर तो कल
बंद करना पड़ेगा मैडम। कल तक सिलेंडर नहीं आएगा तो बंद करना पड़ेगा, रीज़न यही है, उसके अलावा तो कोई ये है ही नहीं।
कई ऐसे दुकानदार हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि हम ब्लैक में भी ट्राई कर रहे हैं, नहीं मिल रहा।
नहीं, उसके बारे में आइडिया नहीं।
क्योंकि हम जब कस्टमर से बात करें उनका कहना है कि इतना अच्छा खाना मिलता है लेकिन अब नहीं खा पा रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो कारण वही है, गैस नहीं है, कारण वही है, गैस ही नहीं है अपने पास।
आप लोगों को तो नुकसान हो रहा होगा।
नुकसान तो हो रहा है, लेकिन क्या कर क्या सकते हैं, कारण वही है।
चलिए, हम चाहेंगे कि जल्द से जल्द आपको जो है एलपीजी सिलेंडर मिले, ऐसा जो है ये भी चाह रहे हैं। एंड एट दिस पॉइंट इट इज़ द शॉपकीपर्स एज वेल एज द मैनेजर्स हु आर स्टेटिंग दैट देयर कस्टमर्स हु आर वांटिंग टू कम एंड टेस्ट द टेस्टी फूड दैट द restaurant provides, but Ramashray, one of the most prominent restaurant today, is unable to serve only because of the shortage and the crisis which is being faced of the LPG cylinders on a commercial basis. Also, there have been guidelines that have been given out stating that only after applications will be submitted in, it will be allowed and decided whether commercial cylinders will be provided to these hoteliers or not, and henceforth a crucial time, in fact a very strict time for these hotels as well as the entire hospitality sector at this point, wherein in Mumbai only 50% of the total hotels and restaurants have temporarily stopped their operations, and the impact could be seen clearly on ground where customers are wanting to come in but they are unable to get the food, as well as the restaurant is unable to provide them with their meals.
Alright, then there you go. That's the word coming in as far as Ramashray is concerned. They may have to shut down entirely in terms of operations due to the LPG crisis. But that's all the time that we had on the show. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you.
Good afternoon. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Mahima. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade either on the back of price or volume action. Firstly, let's look at what's on the show today. We'll be speaking with the management of Big Block. Now, the stock is down nearly 31% despite the fact that the company reported its highest EBITDA in the last 6 quarters in the third quarter of FY26. So what's the way forward and what is the growth guidance that the management is giving for FY27 is the key question to ask here. Apart from that, we'll be covering stocks. Firstly, we'll be speaking about HG Infra. The company has won an order worth nearly 401 crore. The stock surged as much as 19.5% at one point of time, which was its biggest move since April 2020. Another stock that we'll be talking today is Urban Smart Space. The stock has been on an uptrend post Firoz Shah Godrej has bought stake in the company from the open market. What could be the rationale behind this purchase is something that we'll discuss on the show today. And if you look at Jal Jeevan stocks, there are a host of stocks that have been gaining. In fact, on the gainer side, most of them are the Jal Jeevan stocks. EMS, Denta Water, Indian Hume, Enviro Infra, Roto Pumps, all have been gaining given the fact that the government has increased the timeline and the budget for Jal Jeevan mission, and these stocks have been gaining on the back of that. And lastly, we'll be also covering KSH International. Now, the stock is up for the 5th trading session. On an intraday basis, it had hit its all-time high. ICICI Securities has initiated a buy rating on this counter today with a target price of 600, which suggests a potential upside of around 45 to 50% in trade. Now, if you look at the markets, the Nifty has given up all the gains that we saw in trade yesterday. It's hovering around that 24,000 mark for the last 1 hour of trade. Not much of an action that we are seeing, at least when it comes to the benchmark. Even on the sectoral side, Nifty Auto is the top sectoral loser, while gainers we have Nifty Pharma and Nifty Energy or the Nifty Oil and Gas pack, which have been on the top gainer side, but on the losing side is Nifty Auto, which has lost the most, down around 2.4%, followed by Nifty Private Index. And also surprisingly, the Nifty Small Cap Index, that has been gaining in trade, which could be largely because of the Jal Jeevan stocks. But Mahima, could you give us in detail which are the stocks that have been buzzing there?
Right, so, as you rightly mentioned, Jal Jeevan mission stocks, sweeping away. You have so many names, for example, EMS Limited locked in upper circuit right now. There's Denta Water, which is also up 15%, Roto Pump, which is also up 13% as well. The other pack of stocks that's doing fairly well is Apollo Pipes, as well as something like an Electro Steel Casting, which is up 19% and 13% respectively. Regal Resources is also doing fairly well, up 12%. We have Knife, which is up 12% as well. HG Infra. So a couple of infra names also doing fairly well in that space. Office space also doing very well, up 11% as we speak. Oswal Pumps also up 9% as well. Counters like Om Infra also doing fairly well. But on the flip side, counters that are under pressure are our systems, which is kind of continued to stay under pressure, is down 7.8% today as well. There's counters like Ramratna Wires, which is also under pressure. Silver Touch continues to be under pressure, down by about 5% as we speak. Fabtech is also down by about 3% odd. Taj GVK is also seeing some pressure because of this entire war scenario, down 2%, almost 3% as we speak. And lastly, counters like Pearl Poly as well as Premier Polyol is also down by about 2% each. But that's with regards to where the broader end of spectrum or the small cap space goes. But as promised, we're now joined by the management of Big Block. Mohit Sabo, who's the CFO and Director of Big Block Construction, is joining us now. Mohit, thank you so much for taking out the time. Mahima this side. As Somit was mentioning, you've seen a strong volume growth coming in Q3, and this has been one of your best quarters, and it stood at 38%, right? And I wanted to understand that right now, considering that analysts are kind of cautiously optimistic when it comes to private capex picking up, how are you viewing this kind of volume growth to sustain going forward in FY27? Do you still think that you'll be able to grow in that range of 35 to 38% in terms of where volume goes?
So, Mahima, over the last 3 quarters, continuously we have been updating our volume growth, and we have reached a capacity utilization of approximately 65% in Q3, with the highest ever quarterly turnover which we have reported, the highest ever EBITDA in the last 6 months, as you rightly mentioned. And going forward, we keep on intending to increase our capacity utilization across AAC blocks as well as AAC panels, both the segments. So AAC panels being a comparatively new product which we have introduced, which is the single largest panel available in the market, which is a green building material used as a replacement, where the height of the panel is 6 meters. It is lightweight, it's steel reinforced, and very good fire rating.
Okay, if you could just take us through what is your current utilization rate or capacity utilization, and how do you see that improving, how much that can improve, what is your target for FY27?
So, over the last 3 quarters, every quarter we have seen a utilization level from 51% in Q1 to almost 65% in Q3. And we intend to reach 70 to 75% in Q4. And going forward for the entire FY27, we intend to keep a capacity utilization on the upwards of 75%.
Okay, so you're saying that your capacity utilization has been on an improving trend and you're aiming for 74% for FY27. So when you reach 74%, is there more margin upside? Where can we see your EBITDA number to be? Because what I can see here is that your EBITDA number did spike up in the month of for the third quarter. But apart from that, it was quite subdued for the first 2 quarters of FY26.
So for the first 2 quarters of FY26, because of the lower capacity utilization, the EBITDA was quite affected. From Q3 onwards, since we have reached 65% capacity utilization, we have been also able to increase our margins to a little bit. And going forward, as the capacity utilization keeps on improving, our margins will also improve going ahead, thereby taking the EBITDA also a little bit higher. So if we see the EBITDA in Q1 was at around 2-3%, which has gone up to almost 12-13% in Q3. So going forward, we can aim an EBITDA of 15 to 20%.
Mohit, with regards to your realizations, you've seen an increase of around 2 to 3% in Q3, and this is also on an increasing trend, if I'm not wrong. I wanted to understand from a slightly long-term perspective, how do you see this fare? Because for you, if I'm not wrong, raw material prices will be a concern if the war situation continues. So then how do you see this entire thing play out, realizations versus volume growth?
So, obviously the war scenario, the things have been changing dynamically over the last 10 days. But if the war scenario keeps on going on and if we see inflated costs, we are looking at passing on the increased cost to the customers as well.
Okay, and then realization uptick, because you've mentioned that you will further be able to improve your realization. So what is the kind of range that you're looking at in terms of increasing this? Because this will also have, play its part in terms of your top line growth.
So recently in last quarter, as we have seen a 2 to 3% improvement in our margins. That is only because of realization improvement as well as volume improvement. But going forward, if the war situation persists, our input cost goes up, we'll increase the realizations as well as the cost increase will be passed on as well. And the real estate demand as well as entire infra segment, the demand looks quite optimistic. And the government is also doing a lot of capex, whichever was pending since the last 2 to 3 quarters. The government is also taking up all those capex. and we are seeing good demand from the government as well as the private sectors.
Okay, any issues in production that you're seeing because of the gas shortage that we are seeing overall for industries or commercials, anything that impacts you on that front? And you did mention that because of increasing our raw material cost, your cost would increase. By how much would that increase? And if you could give us some number on that front?
So far, in terms of the raw material cost, there has been an increase of almost 3 to 5%, mainly because of the energy cost. We use coal as a source of our energies, and aluminium powder is also one of our raw materials. So because of the war scenario, aluminium prices have also spiked up. But majority of our raw material is pond ash, which is a hazardous waste from the thermal power plants, which is available free of cost to us. So we just have to bear the transportation charges, and so far there has been no impact on the transport or the diesel prices, thankfully, by the government. So till that time, there's not going to be much of a cost escalation for us.
All right. The other aspect, with regards to your recent trial runs on construction chemical facility at Umargaon, just want to understand, because your trial runs have commenced now, and you expect, the production to soon happen. Give us a timeline as to when do you plan that, and when does the actual production start for you in terms of this particular plant?
So for the construction chemicals plant, we intend to start commercial productions probably in the first week of April itself. And for the AAC panels, which we have recently introduced, we are getting a lot of traction from a lot of data centers, from lots of infra projects, the likes of, we have done some mock-ups for the bullet train project as well, which is the dream project for our Honorable Prime Minister. We are also doing some mock-ups for large-scale industrial projects as well.
Okay, so Mohit, what is the kind of revenue that you would be expecting from this segment coming in, let's say, 3 years down the line?
So today we are doing mainly three things. One is AAC blocks, from which the revenue should be in the range of almost 240-50 crores per annum. AAC panels, from which our revenue could go up to almost 70-80 crores per annum. And construction chemicals, again, from which we can get revenues to the tune of almost 60-70 crores per annum. So targeting a top line of almost 400 to 450 crores over the next 2 to 3 years.
Lastly, one question from my side. Just wanted to understand how has been your order inflow growth, but because we have not seen much of pickup when it comes to private capex, but how has been the growth for you overall, and is it more coming from the government side? If you could just give us some color on that front.
So order inflow growth has been improving since the last 3 to 4 months, and it has been improving from private as well as government, both the areas. So when I talk about private, be it real estate players, the likes of Runwal, Suntech, Adani, PSP, etc., as well as when I talk about the public capex, so government is also doing a lot of capex through the contracts and tenders like Awas Yojana projects or Kanya Shiksha Parishad, police housing projects or Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan projects, which are all government projects, and the government has mandated the use of fly ash blocks or green building materials in those projects. So we are continuously getting repeat orders from that client as well.
Mohit, your next expansion phase for Madhya Pradesh, the capex is going to be in the tune of 75 to 80 odd crores. Any other capex planned? And how are you planning to fund this capex, and what is the timeline for this?
So the capex for the Madhya Pradesh plant, we are planning to do over the next 12 to 15 months to make the plant up and running in FY 27-28. And going ahead, apart from this, we have not yet planned a capex, but we have our thoughts to enter the southern India market by putting up a plant in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka.
All right, Mohit, thank you so much for helping us, answer those questions so candidly, and thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. So that was the management of Big Block, of course. But with that, let me also welcome in Avinash Gorakshaka, the founder and head of research at Avinash Mentor Research, joining us now. Avinash, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for joining us. Your quick take. I mean, you heard the management probably of Big Block, and as Somit was mentioning earlier as well, volumes have picked up very well. It's been one of the best quarters for them, but the stock is not doing anything, right? It's seen a downhill. What's the view like overall, fundamentally?
No, I think you're right in saying that, volumes have picked up. But if you see the last 2-3 quarters, the company has not delivered as per what the market earlier expected. So I think, markets are probably looking at maybe another quarter, that is the March quarter and the June quarter, to be equally strong. I think a lot of expectation was built up earlier on this stock, but unfortunately in the past 2 to 3 quarters, I think numbers have not been so great. So I think we'll have to wait for a little bit of more conviction. I think once the March quarter numbers are out, we get a better sense on the kind of volume growth and the kind of raw material kind of scenario. Because as the management pointed out, already 3 to 5% cost increases have happened. Now, how quickly they are able to, get the benefit of the price increase is something which I think we'll have to wait and watch. So I think after the March quarter, hopefully, if this war ends and things get back to normal, then I think you could see a gradual kind of uptrend in the stock. So I think long term, yes, this business is going to grow rapidly. The management also has a very strong bandwidth in this business. But in the near term, these challenges will continue. So I think it's a hold. We'll prefer to wait for the March quarter and then wait for the commentary, post the quarter 4.
Consistency in financial performance is something that could lead to re-rating in the counter. Shifting focus, let's get in Sharat to understand what's been buzzing on the F&O side given the fact that the market is down nearly 300 points in trade.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Somit. And we see largely yesterday's gains have been wiped off by the markets, and this definitely BankX is showing a big downtake. Bajaj Twins, M&M, and you could see even the HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank also. So FI heavy counters are seeing a good sell-off. NTPC, Sun Pharma, Power Grid, that's where a little bit of respite is there, but nevertheless the sell-off has intensified and key levels are being tested again for both Sensex and BankX as well. Let's look at the stock specific moves also, where the overall action is. Long build-up coming in for Blue Star and Nalco. Of course, the AC related stocks are doing well in the trade, good buying coming in this segment. But looking at the short covering candidates, this is Oil India and Samman Capital, and the long unwinding names. Let's see what's there over here. We'll have a good amount of sell-off here. Muthoot Finance, that's down 3.5%, and Marico also, that's also we are seeing a good sell-off happening. Shorts build up, that's of course Colgate, that sell-off has intensified, it's down almost 6%, and cable wire stocks also are taking a beating, especially on concerns on a weaker Q4 as well. So sector specific moves are definitely happening in the market, but the sentiment is turning bearish for both BankX and Sensex.
All right, so that's the view with regards to where the F&O space is concerned. But moving on and talking about the other small caps stock that we're putting spotlight on is HG Infra. Now, this stock has been in focus on the back of an order win, and we have Puneet joining by to give us more perspective on this one. Puneet, over to you.
Well, thank you for that. It's been a big day of returns today for the counter, up almost 10% now and was almost up 19% at one point of time. This is also on the back of an order win of almost 401 crores that the company has reported, but largely the biggest move since April of 2020 in just this one single day. The returns are something to watch out for because, stocks down almost 56% from the highs of 1,200 rupees in the last 1 year itself. Now, order win comes at the back of another order win that the company reported at the end of February of almost 1,582 crores. So almost 2,000 crores of order win in just a couple of weeks. And when you also look at the order book position of the company at the end of quarter 3, roughly around 3,300 crores of orders that they won in quarter 3 itself, which takes the net total to almost 13,000 crores that the company has won till December of 2025 or till the end of quarter 3. So it has been a robust year of order inflows, but unfortunately that hasn't translated in the financials, and hence we've seen an impact on the stock or the back of either valuation concerns or on weak financial performance as well. Now, specifically, management had earlier guided that they expected roughly 4,000 to 5,000 crores of orders inflow by March of 26. So we could see still some more announcements over the next 20 days, but they have largely, remained in the roads and highway segment, which contributes 63% of the total order wins. But railways form 20% and battery projects form 12% of the company's incremental order wins as of now. So of the 13,000 crore order book, that is the top 3 segments. But you have to look at the financials as well along with the order book, and that has been weak. In quarter 3, revenue was down 4%, but the EBITDA and largely led by slower execution caused by delays for the company that they had mentioned. But specifically, EBITDA was down 10% and profits were down 29% for quarter 3. So investors will be watching out for quarter 4 essentially in terms of earnings to end this year positively. Axis Securities maintains a positive view given the valuations are very lucrative according to them. They've highlighted that they have a buy rating with a target price of 970 which is a substantial upside from here. But you have to measure as an investor the order book positioning going into financials, and both those aspects we've highlighted in this segment.
All right, Puneet, thank you so much for giving us that comprehensive perspective on HG Infra. Avinash, your quick view on this one. As Puneet was mentioning, I think the order inflow is not kind of getting translated into the top line. But having said that, it's one of the cheapest players available in the infra space right now.
Yeah, I think clearly, the valuation comfort is there, but unfortunately, execution has been very weak. Q3 was a very poor quarter. I think the market should also like a strong jump in revenue as well as the profit. I think if you look at the EBITDA, it got impacted negatively. The top line also was not even in double digits. So my sense is, the markets in these kind of cases would prefer to definitely see how much execution happens out of these orders. The new order win is definitely a big positive. I think investors who can probably take a slightly longer term call of say next 12 to 18 months can definitely take a small kind of exposure at the current level. But I think the markets would obviously give the stock a big re-rating once the Q4 number is out and the numbers are much better than the Q3. So I think it's a wait and watch. Our sense is that in these kind of companies, I think once the execution improves, then the re-rating will happen. So it's a hold from our side. I think aggressive investors who want to take a position can take a small position, but obviously the Q4 will be very crucial for future re-rating going ahead.
Right. Let's get in Sharad. Sharad, they have been talking about the Jal Jeevan mission. I believe is one of the reasons why Nifty small cap is actually outperforming. All of the top gainers when it comes to the small cap stocks are related to Jal Jeevan stocks. So what has changed really here?
Actually, you're right, Soumit. The top 20-30 gainers are coming in from this segment. A very important update for Jal Jeevan Mission 2.0. Of course, there's an extension of that. We already know about the key details, but the stocks which should be in your radar, especially in the small cap names, the water infra, this includes, of course, EMS, Ramki Infra, Enviro Infra, Concord Environ, Ion Exchange, Denta Water, it's of course a micro cap, Jash Infra, SPL Infra, Vishnu Prakash Pungalia, and even SEPC. These are the stocks which are doing really well in trade. But if you go a bit deeper into it, the pipe segment, we have Prince Pipes, we have Indian Hume Pipes, High Tech Pipes. These stocks are also doing really well in the trade. Apart from that, the pumps, the solar pump angle is also there, where KSB pumps and even Oswal pump stocks are buzzing in the small cap and the mid cap space.
Okay, all right. Sharad, thank you so much for getting us those details. Avinash, your quick view on this entire pack of stocks.
No, I think it will definitely be kind of a positive sentimental driver. I think more business should come in FY 26-27. And I think for a very long period, these companies were beaten down because earlier the government had actually reduced the Jal Jeevan kind of, expansion kind of budget. But now with this new program initiative, I think you could see a stronger performance in FY 27. I think we are looking at companies like Vatek, EMS, or maybe Electro Steel Castings, which are very solid companies in this space. So definitely, I think you could expect significant amount of re-rating, hopefully once the orders are announced and the execution takes off. So I think Electro Steel Casting is down by almost 80-90%. EMS is also down. So this could be a good kind of an entry point for investors who want to take an exposure for the next 12 to 15 months. Once numbers come in, I think the stocks could be further re-rated.
Right. Urban Smart Spaces is another counter that remains in focus given the fact that Firozshah Godrej, who also has one of his own company, Godrej Properties, is looking or has bought stake in open market in this company. What could be the rationale behind this purchase? Let's get in part to understand more details on that.
So Arvind Smart Spaces is back in news today. This time because they have acquired a new project in Whitefield, Bengaluru. In this project, they have a total sellable area of more than 2.5 million square feet with a revenue potential of more than 330 crores. This is actually their third project edition in Bengaluru this year, and it has taken their business potential to more than 2,840 crores. The stock might be flat today, but yesterday the stock was up more than 15% due to a bulk deal by Firozshah Godrej. Firozshah Godrej is the executive chairman of Godrej Properties, and he acquired more than 8.17 lakh shares in the company from HDFC Capital Real Estate Fund at a price of 498 rupees per share. So with smart money investments pouring in and a robust pipeline ready across key urban markets, Arvind Smart Spaces has now positioned itself for the next leg of growth.
Right. Avinash, any view on Arvind Smart Spaces here, given the fact that Firoz Shah Godrej has bought stake from the open market? Does it lead to more investor interest here?
I think definitely this is a large investor, Somit, so definitely there is going to be some positive interest on the stock. But I think, the most important thing is I think the market wants to look at better execution and better kind of numbers, in the fourth quarter. Typically, October to March season is a very strong quarter for real estate companies. So I think we'll have to see at these numbers. The stock is definitely looking attractive, but only for those investors who can take a 6 to 12 month time frame and then only look at numbers. Unfortunately, the stock has not been doing well, at least in the last few months. So I think only those investors who have got a slightly longer term horizon can take a investment kind of time frame of this period and stay invested. I think existing holders can hold on.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on Arvind Smart Spaces. With that, Avinash, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us with all those small cap stocks. We are completely out of time on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. But do stay tuned. Ask Profit up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
it's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me as always is Mahima Vachrajani, and over the next half an hour or so, we'll try and solve all your stock related queries. So if you haven't already, do start sending them on the numbers that will be flashing on the top of your screen. The WhatsApp number is up there. Even the number to call us, talk to us directly on your stock related queries is also available up there as well. But before we do that, a very quick check of the declining stage, unfortunately, of the markets today. The Sensex down 1,000 points with the Nifty 50 now comfortably below the 24,000 level. So it has been a day which has been under pressure and building on to those declines at this point of time. It's a stark reversal from when we did the morning edition of Ask Profit and shows you the volatility and the weakness we are witnessing across key counters as well as stocks. Let's look at the Nifty 50 now. And while at one point of time, there were multiple stocks between the 0 to 1% declines in terms of the heat map for the Nifty 50. We are seeing a little bit of a building on to those actions. So you will see a lot of those has vanished now. Losses below 1% have increased all the way from Ultratech till Bajaj Finance, which is down almost 4%. Axis Bank, Shriram Finance, M&M, Bajaj Finserv, all are leading the Nifty down today. In terms of the contribution for the Nifty 50, in terms of both the gainers and the losers, the gainers of course a little lesser at this point of time, but in terms of the losers, the banking names Axis, HDFC are leading the charge, and so is Bharti Airtel at this point of time. The sector heat map though has been reflecting to us that the private banking space as well as the Nifty Bank has been down consistently over the last couple of days, and now the Nifty Auto has also, from gains in the morning, has now become the top loser at 2.7%. So investors taking off money in spaces that have done well, and that's clearly visible in the top 3 to 4 sectors that are biggest losers right now. In terms of the gainers, pharma, oil and gas and energy are leading the charge, but not enough to subside the gains as well. But the advanced decline ratio, Mahima, we've been tracking very extensively. In the morning, it was 3 to 1 in terms of the advances leading the charge. But when you look at the advanced decline now, and we'll get to that in just a bit, it shows you the pressure that the benchmarks is. So we are almost at an equal range now, which is 1:1, but shows you the volatility and the lack of strength essentially in the counters.
Yes, because the broader markets which were fairly doing well have kind of turned into the red. The mid cap 150 right now is trading with cuts of about 0.8%. The small cap 250 is also almost trading flat, but the small cap 100 is doing fairly well, and largely the gains are led by all this Jal Jeevan Mission led stocks. So a lot of small cap water infra based stocks are doing fairly well, and that's something that's kind of leading the gains in the small cap space. But otherwise, as Puneet was mentioning, all the gains that you had kind of seen in the markets yesterday has been completely washed off right now. Sensex down almost by about 1,500 odd %. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let's get in your stock related queries. We're now joined by Kunal Rambia, as the fund manager and trading strategist at the Streets, joining us now. Kunal, thank you so much for taking out the time. time, my first question is from Vanita Bara, who's writing us from Kuwait, asking about Bajaj Finance. She's got 146 shares at the levels of 940. Wants to know as to what should be the course of action for her. What's the view on Bajaj Finance?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on the show. So as far as Bajaj Finance is concerned, if you look at the recent rally, the counter actually declined from 1050 and now it's trading at 900. So yes, the short-term trend is definitely negative. But if you look at the last 3 to 4 months behavior, it's been a bit of in the range bound itself. On the lower side, we have 850 as a strong support and we have seen 1050 as the strong resistance. So I think if the view is a little long term, then continue holding this position till 850 as a stop loss. But if the counter manages to close below 850 on a weekly basis, then it's an exit.
Got that view, Kunal, and thanks for joining in. The next question that we're getting in is from Lalita from Bengaluru. She's holding shares of BHEL at this point of time, roughly 485 at 272. And right now in the losses, she's asking if it's a good time to average down right now. Would you recommend that, Kunal, at this point of time?
Hi, Puneet. So if you look at BHEL, again, this counter is absolutely range bound and has not done anything in last 1.5 to 2 months. If you look at the support, that's at around 245 and the resistance is at around 265, 270. So rather than averaging out, just hold on to the position with the stop loss of 245. And by any chance, in the coming days, if the counter manages to break about 275, 280 mark, then the momentum can be captured by initiating a long. But otherwise, don't average out at this level because counter has not done much in last 1.5 to 2 months.
Okay, all right. Of course, we're also now joined by Vilit Bolinchkar also on this side of the show. And we have Sanjay calling us from Mysore. Sanjay, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Go ahead, ask your question.
Ma'am, KPI Green Energy stock, ma'am, 1,131 quantity, ma'am. Average price 456, ma'am. Correct loss, ma'am, 1 lakh, ma'am. Seller road, ma'am, please technical analysis, ma'am.
Okay. Kunal, I'll stick with you for this one. He's sitting on a loss of 1 lakh rupees. Your suggestion with regards to which charts go?
See, Mahima, if you look at this counter from Jan 2024 so far, this counter has not fallen below 335 mark. In fact, just 2 days ago, this counter made a low at around 335 and now it's trading at 366 with a gap up behavior today. But 335 is a level to watch out as a strong support and the level to add the counter if at all he wishes to average out. Though now he is already sitting in a deep losses rather than averaging, I would say still continue to hold this counter. If the counter manages to hold this 335, then in the coming months, we might see the levels of 420, 25 very soon. Again, revisit the channel at that time and ask someone who is available. But I think continue to hold for now. It's absolutely a thumbs up.
Absolutely a thumbs up for now by Kunal. But viewers, you can also call us, talk to us on your stock related queries as well. But the next question coming in on SMS Pharma. Now, Sarat Babu from Dubai, and hopefully all's good at your end, Sarat, is holding shares of SMS Pharma, bought at 202 rupees per share. So he's almost doubled his money in this particular time frame. He's asking if he should hold on for some more time or is it time to book the profits. Vineet, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Do you track this counter by any chance? Any recommendation for Sarat?
So I would recommend him to continue holding on to the stock. We think that there are good times ahead on this company, and hence we would recommend you to hold on to this stock from current levels.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on SMS. But we've got our next caller, Pramod, is calling us from Bengaluru. Pramod, a very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a question on Praj Industries.
Yeah, good afternoon. I actually bought 255 shares of Praj Industries at 468 rupees.
Okay.
Now I'm sitting at the loss of 40,000. But I'm planning to hold it for a long time as I thought ethanol is going to improve much. So what should I do now? I'm already at a huge loss. Should I average it out or should I book losses?
Okay, got your question, Pramod. Vineet, I'll come to you on this one. We've seen a rally in sugar on the back of the ethanol news that came in, but he's still sitting on a loss of around 40,000 rupees. What would you recommend?
Should continue to hold on. I think this is not the time to sell this stock. The industry tailwinds are very strong, and we expect this to play out continuously in the medium to long term. So you can continue to hold this stock, and you may even average a bit.
A bit on Praj Industries is what Vineet recommends. But the next question is coming in from Nagabhushanam from Vishakhapatnam. He's holding Shares of Tata Motors bought at 350 and asking if it's a good time to still hold or sell out. Vineet, let me stick with you for this one as well. What would you recommend him to do? Because while the India business is doing well, JLR continues to have its own set of problems. Your view on the stock?
These problems are going to persist for some time. So you would be better off buying this stock gradually as the stock comes lower and average out slowly. I think that once this war scenario settles down, I think Tata Motors PB is going to come back with a bang.
Got that view, Vineet. The अगला जो कॉलर है वो अंबाला से है. अजय ज्वाइन करें हमारे साथ, एक स्टॉक क्वेरी करें. अजय, शो में आपका स्वागत है. कैसे मदद कर सकता हूँ आपकी?
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. मेरा क्वेश्चन सिलो वर्ल्ड पे है.
हाँ
सर मेरा 500 शेयर है तो 523 पे.
ओके.
मेरा तो ये है कि सारे इंडक्शन वाले स्टॉक चल रहे हैं, बटरफ्लाई के साथ. तो क्या मैं 500 शेयर इसमें रख सकता हूँ कि ये कुकवेयर बनाते हैं इंडक्शन की, और इंडक्शन भी जो चल रहा है शॉर्टेज ऑफ गैस के कारण?
करेक्ट. नहीं समझ सकता मैं अजय. ये काउंटर ने बहुत अंडर परफॉर्म किया है. एंड विनीत, मैं आपके पास आता हूँ इस अजय के लिए कोई राय के लिए. सेलो वर्ल्ड के अर्निंग्स काफ़ी वीक रहे इस दौरान. क्या आप रेकमेंड करेंगे अजय को टू कंटिन्यू होल्ड या अभी उनको सेल आउट करना चाहिए? बिकॉज काउंटर में काफ़ी टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं कि वो प्रेशर बना रहा है.
काफी डिसअपॉइंट किया सेलो वर्ल्ड ने, और हमें लगता है कि ये स्टॉक यहाँ से और भी नीचे आ सकता है. तो इसके अर्निंग्स के टर्न अराउंड की राह देखें, उसके पहले बाद में ही आप ये स्टॉक में एंट्री ले. तब तक आप या एग्जिट करें या इसको आप होल्ड करें.
ठीक है. Okay, so that's the view on Cello World. The next question that we have is from Kameswara Rao, who's writing us from Andhra Pradesh, asking about TCS. He's got around 55 shares bought at the levels of 3,300. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or sell at this point of time. Kunal is sitting on a loss of around 45,000 rupees. What would you recommend?
Again, if you look at the recent term trend, the short-term trend from 3,300, the counter is already in the oversold trajectory and reached 9,475. But still, there is no consolidation seen on the chart. So, from the short-term point of view, it's a clear exit. But if the view is positional and long-term, then I think any decline from here on. So, we have in-house kept the levels of around 2,400 in mind. If the counter reaches near 2,400, we'll start looking at it from our long-term portfolio perspective. But as of now, it's certainly negative. So try to exit this and move on to the counters which are in good momentum to recoup the losses which he has already made.
Got the view, Kunal. But the next question coming in yet again on the pharma space. Aluvis Pharma is what we are putting our focus on now, and Shriram is holding shares at 582. He's asking what he should do with this counter. What would you recommend, Vineet? Should he continue to hold this one?
Yes, I think you should definitely hold on to this stock. It's a great company, and they do well even in the worst of times when the CV cycles are not doing well, because they use in after sales vehicles, and I think that the stock should do very well going ahead.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Engineers India. Madesh from Tamil Nadu wants to know if this is the right time to buy this counter. Kunal, your view on the charts, do you think this is the right entry point?
The only positive which I can see is that there was a day somewhere in the month of Feb where the counter gap up opened by around 11% and then continued up rally. And that level was around 190. Yesterday counter made a low of around 190 and now it's consolidating near 200. That's the only positive which I can see. Apart from that, there is no major trend on the counter. So I would advise a viewer to actually stick to the counters which are in good momentum rather than just buying and waiting for that counter to perform in the future. So it's an avoid for now. Keep a watch on it. If the counter manages to go about 210, that can be a good short-term breakout to think of buying this counter.
Got the view, Kunal. But another caller from Andhra Pradesh now. Reddy has a stock query for us. Reddy, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yes, sir. Should I buy HDFC stock at the price rate of 832 for the 1 year holding for 4 lakh rupees?
Got it. So you want to invest in HDFC Bank right now? You don't hold it currently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Vineet, let me come back to you. He wants to invest 4 lakh rupees in HDFC Bank. Are you in the camp where these private banks have corrected enough to buy into it, or do you feel that it's not the time right now, looking at what's happening in the private banking space right now?
Personal view is that over the next couple of quarters, the trajectory of price will turn upwards. And while it's difficult to time them, so what I would recommend to him is to stagger his 4 lakh investment that he wants to do on the buy side into small packets of 50 to 100,000, which he can buy over the next 4 to 6 quarters. 4 to 6 months, sorry.
Okay, that's the view coming in on HDFC Bank. The next one is from Dr. Lavanya, who's writing us from Meluru, asking about United Spirits. She's got 80 odd shares at the levels of 1460. She wants to know whether she should hold or sell. Vineet, I'll stick with you for this one. Since the news of Karnataka government coming in and saying that they will not now cap the prices for these alcohol companies, I wanted to understand your view on this one, because the stock has been gaining on the back of that recently.
So it's a great company, but we think that Radico Khaitan is a much better stock to buy. There is significant, it is significantly underpriced, and we would prefer buying Khaitan over day.
All right. Okay. So that's the view coming in on this, space, and of course United Spirits as well. The next one is on Bharti Airtel, and this is from Ranjit, who's writing in. He says that he's purchased Bharti Airtel at the levels of 1885. He wants to know if he should add or hold at this point of time. Kunal, your view on the charts?
So he can continue to hold because the counter has not really broken the major support of 1800 so far. The level which it is holding on since one and a half year approx. So yeah, it's a hold as of now. But if counter breaks below 1800, then it's an exit.
The next caller is from Andhra Pradesh yet again. Pawan Kumar has a stock query for us. Pawan, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, my query was about Colgate Palmolive.
Okay.
I bought it 2,748 rupees. 58 shares.
And when did you buy this, Pawan?
I bought it I holding from nearly 1 year ago.
1 year, okay, got it. And can you hold it for some more time, then I can get you the long-term view of the stock?
Yeah, I can wait for about 1 year, but I want to know what is the stock status, whether it will move forward or it will down, or I want to buy at current level. I want to average.
Got it. And fair question, Pawan. Vineet, very quickly, would you recommend Colgate at this point of time to average down, as well as your view on the stock?
I think it's a great stock to own from the long term. Obviously, when he's a buyer of Colgate, he is wanting to invest over the long run. So I think every decline that persists is one where you should be accumulating stock gradually over the next couple of months, where we expect the market to kind of find some kind of its own bottom.
Okay, in fact, the stock is at its day's low point, but Nuvama did confirm that there is no development as such, and they've said that Q4 is going to be better as compared to Q3, and FY27 will build on that. So that's something that you should know about Colgate. But it's time for a rapid fire round now. Vineet as well as Kunal, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on Shakti Pumps. Our viewer has bought at the price of 551. Short-term targets and stop loss on this one. Kunal?
Hold on with the stop loss of 520 and the targets can be 575.
SBI bought at 1165. Vineet, is it a good time to average now?
Not really. We think that the market will sell off further given the woes of the Gulf crisis.
Okay, Siemens, for the next 6 months, what are the charts indicating, Kunal?
So as of now, sideways consolidating counter, resistance at 3,300, take an exit.
AGI Greenpack bought at roughly around 781, Kunal, by a viewer. Needs to know if she should hold on or sell out.
Hold on for now.
Netweb Technologies, from a long-term perspective of 5 years, is this a good time to enter, Vineet?
Definitely, one should look to buy this stock. It's got a great run up ahead of it, given the interest for AI and their chips and equipments.
Hindustan Copper bought at 640 by Rao. What should he do, Kunal, with this counter? Is it a good time to average?
Not to average, but hold on to the old position with the stop loss of 525.
Okay, Exide bought at the levels of 334. What is the charts? What are the charts indicating, Kunal?
So as of now, it's a sideways consolidating near lower levels. So avoid the fresh entry. But if someone is already holding, hold with the stop loss of 300.
Welspun Corp bought at 550 rupees per share. Vineet, is it a good time to book out the profits now?
Can continue to hold on. We think it's a great company and the outlook for this stock is very good going ahead.
Okay, Raymond Limited is the next one. Ashwin wants to know from a long-term perspective of 2 years, this is a good hold. Vineet, your view?
Yeah, we are quite positive on this stock.
Sevas bought into Office, bought at 400 rupees per share, Kunal. Stocks definitely down since then, but what would you recommend him for his 2,500 shares?
So it's a clear declining counter. Excluding today, it was in downtrend. So hold on for now because of today, the gain is really good. Stop loss is 260.
Okay, KPR Mills, what's the target price and is this the right time to buy? Kunal, your view on the charts?
KPR Mill, the overall trend is sideways exit.
Is it a good time to buy into TD Power right now? Would you recommend that, Vineet, to our viewer?
Sell on this counter. Great company, but valuations are very rich.
Irida, what are the charts indicating? The viewer's stop loss is already hit. What should he do, Kunal?
Try to take an exit if the counter breaks 110. Otherwise, hold on for now.
Yes Bank bought 19,000 shares at roughly 20 rupees by Prashant. Vineet, should he hold on for the next 3 years is his question.
Undoubtedly, very good company to hold.
Okay, Kala Mandir, that is of course Sai Silk. Mahesh wants to know a long-term outlook on this one. Vineet, any view?
We are positive on this stock. We think but you'll have to have a slightly long holding period.
SpiceJet bought by Abhijit at 28 rupees, Vineet. Roughly around 1,000 shares. Should he average down right now or what would you recommend?
Don't average, but it's too cheap. It's only one of the few counters, and our airline industry is in an uptick, so it should come back again.
Got it. Well, that's the end of the rapid fire as well as this edition of Fast Profit. But Kunal as well as Vineet, thank you as always for helping us solve almost 31 queries that we've done in these 20 minutes. But viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of the show. Roughly around 91 queries, Mahima. So we are getting there, but largely away from our number of 100. But we'll try again tomorrow. That's all the time we have on the show. India Market Close comes up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Ragon with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े सिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है सिंगल 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 सिंगल
Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Welcome, you're watching India Market Close, and Alex, we seem to be at the low point of the day as more bad news is trickling in. I'm seeing on the NDTV Profit ticker news from NDTV that Iran is now saying they're going to target US tech companies, Nvidia, Google, and all of their assets in the Middle East now on target.
Yeah, absolutely. And that seems to have caused a risk-off sentiment globally. Europe, as it stands, is all down. And it seems like the frontline companies and banks in India are being targeted in terms of that selling. So you are seeing a lot of pressure in the Nifty Bank at the low point of the day. And you are seeing frontline companies like Bajaj Finance, Bajaj Finserv, several other large NBFCs also losing ground quite considerably today.
So here's what's happening on D Street. Nifty has wiped off yesterday's gains. It's a sell on rise strategy. The sell on rise is finished and it's just sell whatever you can strategy right now. If I'm being honest, it is that bad. Since February 26th, that's 26th of February, Nifty is now down nearly 1,500 points. India VIX has spiked again, nearing the 21 mark. 24,000, which was earlier a support level, seems to now be a resistance level. 23,700 has become the new support level. Small cap 100 has outperformed, trades in green largely because of gains in the Jal Jeevan related stocks. So there are few pockets over there which are doing okay. Everything else is in bad shape. Defensive are in play. Nifty Pharma is top sectoral gainer. Nifty Private Bank Index is among the top losers, down 7% in March. Is the worst month since June 2022. I want to pull up the India VIX for the current rate right now, and then the Nifty heat map will give you a sense of what's happening at this point. And yeah, this spike again, this is what's making people uncomfortable. The bears are back. The Nifty heat map will tell you what is dragging down the Nifty, because fewer constituents. Here is where you should focus. Bajaj Finance. I mean, this is a hammering. Now, this morning we were talking about the Macquarie note and that story that NBFCs now will have the same rules as private banks when it comes to
leadership.
Their executive directors. Has to be cut off as 70. RBI will decide their salaries, etc. That's maybe a pain point playing out. Axis, Bajaj Finserv, all looking bad. All the auto pack, which was recovering yesterday, is hammered down again massively. What's up? Coal India, Geo Financial and NTPC. Sun Pharma is now clearly defensive play. So this is what's dragging down the Nifty.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tamanna, a few of these names in the red stand out, right? You have ICICI Bank cuts of nearly 0.9%, Reliance Industries cuts of about 1%, HDFC Bank down over 1.8% at this point, Axis Bank down about 3.6%. Pull up the constituents and the contributors on the Nifty 50 and you will see what I'm talking about. It is the private banks right there. HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, Bajaj Finance, M&M. These are leading the declines, not too much in the way of contributors. Pull up the sectoral heat map just to drive home that point. And in the morning today, you had quite a bit of green on the screen. That has completely evaporated. The tide has turned. The Nifty metal was trading with gains of over 1% or thereabouts. It has erased that completely. Auto is trading now at the low point of the day, one of the worst hit. Private banking index is also down. And by the way, while we were speaking, the small cap index slipping into the red.
Yeah. So now here's the latest that we were talking about. Iran has threatened attacks on US tech companies. Google, Microsoft, Nvidia are likely to be targeted. That's the news that we're getting coming in. May be the reason why you're seeing this kind of a hit. We'll pull up European markets for you in a bit, and that's also showing that hit. But let me go across to Gurmeet Chadda first, who's joining us on the show this afternoon. Gurmeet, you know, we swing so quickly from bad news to little better news back to bad news that it's difficult really to make any kind of a call on what's happening in the markets right now. But do you see this instability continuing for some time?
Yeah, hi Tamanna. I think our issue has been persistent FI outflows. And if you see, that's what actually is putting pressure on the rupee also. So our current account deficit, and that is not been a problem. In fact, the current FX reserves also are at about 8-9 months. So I think that probably it's a bit of a chicken egg thing, right? You know, currency keeps depreciating. You see the way some of our large caps have fallen, and some of them are at very decent valuations, whether it is some of the banks or M&M or even Reliance, which has done anything. Just tells you there is probably supply pressure, which is actually weighing on the sentiment. So on negative news, we do fall, but on the way up, we are showing less attraction, which is one cause of worry. But as I said, the valuations are becoming very reasonable. Market sometimes will test you. I think it's been a very testing 18 months, especially last couple of months. But almost 330 out of BSE 500 stocks are below 200 DMA. 70% stocks are almost 25-30% down. That I'm talking about top 500. The pain is much deeper once you go. So I think we are in this phase where intelligent, disciplined investing will reward. But for now, I think we have to endure this pain. And from a near-term perspective, I think we have to see how it goes. The situation is very fluid. So if there is a ceasefire, let's say, things can turn very quickly. Also, my personal view is looking at oil prices is that even Russia is now coming back. Even I think there probably is some sense of understanding, even in terms of the Russia-Ukraine war. So when the good news will also come, suddenly you will have good news on two fronts. One is the current one, which is the Iran-US-Israel one, and then on the Russia-Ukraine front.
But hi Gurmeet, good afternoon from my end as well, Alex here. I'm just wondering and I think a lot of our viewers will also be wondering this, हमें क्यों पीटा जा रहा है इतना? Because ultimately, you've had foreign institutions selling for quite a while, and there are relative pockets of strength even in India. It seems like Indian equities are getting beaten worse than others, and there are large investors globally that are also reducing their weightage. I think you pointed that out on social media as well.
Yeah, so Alex, as I said, I think our timing of capital gain tax hike wasn't the right thing. I think economy was slowing down. EPS growth was at its weakest when we hiked LTCG from 10 to 12.5, and then the issues, the global issues took over, and then if you see the emerging market index return, I mean, we have underperformed by 50%. That's 5,000 basis points. So a lot of these funds are market cap adjusted, right? Mark to market adjusted. So let's say with the Norges fund, we were at 2.1%, and it's fallen by 40 basis points because mark to market, the market has, so a lot of them are self-adjusted funds which follow mark to market basis. That's why I'm saying something has to be done to, address this, because this is also putting pressure on rupee, which in turn is further putting pressure on the outflows. So while government has done yesterday, for example, they did a note 3 which they did allowing some of the Chinese investments up to 10%. We saw data center tax holiday for 2047. I think more steps are needed. Maybe at some point of time we may consider a dollar bond issuances which we have done earlier, although FX reserves are comfortable, and relooking policy in terms of taxing FIs. So I think other than that, and obviously the global sentiment has weighed on us, but the macro dashboard looks good. Bank credit growth is back. GDP numbers are looking good. Valuations have become reasonable. It's just
problem is, Gurmeet, in the middle of a forest fire, it's difficult to see those green shoots. And what we're seeing is a raging forest fire. Let's be honest. I want to pull up latest Brent rates. I want to pull up what's happening in Europe. We'll just give you a sense of the kind of concerns there. So Brent is still under $90 a barrel, which is fine. But it's the front of the war seems to be spreading, and pull up European indices, and that's why, because the latest which we talked to you about is Iran now saying that it's going to target installations of US companies, US-based companies, and these are technological companies. Think data centers, think, their kind of places of where they will have all of their capabilities outside the United States and in the Gulf countries, perhaps. I want to pull up US futures right now. We'll give you a sense of what's happening there and where the direction is. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Remember, important data points on inflation coming in the US markets tonight. So maybe that's the focus. Rahul Sharma also with us this afternoon. He's Director and Head of Technical and Derivatives Research at JM Financial. Rahul, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Just talking about that 23,900 mark, which looks very, very flimsy now. Where are support levels appearing for the Nifty?
Yes, so we did see a bounce back in the last two trading sessions, but that seems to have fizzled out in today's session. The meaningful support for the Nifty is placed at 23,500, which is where the important Fibonacci support level is. At the same time, bottoms in such periods are generally not a one-day activity. They are formed over a period of a few trading sessions. So we feel that either it has to be a double bottom around 23,700, and if not, 23,500 seems like a very likely choice. So keep eyes wide open in case 23,700 comes in and there is an attempt to bounce back from there. Or alternatively, you can keep some allocation available at a lower level on the Nifty. Having said that, also keep an eye on the India VIX, which has been fluctuating all over the place in the last 3-4 trading sessions, up and down by 10-15% day on day. And that essentially generally bottoms out when it hits around 30% mark. Last time it happened was way back in 2024 due to the general elections outcome. So these are the two key factors we are keeping an eye on. At the end of the day, I think markets are supreme, but there's a high possibility that the bottom is formed on either of these instances.
I do want to ask you, Rahul, about the Nifty Bank. And all through the last couple of weeks, even when there has been considerable pressure on the downside, people have been saying that the Nifty Bank perhaps is a way to play this and to, get a little bit of security amidst this falling market. but that hasn't panned out. There's quite a bit of selling that is played out in the Nifty Bank. Would you say that you'd played this a little cautiously? Would you still venture out and buy at this moment for upside targets of what, 58 heading towards 60?
Yes, so Bank Nifty is a tricky one at this point in time because we have private banks which are extending weakness. PSU banks have been the darling of the market since last more than 6 months now. On a comparative scale, Bank Nifty, which enjoyed leadership hitherto, has sort of taken a backseat and it has seen action on this short side. Now, to give you a direct answer, I think the best thing to do over here would be to start with PSU banks first. If Bank Nifty has to reverse, it has to be PSU banks. And mind you, PSU banks have given a meaningful correction after many, many months now. And we feel that this is a good opportunity to enter into quality names, the blue-eyed boys like SBI, Canara Bank or Bank of Baroda. Now, secondly, for Bank Nifty to sort of, find its feet, a bit of a consolidation cooling off is a must for it to happen to make any sense of the current downtrend. Especially what is also important is the options change. So as of now, the options data is not indicating a solid base formation for the index. So maybe time will tell, but at least as of now, it has to be the PSU banks which should be looked upon as buying on dip in this kind of a scenario for the banking space. Once some stability emerges, I think private banks could also be preferred. But as of now, it's better to be narrow-minded at this point in time.
Okay, all right. Let's go to our segment or rather feature, bull versus bear, because Bajaj Auto had an interesting piece of news today on the negative side. It had to do with Maharashtra announcing that it would be holding back on the licenses that it would give for three-wheelers. Remember, this is regulated, and so it requires Maharashtra government to send out some of these licenses to allow Bajaj Auto to sell, and most of the sales take place by Bajaj Auto. But there are things that are working in the favor of Bajaj Auto as well. Let's bring in Puneet, who tracks all of this very, very closely to put this in perspective. Puneet, is there more bull than bear?
Well, there are some bull cases most certainly, but the high margin three-wheeler business slightly seems to be under pressure now. And that's after Maharashtra Transport Minister actually came out with temporarily suspending the issuance of auto permits in the state. Now, that's largely going to be impacting the three-wheeler sales of Bajaj, and we'll come back to it in just a bit, because the company has diversified into the electric three-wheeler space with new launches with new brand names called Ricky as well as Gogo. Both have been impacting the electric three-wheeler market very strongly, but it's not enough to subside the volumes in the ICE and the CNG space, because it's almost 4x of what they sell for the EV three-wheelers. So that's the first bull versus bear case. In the second one, they've largely seen that Maharashtra alone accounts for almost 15% of the overall three-wheelers sold by the company. And hence it's a big market, sizable market. This number also includes the export that they do for the three-wheeler business. So on an India basis, it's around 17%, consolidated 15% of sales from just the one state. Now, they have tried to navigate this with over the last 2 years with launches in the electric three-wheeler space. There are almost 82,000 units sold in the 11 months of FY26, but still lower than the electric, of course, the ICE space as well. In terms of market share, Bajaj almost has 87% market share just in Maharashtra. So out of the 100 autos sold on the CNG and the ICE side, 87 are of Bajaj Auto, and hence it gets directly impacted with this particular ruling. EV portfolio has delivered double-digit EBITDA margins at this point of time. This also includes the two-wheelers business as well. So on the margin side, maybe some relief that the EV business could provide. But the high margin business, this is because of a 30% margins that the ICE three-wheeler does, the EV business isn't there yet. So might be a little tough one. But given what we've seen in terms of Bajaj Auto, the stock's trading at 23 times price to earnings for FY27. That's lower than the 26 that used to do. But largely still, this is another problem essentially that Bajaj has to focus on, face on in Q4, and something to watch out for going forward.
Okay, thank you for that, Puneet. You know, that's of course Bajaj Auto, but if you look at the Nifty Auto, down about nearly 3%, and Nifty Auto in particular shades of pain today. Perhaps amongst other things is that if petrol diesel prices are eventually going to go up, and it just may happen looking at the shortage of gas, fuel constraints overall, does that impact this group of companies as well? Deepak Shenoy also joining in on our conversation this afternoon. He's CEO of Capital Mind Mutual Fund. Welcome, Deepak. We have a great lineup today. Rahul, Deepak, Gurmeet, all of them joining in while we're trying to figure out what's going on in the world and in Indian markets. Deepak, this is as wide a question as I can start with. Do you think that there is more concern on the screen when we're seeing reports of LPG cylinders running out here and there, canteens having to serve cold food, one court having to serve cold food, then we are thinking this is not just headlines, there's now concern on the screen as well that's showing?
In some way, yes, I think there is a short-term concern. I believe that when you have a supply disruption of some sort, there will always be some time for readjustment to find new supplies, to ration current supplies to a point where you can ensure flow appropriately. Now, India has seen a few of these things in the past. So I think at some level, we will perhaps try to control flow initially and eventually let the free flow come by. It may take some time while disruptions are in place, because you can't just create new supply arrangements overnight. It may take a few days to a few weeks to get some of these supply things back in shape. During that time, I'm sure some industries will suffer, some kitchens will suffer, like you're saying. They've tried to minimize disruption to households, while of course commercial kitchens will have some impact. And I think, given that India also has domestic production facilities, we do a lot of refining that also serves domestic needs and exports. So you can repurpose some of the exports to meet domestic needs. There is going to be some of that recalibration happening, because even if you're supplying to another country, you can't suddenly stop their supplies, because then they have to readjust. So there's a bit of a period of recalibration. I feel over time this will get solved. We may have to take some pain for a few days. Think of it as the same way that you would have if you had a natural disaster. There are disruptions to everything, to supplies, to food, to electricity, and so on. But that's
where I would counter. We should not think of this as a natural disaster. This is very man-made, not by us, and we're suffering the consequences. I mean, the poor students who can't have tandoori roti because someone decided to have a war with someone, it's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think morally we can't justify any of this stuff. But I think at this point we have to look at how we will, react and fix things, because I don't think we can stop the going-ons happening elsewhere in the world. So our disruptions are real, and our disruptions are not going to be affected by what we do. We can't undisrupt any of this stuff. So in that context, we should react. Prepare ourselves. Perhaps there is a strategic reserve, so in case of an extreme emergency, we will use it. I'm sure. But this is a time when you kind of hunker down and say, yeah, there is a crisis. We will fix it. But during this intermediate time, we will have difficulties and go on. So stock markets look at short-term things, unfortunately, as if they're going to last forever. But I don't think this will. So if this produces short-term opportunities, then that's one thing. I mean, for a stock to be beaten down just because of the short-term supply disruptions. But I don't think these are long-term in nature. Give it a month or so, and then we should be back. But we are going to face some trouble for a month, and that's more problematic on an individual basis than on a valuation of these companies basis.
Okay, I do hope that in this interim, Gurmeet Chola Bhatura does not get taken off the menu. But we'll come back to that in just a bit. I do want to go across to my colleague Soumit Sarkar for our regular feature, and this is Heard on the Street, and this is where the buzz from the dealing rooms comes through. And it must be said, Soumit, that in the past few days the buzz has quietened quite considerably. What is the buzz today?
Well, the selling pressure that we're looking overall in the market, the buzz on the street is that some Singapore-based hedge funds have a shut shop, and this liquidation is leading to this selling pressure in the market overall that we are looking at. Apart from that, few stock-specific action. Firstly, on Industar, there are few buy flows on the institutional desk. Delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side on this counter, so keep an eye out for this Industar. For Karnataka Bank, this was part of our segment on March 6th as well, and the stock has been on an uptrend since then. We did indicate that large prominent HNIs have been buying this counter and the stock has been gaining. Now dealers are indicating that there is a possibility of a potential management reject that could happen when it comes to Karnataka Bank. So keep an eye out for that counter as well. The stock has been gaining despite the fact that we are seeing a downside in the market for the last 1 week. For Newland Lab, there are buy flows on the large HNI desk. Dealers expect strong sales for one of its key API drugs. ONGC, another counter where there are some buy flows on the HNI desk, and the dealers indicate that cheap valuations and a possibility of a higher dividend that could come in from ONGC side is one of the reasons why HNIs have been accumulating this counter in trade. And lastly, when it comes to GSPL and Gujarat Gas, both the stocks have been gaining in trade more than 5%, at least at one point of time that I had seen. The buzz on the street is that the merger approval that was announced months back is expected to come in very soon, and that is one of the reasons why both the stocks have been gaining in trade.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. And I will come to both Gurmeet and Deepak in just a bit on some of those, and in particular that buzz on the Singapore hedge funds. But Rahul, quick view on the stocks that even in this market, according to you, look attractive. Just chartically, and I know that things are shifting quite dramatically on a daily basis, but chartically, what looks attractive? Individual stocks.
Yes, there are two names that come to our mind. One of them is NTPC. If you simply compare the first Feb low, the budget day low, compared to what it is today, the stock has still gone up in this entire period. Technically, one of the best positioned stock in the large cap space. And we feel that it has got long legs. The stock may eventually head towards 440, 450 in the medium term to come. So from a positional delivery perspective, NTPC is the one to go. As a disclaimer, we've recommended this to our clients. Another stock which is holding up very well is National Aluminium. Aluminium stocks, like we all know, have been doing relatively well. In fact, today there is a breakout attempt in the stock to cross the 400 mark. And the next meaningful stop for the resistance for the stock is placed around 430, 431. So we feel that trading buy can be done in National Aluminium for a target of 425, 430. Stop loss can be placed around 390 for the long positions. So these are two stocks which are holding well despite of what is happening in the Nifty, despite of the overall volatility in the market. They are completely in a different set of sentiment altogether.
Rahul, thanks so much on that note for joining us. We understand you have to leave, but thanks so much for taking the time. Pleasure having you.
Thank you so much.
Gurmeet, I want to come to you on this buzz that there has been a liquidation event that Singapore-based, and Deepak, you can come in on this as well, because it seems like some of these frontline stocks are being hammered because there is considerable selling, and it might just be a liquidation event. So does that, in your opinion, provide opportunities?
So, Alex, could be a one-off, in terms of one particular fund doing it. But, it's even yesterday, the FI flows were significantly negative. In fact, now it's been almost averaging 5,000-6,000 crores a day. So the problem to me is a little more structural. And I think, as I said, we need to probably address this issue. We have underperformed big time. And now when, things go down, we are actually falling more. So even we were not doing well even when crude was $70. Right? So I think it needs a bit of a more policy reform, and I think at some point of time, valuations have become reasonable. So one is a normalization which market does over a period of time, right? That your overall valuations improve. As I said, 60-70% stocks are down 30%. So that is one part. And second is at some point of time, I think the big trigger would be currency stabilizing and slightly appreciating. And I think that's one trigger we need to watch. I think probably more measures need to be done, not just the swaps, maybe figure out some more tools, and maybe more measures like what we did yesterday, the tax holiday till 2047. We need foreign capital. I think the school of thought that domestic savings will suffice and we don't need FIs. I think that's not, we are a growth hungry nation. And at some point of time, long-term patient capital has to be rewarded. So hopefully something happens soon.
Yeah, Gurmeet, I think I've cited your own post with that meme from Hum Aapke Hain Kaun to I don't know how many people, where no matter what happens, poor Renuka Shahane is only falling down the stairs. And that's how Indian markets are. And I want to talk a bit about that. There seems to be a fundamental concern which is getting masked by the dumpster fire right now. Because even when there is a reversal, in say US markets, Trump comes and says something, etc. Indian markets don't really follow through.
No, absolutely. And sorry, is it to Deepak? Sorry.
To Gurmeet, and then I'll come to Deepak with the same point of view. What is the fundamental issue over here? Fundamental pain point. Sorry, yes, Gurmeet.
So, it's even yesterday. If you see yesterday, we were barely 1% up, and maybe had to do with a bit of a weekly expiry yesterday. And we've as I said, we have underperformed. So I think there is a bit of a under ownership, and that under ownership is actually getting a little bit spiraled. But as I said, Tamanna, the valuations, which was one concern, the fact that India had missed the AI and the new themes like EV and green energy to some extent. Not exactly green energy. Over there also, I think things are tapering off. So one was the pressure of you not participating in the AI, which I think is now softening. Second was your valuations being rich, which are now correcting. And I think we had a decent earning growth this quarter. I don't know what this disruption will do. So once we get a bit of an earning growth back, once things normalize, so one is the normalization. Second, I think we need to do a little more. Our post-tax, post-dollar return are, I think, amongst the second worst last year. And I think that needs to be addressed. At least the currency part needs to be addressed. So once the FIs are clear that you're not going to lose 5-6% in a currency in a year, that momentum money will also come. Currently, that money. So I was speaking to somebody in Hong Kong who runs a large desk, and he's saying there is absolutely no buzz on India, no interest on India, and I think that is something which needs to be addressed. Whether through withholding tax, whether through RBI doing some schemes in terms of like
there are not enough positive cues. I think that's the long and short of it. Deepak, do you agree? As someone who's actively deploying now retail money and not as smart money, and you're now their guardian for it. What is your take?
Yeah, no, I think in the short term, you're going to have these issues. If you look at FII flows, you can argue there are lots of reasons for it. It could be overvaluation, it could be a bunch of other things. But our policies are also a little bit away from the rest of the world. Like Gurmeet mentioned, we have a tax on foreign investors giving money to us, our companies, and charging them capital gains tax. We're literally almost the only country that does so. When you invest in the US and you make a profit, you don't pay US taxes, you pay Indian taxes. Because US doesn't charge you capital gains tax, only capital investments gains. And that applies for most of the world. India charges them, 12.5 and 15 or 20% for short term, 12.5% for long term. There was a way out, which was Mauritius. It was created because India was taxing you otherwise, but if you came from Mauritius, you weren't taxed. So it was like an equalizer. We removed that in 2017. Now we've gone back and said, even investments made before 2017, we are not going to allow these capital gains exemptions. These are policy problems I think we should fix, because if we want foreign investments, we should be ready to give foreign investors an equal footing in India as they get anywhere else in the world. They could invest pretty much anywhere else and not have the capital gains tax. In India, they do. So that's another deterrent. I think these are real factors. If we do want foreign investors, then that's what we should do. But structurally, markets are weak, and they've been weak for about 1.5 years. And this is a normal phase for markets. We've not had a 20 or 30% correction. That's a surprise. But I think overall, until the global macro improves, Indian macro is improving. We're seeing this in terms of GST collections, in terms of even the earnings for the December quarter were very, very good. Despite having a one-time hit of a labor cost. I'm saying across the board, not weighted towards the top companies. If you looked at the median mid-cap earnings growth or median small-cap earnings growth, they were upwards of 18% in the December quarter, year on year. But I feel, this is a phase where even if the economy is improving, you're not getting that much in terms of stock markets giving a lot of enthusiasm.
But my only point, sorry, Deepak, just on the point that you're making, because I don't want you to lose that train of thought, which is that you've not seen a 20-30% correction. But might I ask you, if you combine the time correction along with the sharp slide that we've had, then isn't that more or less what we've seen?
Well, you will see the 30% or 40% correction in stocks. Some IT stocks have corrected that much, right? But the time correction is not 30 or 40%. I don't think we should go in with an expectation that says, well, 10% per year, 1.5 years, we should have got 15, we got minus 10, and therefore we're 25% down. I don't think that's how it works. A 30% correction is a 30% correction. It's like from, you get a correction from the top of 30%. We're 10% off the top. And that's not, huge enough. I would say it becomes more meaningful when you have stocks available at throwaway valuations or very, very low for whatever growth you're anticipating. In some cases in India, you're actually paying for growth. New sunrise sectors, whether it is in semiconductors or in some other areas, they are growing quite tremendously. So you're going to get a higher valuation for that. We've traditionally overvalued FMCG companies unnecessarily. So I believe, even if they were to go from half from here, they would still be expensive. So there will be pockets of expensive and not worth it and expensive and worth it. There'll be pockets of cheap and will probably never be worth it. So there will be these pockets all over the market, right? So it's our job as fund managers and perhaps for everyone's job as investors to identify the opportunities they meet. What isn't there right now is there's no momentum in the market. Market goes up a little bit and then comes down, corrects, goes up a little bit. It's a frustrating time. I understand that. But, you've been through frustrating times before. In 2023, January or so, people were frustrated because although India was at that time doing better than the rest of the world, our markets were actually kind of down to flat. And by February, they were questioning everything in the stock market. And by the December of the same year, the market was up 40% from the lows. And then we were like, okay, so back to a bull market. And now we're again going to that, it will never improve or it is just not doing anything. But I think if you look at a 5-year perspective, 3-year plus perspective, I don't see this as I think we're in a cusp of a growth phase for India as an economy itself. So at some point, this growth will demonstrate itself in earnings. It is showing some signs of demonstrating itself in earnings. It's a very slow, it's like watching paint dry. Unfortunately, investing is supposed to be boring. And, when exciting times come.
Deepak, you can watch paint dry if the house is not on fire.
Is it on fire, though? I would ask you that.
Okay, the neighborhood is on fire. You're hoping your roof doesn't catch fire and you're sitting and watching paint dry. Is that close enough to what's happening?
If it is, then yeah. If you're expecting that neighborhood fire to engulf you, I would say yes. But again, I think nobody is under the impression that this is going to become a war. If it does become a world war, my views will change.
Okay.
But I don't think.
Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. But thank you so much, Deepak and Gurmeet. Pleasure having you. I love this combination. I hope we can have both of you back again soon on this show. So we also want to talk about some positive pockets of green in the market, and the government is set to launch a new version of the PM Kusum Yojana. Now, what this scheme essentially does is find ways to provide energy for irrigation for farmers. And as a result of this, pump stocks like Shakti Pump, Oswal Pumps, Adani Green Energy are up in trade. We're speaking now with Vivek Gupta, CMD of Oswal Pumps, for more on this. Mr. Gupta, thank you so much for your time to us this afternoon on NDTV Profit. Just trying to understand first,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. What really does PM Kusum help you do? How do you and your products and your services dovetail into this scheme, and what is the opportunity for you?
Okay. First of all, so definitely I want to thank our Union Minister Prahlad Joshi ji, जिन्होंने कल PM Kusum 2 की announcement की है, कि जो पीएम कुसुम 2 आने वाली है, और डेफिनेटली हमारी पूरी इंडस्ट्री के लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ा साइन है ग्रो करने का, जैसा पूरी इंडस्ट्री एक्सपेक्ट करी थी कि पीएम कुसुम 2 बड़े रिफाइंड वे में और बड़े अच्छे वे में आएगी। सो सेम वे में हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि बहुत अच्छे में आएगी, और डेफिनेटली यहाँ से पूरी इंडस्ट्री स्पेशली ओसवाल पंप्स बहुत एक बड़ा फ्यूचर की तरफ देख रहा है एज एक्सपेक्टेशन, क्योंकि ये पूरी स्कीम बहुत ज्यादा एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट के लिए फायदेमंद है, जिससे पूरी इकोनॉमी में, पूरे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में, पूरे एनर्जी सेक्टर में ओवरऑल बेनिफिट है। तो डेफिनेटली वी आर लुकिंग वेरी वेरी हाई फ्यूचर। या
Okay. Sir, I just want to get a sense कि PM कुसुम 1.0 स्कीम में आपका क्या बेनिफिट हुआ है, इफ यू कैन क्वांटिफाई दैट। अगर आप नंबर्स के हिसाब से आप बताएंगे तो फिर क्या बेनिफिट रहा?
देखिए, पीएम कुसुम 1 में टोटल अराउंड 10 लाख पंप के करीब की टोटल इंस्टॉलेशन हुई है अब तक। आउट ऑफ दैट द वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट शेयर ओसवाल पंप्स ने अभी कैरी किया, अराउंड 2.8 लाख पंप्स डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली इस पूरी स्कीम में ओसवाल पंप ने इंस्टॉल किए हैं विद इन 5 ईयर्स के अंदर अंदर। सो ये एक बहुत बड़ा नंबर है। तो डेफिनेटली पीएम कुसुम 2 में भी जो अनाउंसमेंट आई है और नंबर्स आने की उम्मीद है, तो वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग बिग ग्रोथ। जैसा ओसवाल ने पहले परफॉर्म करके दिखाया हुआ है, सेम वे में वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि अगली स्कीम में, अगली पीएम कुसुम 2 में वी विल गेट बिग नंबर्स।
तो आई वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू अंडरस्टैंड कि अगर आप ये पीएम कुसुम के बेनिफिट जो आपने अभी एक्सप्लेन करी है, आउट ऑफ द टोटल रेवेन्यू व्हाट वाज द शेयर that you have gotten through this scheme, and if you are to look at कि PM Kusum 2.0 में you're aiming to get a similar share of the total, what is your expectation कि revenue का कितना बड़ा हिस्सा ये बनेगा?
देखिए, अभी तक का अगर मैं देखता हूँ तो टोटल रेवेन्यू का 75 to 80% शेयर ओसवाल पंप्स का पीएम कुसुम योजना का है, एंड डेफिनेटली ये नंबर है। और इसी डायरेक्शन में अगर हम देखते हैं तो पीएम कुसुम 2 में भी आने के बाद हम लोग बहुत अच्छी ग्रोथ एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जैसे हम लोगों ने हिस्टोरिकल ग्रोथ ली है, उसी वे में हम लोग ग्रोथ देखेंगे। सो डेफिनेटली अभी तक का चूंकि इंस्टॉलेशन 10 लाख पंप की हुई है और 5 साल में हमने करीबन अराउंड 3 लाख पंप के करीब इंस्टॉल किए हैं। सो अगले साल अगर 10 लाख पंप की एक साल में इंस्टॉलेशन की प्लानिंग गवर्नमेंट करती है, सो डेफिनेटली जो एक्सपेक्टेशन ओसवाल पंप्स की इंटरनल टारगेट लिए हुए हैं इन बिग नंबर, जितना हम एग्जीक्यूशन कर सकते हैं, हमारी टीम कर सकती है, सो बड़ा नंबर प्लान कर रहे हैं। डेफिनेटली उस नंबर्स को मैं अभी रिवील नहीं कर सकता, बट ये कह सकते हैं कि एज पर एक्सपेक्टेशन हम पूरी प्रिपरेशन के साथ हैं और वी आर जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर पीएम कुसुम 2।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन एक चीज गुप्ता जी हमें पूछना है आपसे, आपकी जो वर्किंग कैपिटल की प्रॉब्लम्स हुई थी और वो पीएम कुसुम स्कीम 1 में ही हुई थी, आपका कैश फ्लो नेगेटिव हो गया था, डेटर डेज बढ़ गए थे, क्या वही दिक्कतें आगे भी नहीं होंगी इस स्कीम में भी? क्या बदलेगा?
ओके, देखिए, एक तो कैश फ्लो नेगेटिव होने का मेन रीजन सिर्फ ये नहीं कह सकते, एक तो कम टाइम में ओसवाल ने बहुत तेजी से ग्रो किया है, तो ये भी एक वजह थी कैश फ्लो नेगेटिव का, नंबर 1 पॉइंट। सेकंड, चूंकि इस पूरे साल में मल्टीपल रीजन्स रहे हैं, पीएम कुसुम 2 एंडिंग पे थी, फिर महाराष्ट्र स्टेट ने अपनी एक स्टेट रिवर स्कीम मागल तेरा को रन किया, वहां पर टोटल सब्सिडी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ही बेयर कर रही है। तो उन्होंने एक्सटर्नल फंडिंग किया, कुछ पॉलिटिकल इलेक्शंस के वजह से भी डिले हुआ, कुछ उनका गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स के में भी डिपार्टमेंट काफी बिजी रहा है, बट अब डिपार्टमेंट वो रिसीवेबल्स को लेके बहुत सीरियस है और उसको बहुत स्मूदत करने पे लगा हुआ है, और आई थिंक विद इन दिस क्वार्टर में वी विल गेट हैंडसम अमाउंट, नंबर 1 पॉइंट। कुछ अमाउंट हमें रिसीव भी किया है। सेकंड, फर्स्ट क्वार्टर के आते
सॉरी सर, ये हैंडसम अमाउंट आप क्वांटिफाई कर सकते हैं?
या देखिए, अभी तक हमने 100 करोड़ के करीब महाराष्ट्र से रिसीव किया है विद इन आई थिंक 20 डेज के अंदर अंदर, और अगले 20 दिन में भी हम बहुत अच्छा अमाउंट वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग, बिग अमाउंट, मतलब बिग अमाउंट से मतलब करीब 200 करोड़ से ऊपर की एक्सपेक्टेशन है हमारी कि अभी आने वाला है पैसा, और ज्यादा पैसा आने वाला है। और लेकिन इससे ये बोल सकते हैं कि डिपार्टमेंट की इंटेंशंस बहुत क्लियर दिख रही हैं कि वो बहुत एग्रेसिव वे में जा रहा है, तो अपने वेंडर्स को भी बहुत स्मूथ करने में लगा हुआ है। सो मुझे लगता है कि अगले एक क्वार्टर में जो नेक्स्ट ईयर का फर्स्ट क्वार्टर आने वाला है कि आपको रिसीवेबल्स में बहुत इंप्रूवमेंट दिखने वाली है। और आई थिंक सो रिसीवेबल का इशू मुझे नहीं लग रहा है कि आने वाले टाइम में किसी भी तरह का पीएम कुसुम 2 में कोई स्कीम में इम्पैक्ट आने वाला है।
जी, आपका कैश फ्लो पॉजिटिव हो जाएगा एक क्वार्टर में?
नो, एक क्वार्टर में कैश फ्लो पॉजिटिव की बात तो नहीं मैं कह सकता, क्योंकि हम लोग साइमल्टेनियसली ग्रोथ भी देख रहे हैं।
ओके।
लेकिन हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि कंपनी कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन में रहेगी।
ओके, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर विवेक गुप्ता, CMD ऑफ ओसवाल पंप्स का। सो I think that's an important part of the conversation, Alex, merely because of course the stocks move on the announcements, but there is so much which happens before it really impacts, and clearly great opportunity not just for Oswal Pumps, Shakti Pumps, that entire set of companies.
Because you have state governments that come into play, and they have to they have a share in the total, and the receivables that he was just talking about, Maharashtra government will pay him a certain amount of money. If the state government is not timely with its payments, that's where the problem arises.
Sure, and remember there's subsidies at the end of the day. Not to say that those payments will not come, but then it does impact cash flows as well. All right, from the specific to what's happening broadly in the markets as well. 400 points down on the Nifty, 23,900 come and gone, broken swiftly. It's looking like a tough closing. 20 minutes to go for trade. What should you do? We'll tell you right after the break. Quickly marking oil before I go into that break. I know I have to take one, but you've jumped to 92.40 on the Brent. So both those factors not looking good for the markets. We're coming right back.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
First India tour in your city. Rug on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends.
It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to.
All right, welcome back. You're watching India Market Close and it's all happening here. It's markets down at the low point of the day pretty much for the benchmark Nifty 50, cuts at the broader end of the spectrum as well, and particularly the Nifty Bank that is under pressure. But in homes, there is concern about the supply of LNG. The government, of course, ensuring that supply goes to domestic households. That is being prioritized. But in the meanwhile, there are supply shortages that are now being faced, particularly by restaurants. And let's go across to our reporters on the ground. We've got Deepak Bopanna in Bengaluru and we've got Sujata Dwivedi in Mumbai, who are going to give us the exact situation on the ground. Deepak, I'll come to you first. What is playing out in Bengaluru right now? Is it worse than it was a couple of days back?
Well, it definitely looks like things are not getting better as far as, the LPG cylinders and their supply to commercial establishments are concerned. The hotels are, of course, struggling at this point in time. Some of them say from tomorrow they're not even going to get the stock that was made available today. Apart from that, the PGs, there are about 15 to 25,000 PGs operating out of Bengaluru. And today, a core committee meeting of the PG Owners Association, sat together and they've decided some very interesting things. On one hand, while the hotels have decided to just serve tea or coffee or certain items that do not require too much of gas, PGs, of course, are looking to walk the same way. And they are saying that in PGs, use induction stoves, use electric cookers, cook more of rice items, avoid puris, dosas or chapatis that require more of, gas, and also are urging, if there are PGs that are nearby, to have, a community-wise cooking of sorts to be done. And more importantly, they're also here saying that, the two meals need to be served in the PGs. And there are certain restrictions that have been put forth in terms of usage as well. So it's going to get interesting if the shortage, of course, commercially continues. There are also, electricity producing plants that require gas. Some of them are on the verge of shutting down because there's shortage of supply. So there's a lot, of course, that is going to happen if the shortfall continues, and it cannot be controlled in the coming days.
It's just sounding unbelievable that you will have to prescribe to people what they can eat. So suppose someone loves their dosas and puris, what about them? I mean, are we seeing the same situation in Mumbai, Sujata? I wonder if they've stopped frying vadas. Don't tell me we can't have vada pav in Mumbai.
Well, sadly, that's the situation because be it a restaurant, a hotel or a local stall which sells vada pav, there's no cylinders which are available for them, which is the commercial LPG cylinder, the 25 kg cylinder which they need to operate a store. At present, we are here at a hotel named Sadhguru Hotel here at Sanders Road, and here if you see, paper has been put up, a notice has been put up stating that due to gas crisis, all the items and the preparations will be curtailed and they're asking for the support of the customers. Now, this is not just one across Mumbai, you will see the situation alike. And like Deepak too mentioned that the slow cooked food, which requires a lot of time and gas, they are problematic. For example, be it the varas which needs to be fried, the medu varas, the dosas, the biryani, the other sabzis which are consumed, they have currently, the cooking process for them has been stopped, and also the menus of these hotels has been trimmed down for people having limited options to decide, and also here the hotel is suggesting them what can they have and cannot. And also a prominent outlet here in Mumbai, the Ram Ashray Hotel too, has stopped its services for now, where customers are going and are being asked to head back as there's no LPG cylinders available at these prominent restaurants as well. So we can imagine the length at which the problems that are being faced by these small outlets as well, and this will also indirectly impact the employment which is being generated through these hotels. The hotel industry, the hospitality sector as a whole is currently facing crisis, because of which the Association for Hotels and Restaurants here in Mumbai, the Ahar Association, yesterday held a meeting with Minister of Civil and Food Supplies Chhagan Bhujbal, wherein they discussed about what has to be done, and also they threatened that yesterday it was 20%, today it's 50% of these hotels and restaurants which have immediately stopped, temporarily suspended their operations, and if the situation prevails, then tomorrow almost 75% of these hotels will have to shut down their operations, impacting large-scale consumption and also somewhere impacting the employment.
Sujata, for a city like Mumbai, that's difficult, and I'm sure in Bengaluru as well, where people eat out of home. It's a large working population. People are ordering in, and second-order effects probably on gig workers working in the Swiggy, Zeptos, and Zomatos of the world as well. Thank you so much, Deepak and Sujata, for joining us on the show with those live reports. Now, this is a comment coming in from Prime Minister Modi at the foundation laying ceremony of BPCL's Kochi unit. The Prime Minister said India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. Listen in.
आत्मनिर्भर होना कितना जरूरी है, ये हमने कोरोना के दौर में देखा है, यूक्रेन संकट के दौरान देखा है, और वर्तमान संकट ने एक बार फिर इसे सिद्ध किया है कि आत्मनिर्भर होना कितना जरूरी है। एनर्जी सेक्टर में हमारी निर्भरता दूसरे देशों पर कम से कम हो, इसके लिए बीते सालों से लगातार कदम उठाए गए।
Okay, so that's the word coming in from Prime Minister Modi. It must be said that the Oil and Gas Ministry has been having regular meetings with key functionaries to figure out how to deal with the situation. In fact, there is going to be a briefing later today at 5 p.m. today by Hardeep Singh Puri, and we've got Danish joining in to give you a sneak peek or a sense of what could be at that briefing. Danish, what are you picking up?
Well, that's correct. At 5 p.m. the government is holding a big press conference, and it will involve multiple ministries. Sources are telling us that senior officials from the Ministry of Petroleum will be there, people from the Ministry of External Affairs and INB Ministry as well as Shipping Ministry will be there. So if we look at these four ministries, everything is happening around their day-to-day activities, and everyone is just anticipating that what will happen in the 5 p.m. PC. But this is a briefing in which the government will tell us about what exactly is happening in the West Asia, what is the government doing as far as it is about bringing back the Indians is concerned. But there will be a lot of questions around the energy security as well, because over the past 3-4 days we have seen that how the LPG situation is getting bad day by day. We are seeing associations of multiple hotels and restaurants all across the India coming out and telling everyone that they're facing challenges. They're not getting LPG cylinders, they're unable to get the gases which is very much required for them to
Danish, I wonder, okay, so that was
that
was a quick heads up. And of course, we'll be covering that press conference live at 5 p.m. on NDTV Profit. Don't forget to tune in. You will see all of the analysis right after as well. Amardev Singh joining us. He's Senior Vice President Research at Angel One. Amar, apologies for the delay. Just so much news coming in thick and fast this afternoon. I think I have to start by asking you BTST, because we're looking like a very bad close. Or it's STST. You're on mute. I think you're on mute, Amar. No, I can't hear you. I think you're not audible.
Yeah, am I audible now?
There you go. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, see, the structure of the market clearly has been showing, and also the news flows which have been there, they have been extremely negative. So it's more on sell on rallies only. And as far as Nifty is concerned, I would say the day before yesterday, Nifty had made the low. So that should act as a very important support. So I would say that that's an important support, but that support is likely to be tested. So somewhere on the downside, 23,500, 700, that's an important zone of support. As far as some of the stocks which are being sold is we are seeing selling across sectors, and today Reliance is also showing some signs of sell-off. So if it sustains below the 1380 levels, then it could retest around 1320, 1330 levels. So this is one stock one can keep a close watch on the sell side. On the buy, I would say one needs to be slightly cautious at the current levels.
Okay, what is the index call though at this moment? Because it looks like we're closing at the low point of the day. There's no sign of a resurgence. There's no sign of recovery. 1.7% now and over 1,300 points on the Sensex. What's the call here?
We've been bearish on the index for quite some time now because see, what's happening is that most of the indicators, they have been negative, and also the news flows have been extremely negative. We did see some bounce back, but that was more of a, I would say, short covering and some buying at crucial support zones. But the overall trend continues to remain negative. As I said, day before yesterday's low for the Nifty, something which is very important. So that's somewhere around the 23,700 levels. If that is taken out, and that would happen if there is some fresh news trigger, I would say, from the Iran war, then only that's likely to be breached consistently. Otherwise, we could see some sort of consolidation. And if that is breached, then we could head lower towards the 23,400, 23,500 levels.
Got it.
But the trend, yes, it's very negative as
the
of
trend
today
is
from a
negative on the
short-term
charts. The trend is negative on the charts as well. Dharmesh Kant, head of equity research at Chola Securities, joining us this afternoon. Dharmesh, apologies first of all for keeping you waiting. It is just that kind of day. So much news flow. The question to you though, so many frontline stocks getting beaten down. As I look at the screen, there is Bajaj Finance that's down about 5.3% today. Axis Bank, Bajaj Finserv not too far behind. HDFC Bank has gotten beaten down practically every session over the course of the last 2 weeks. What would you say about these as opportunities, or would you let them pass by and wait for a bit of a bounce before you jump in?
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex. That's understandable, and thanks for having me for the show. See, Alex, the problem with the market and why this kind of serious selling is happening is we are ending FY26 with, say, around single-digit kind of Nifty earnings growth. And the expectation was that 12 to 13% kind of earnings growth will be followed in the FY27, and that's the reason why some build-up was into the market. But I think this war is getting prolonged, and it will have a cascading multiple ripple effect on different sectors. Slowly, that you will, what is the actual impact will come to be known only in Q1 of FY27, not even in Q4 of FY26. So certain businesses we are already penciling, and definitely they would, because of all these concerns and MSME and low income people who would be having lower income, there would definitely be a stress on the banking and financial space as well. So the credit growth, everything, the entire cycle will come under a cloud. And I think that's the reason why market is trying to preempt the positions which were taken earlier in the year, expecting FY27 to be at least lower teens kind of earnings growth, which is under scanner. So we should wait. I think, Alex, the right thing you already said, that wait for a meaningful bounce, sustainable bounce, and even if you enter 5-10% higher up with an estimate of it going by 30-40%, nothing, no harm in losing 5-10% off the table.
Is there anything you would buy right now, Dharmesh? Because they say that these are opportunities. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we already initiated a buy this Monday on few of the consumer durables, particularly in the air conditioner space. So like LG Electronics, Blue Star and all, we have been liking that because of the onset of summer being early, and it's likely to be harsher going forward. And the weather forecast which I was going through also was suggesting there can be a scenario of El Nino, which again will be very difficult for our country to negotiate on the earnings trajectory. So that sector was bombed out last year because of the erratic monsoon and some rainfall happening in summer season. So this year I think there should be a meaningful rebound out there. They have already taken a price hike with the new variants were introduced, so that takes care of the input price. This is one sector which we are banking on. The safest sector which we see as in the light of all the development is the defense sector, where I think the profits will definitely trickle in as the executions pick up, and it's insulated from what's going in the overseas or abroad, or what is happening outside. So these two sectors are on declines. One should be buying into, although today, deliverables are seeing a good traction into the market. Apart from that, one has to be wary. If you are a brave heart, metals is the way forward to play a declining opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dharmesh and Amar, for joining in today for that quick check-in. The stocks of companies that sell induction stoves are zooming. Butterfly Gandhimati, TTK Prestige, Stovecraft was on the channel today, and you'll see some of them zooming. Unfortunately, not for the Nifty 50. I mean, it's closing near the low point of the day. 23,900 gone, 23,850 gone. It's a harsh closing today. The advanced decline ratio showing it as well. I want to pull up the intraday of the Nifty if we can very quickly and show you what's happening there, and then let's look at the VIX as well. The Nifty intraday will show you the extent of pain. There we are. You are at the low point of the day. 420 points, 22 points odd down right now. India VIX is what I want to pull up next, just to give you that fear gauge. Now 12% up. It's a tough afternoon.
It is indeed, and this will be reflective in the Nifty Bank as well, because most of the downside is being pushed through by a lot of these private sector banks that are getting hit. In fact, pull up the constituents of the Nifty Bank and you will see what I'm talking about. Axis Bank seeing quite a bit of a drop. Kotak Mahindra not too far behind, and HDFC Bank is also losing ground. So State Bank of India down 2%, quite a bit of that crack. ICICI Bank is down 1% and quite a bit of a drop on that. So pull up the constituents of the Nifty 50 in terms of the contribution, right? And you will see the fact that private sector banks are there. Reliance Industries makes its way to the list as well.
On the winning side, or I would say the defensive side, is NTPC, Sun Pharma, Coal India. Very, very few spaces which are doing well. I want to see if the gas majors have really, the city gas distributors have managed to get through. Let's look at what a Gujarat Gas is doing, a Mahanagar Gas is doing, even an Adani Total. Have they shaved off some of their gains? They possibly have. As we're going into that closing bell, Gujarat Gas up 4%. Samit Sarkar told you on Heard of the Street what's happening there. Adani Total is at 20% upper socket. Very rare in this market right now. As we close off the sectoral heat map, quickly will give you a sense of the worst hit, and it'll be autos. Yes, there you go. Nifty Auto 3% down. Just a whole selection of reasons why auto is down right now. Their components are stuck. There's no gas for their manufacturing. With fuel prices going high, maybe supply will come off as well. And in Maharashtra, there's a problem with three-wheelers. So there's a whole storm going on as far as this sector is concerned. Private banks losing steam. Again, on Heard on the Street, you heard a story about how Singapore hedge funds might be cutting their positions actively. Guess where these large funds invest? In the big private banks. Maybe that's what you're seeing there. Financial services following suit. I mean, there are very few places to hide right now.
Yeah, even the Nifty IT, which began the day in the green, is ending with cuts of about 1.3%. If you had thought that this is one pocket that had already gotten beaten down and would provide a little bit of cover, that hasn't panned out today.
Unfortunately, there's no way to say that you could see maybe some pullback tomorrow from these lows, because technical indicators have been pushed through so rapidly, like a hot knife through butter, where you've seen all of those levels falling, that can't really say that you'll see some kind of pullback tomorrow unless something dramatically happens. There's an important press conference at 5 p.m. It will lay out what India's plans are for energy security. Stay tuned for that, of course. But for now, from Alexa and the team that put the show together, that's all the time we have on India Market Close. Don't go anywhere. Market Express up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7. Number 1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust. Leading India's conversations.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most
A roundup of everything that has been happening for most of this day, be it headlines or stocks that you should be keeping on your radar as well. But first things first, let's take a very quick look at the markets then. So weekday of trade coming in on the last street as market extends losses in midday trade as Nifty fails to defend 24,000 level, dragged by the financial heavyweight. Sensex as well traded with deep cuts also below 77,000 mark. When you talk about broader indices, on the other hand, you're looking at a performance that was slightly better, just a tad bit, than the benchmarks. Moving on then, let's talk to you about sectoral trades that also saw a sharp cut coming in trade today. So you do have the losses, in fact, being led by auto and financials. Auto stocks witnessing profit booking as well, while FII heavy BFSI stocks also saw basket selling in trade. On the positive side, only pharma and energy sector held on to the gains. Moving on, then, the Middle East war has been something that we've been talking about. It's escalated sharply with the US and Israel trading more airstrikes with Iran across multiple fronts, including Israel, Lebanon, and the Gulf. And this is as the conflict, in fact, enters its 12th day. When you talk about Tehran, that has warned its security forces have their fingers on the trigger to crush any domestic dissent amid rising pressure at home as well. And when you talk about the fighting, that has effectively blocked the Strait of Hormuz, halting nearly 1/5 of global oil flows and triggering major military exchanges as well. When you talk about Iran's Revolutionary Guards, they claimed strikes on US bases when it comes to Qatar, Iraq, the UAE and Bahrain, while Israel's missile defense systems in fact repeatedly pushed civilians into shelters overnight. Moving on then, a severe LPG supply crunch has hit restaurants and eateries across Bengaluru, Mumbai, Pune and several other cities, forcing thousands of outlets to scale down operations or shut kitchens temporarily. So the disruption in fact is stemming from a sharp jump when it comes to LPG prices and supply bottlenecks, which is something that we've been talking about for most of this week. It's exacerbated those concerns really, and the diversion of propane-butane streams toward domestic cylinders amid the ongoing Middle East conflict is what you're looking at closely. In fact, restaurant associations are saying that kitchens are running out of commercial cylinders, and delivery timelines in fact have really stretched from hours to several days at this point in time. Moving on then, more LPG supply disruptions is something that we should be talking about right now. The Delhi High Court lawyers' canteen has stopped serving all main course meals, and that is after running out of LPG cylinders. With no clarity on when the supply is going to be resuming, in a notice issued today, you do have the canteen saying that the shortage has made it impossible to cook meals at this point in time, only non-cooked items. So the likes of sandwiches, salads and fruit charts will remain available. The centre, in fact, has invoked the Essential Commodities Act to regulate natural gas allocation and stabilise supply. Moving on, then, the government is extending the Jal Jeevan mission to enter 2028 with a sharper push on village pipelines and last mile water links as well. The bigger outlay under Jal Jeevan 2.0 really means fresh opportunities for pipe makers. You're talking about something like an Astral, Supreme, Finolex, and even Prince Pipes. Bunch of those counters were buzzing away in trade. Astral saw a gain of about 4.7%. When you talk about something like Avatec, Vabag as well, you're talking about some treatment names here. So something like Avatec, Vabag also buzzing away in trade, as you can see on your screens. Aeon Exchange and Thermax also buzzing away. And pump makers, the likes of Shakti Pumps, KSB also stand to benefit as work ramps up across rural India. Moving on then, let's get you the word coming in as far as Vari Energies is concerned, and they've announced that its wholly owned US subsidiary, that is Vari Solar Americas, has signed a share subscription agreement with United Solar Holdings. They're committing about $30 million, and this is for the purchase of Series B preferred shares. When you talk about the exchange filing, this clarifies that the deal is not a related party transaction with no promoter involvement. The move also follows an earlier disclosure from December 2025 indicating that the investment has been in the works for several months. Moving on then, let's get you the word coming in from brokerages. In fact, JM Financial's channel checks show a clear cooling in the cables and wires market as well. Volume growth has eased and distributors are staying cautious to avoid inventory losses. Now, January saw strong buying on expectations of price hikes, but as those hikes tapered off, really, stocking dropped sharply, making February a weaker month. When you talk about distributors, they're also shifting towards smaller and regional brands, while EPC contractors continue to struggle with rising costs, also leading to some of your delays coming in when it comes to project execution. Moving on then, let's talk to you about Happiest Minds, that was surging as the company raised its financial year 27 growth guidance to around 12.5%. The stock on the back of it was buzzing away close to the tune of about 2.8%. Its AI-first strategy, in fact, is gaining strong traction, backed by rising client demand. And when you talk about the 10 strategic initiatives that was announced last year, they're now taking shape at this point in time, and the Global Business Services unit is maturing faster than expected. Now, the company stays confident about execution and the AI-driven future of IT services, and it also now aims for somewhere close to 15% in growth by financial year 28. Moving on then, let's talk to you about HG Infra Engineering, that has secured somewhere close to a 400 crore order win coming in Madhya Pradesh for developing railway infrastructure. The company's somewhere close to 2 into 800 megawatt thermal power project. The contract, when you talk about it, it covers earthwork, bridges, station buildings, and P-way works also, and will be executed under an item rate BOQ model with a completion timeline spanning about 18 months. When you talk about the word coming in from the company, they're saying that this win strengthens its presence when it comes to large civil and rail projects tied to power sector logistics. Moving on, then let's get you the word coming in from brokerages. Motilal Oswal Financial Services has initiated coverage when it comes to something like a Jio Financial Services with a buy rating and a target price of 320 rupees, calling it a structural play on India's rapidly expanding digital finance ecosystem. When you talk about the brokerage, they're also modeling a 48% PAT CAGR between financial year 26 and financial year 28, supported by the company's access to over 50 crore Jio subscribers and a deep nationwide retail footprint is what they're looking at as well. In fact, they're also talking about how the company is architecting also India's next-gen financial services platform, well positioned to also benefit a little bit from the financialization of the digital economy. Moving on, then let's talk to you about Nuvama turning constructive on the entire IT pack, upgrading several names to buy and calling the recent correction a major opportunity. The House, in fact, says that fears around Gen AI disruption are overdone at this point in time, compares the sentiment to a deja vu moment for the sector. Now, in terms of other commentary coming in from Nuvama, they're talking about how Indian IT really has eventually emerged stronger with long-term prospects intact and valuations also looking extremely attractive. And this is after the sharp 2-month slide that you saw coming in. So when you talk about the top upgrades as well, you're looking at something like HCL Tech making it to their list, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, and Hexaware Tech also make it to their list along with some of their high conviction picks. So to this list, add something like a Coforge, LTI Mindtree, and Persistent. Moving on, then let's talk to you about Jefferies maintaining its buy call when it comes to Interglobe Aviation with a target price of around 6,100 rupees. Now, the brokerage says that this surprise exit of the CEO puts the near-term focus on stability, with co-founder Rahul Bhatia stepping in as the interim chief. Now, Elbers had expanded Indigo's international network and started wide-body flying as well. And in terms of the word coming in from Jefferies, they're saying that the leadership changes at the airline have been usually they've been smooth, but the key monitorables right now are operational stability, clarity on summer schedules, and the CEO succession plan. Moving on, then let's keep it going with word coming in from Jefferies because they're maintaining their buy call as well on Coal India, raising the target price to somewhere close to around 485 rupees and also citing an improving outlook and reasonable valuations. Now, the brokerage is expecting earnings to grow at about 9% over financial year 26 to financial year 28. Stronger power demand should lift volumes, while higher global coal prices are likely to support e-auction realizations. Now, Coal India also continues to retain around 60% of the country's coal demand, and that's also something that Jefferies, in fact, highlighted. Moving on, then let's talk to you about City Gas stocks that was surging in trade, with Adani Total Gas, IGL, MGL, and Gujarat Gas really moving higher, as you can see on your screens as well. The market reacts to the government allowing 100% gas allocation to the CNG segment, the most profitable business for CGD companies. In fact, analysts are also saying that valuations have turned cheaper after the recent correction, while long-term growth, in fact, remains supported by rising gas penetration, lower input costs, as well as favorable policy. Moving on, then let's talk to you about Macquarie saying that the RBI is now considering leadership transition rules for NBFCs, bringing them closer to the norms followed by private banks. At the moment, you do have NBFCs that are setting their own tenures and pay structures, but that flexibility may really go away as the regulator looks to end the gap between the two systems. Now, in fact, you do have Macquarie also believing that Shriram Finance and Bajaj Finance could feel the impact first, as both will need to plan for management changes over the near to medium term. Moving on, then let's talk to you about scorching heat and above normal temperatures in terms of the forecast coming in that are putting summer stocks firmly in focus. You do have beverage players, the likes of Varun Beverages, something like a United Breweries, Tata Consumer, that stand to gain from stronger demand for soft drinks, and you do have the packaged water and juices, cooling product names, so something like a Voltas that makes it to this list, the Blue Star, Symphony, And even Bari Energy is also expected to see a pickup as consumers turn to ACs, coolers and fans. You do have seasonal FMCG names, so add to this list Dabur, Imami and Zydus Wellness that may also benefit as heat-driven categories see a sharp uptick. Let's also move on and talk to you about Royal Orchid's Amit Jaiswal telling NDTV Profit that the ground reality for hotels is increasingly grim, with commercial LPG supplies halted across several regions. You do have many hotels now having barely 2 days of cooking fuel left, including Royal Orchid hotels in terms of the management commentary also coming in, forcing them to scramble for alternative kitchen arrangements. While the industry is seeking urgent relief in a meeting with the centre today, you do have Jaiswal who's also said that they don't expect a major revenue hit just yet. And this is in fact thanks to strong domestic footfall, even as foreign travellers dip. But for now, he's warning that the sector is reeling under pressure and needs LPG supply rationalised promptly. Moving on then onto some business news, Cedimac Mechatronics made a strong debut on the Lal Street listing at 14% premium to its issue price of 1,352 rupees. The stock opened at 1,535 rupees on the NSE, beating grey market expectations very clearly and also reflecting solid institutional demand, despite muted retail interest that we were looking at when it comes to this particular counter. And when you talk about the IPO itself, the 1,087 crore IPO subscribed 2.68 times, saw strong QIB participation, and analysts are also saying that the upbeat debut, in fact, underscores investor appetite for high-tech automotive electronics players. Moving on then, let's talk to you about India's aviation regulator, the DGCA, that has tightened rules when it comes to foreign airlines making formal landing permission mandatory before any international carrier can operate in the country. Now, the move comes as authorities step up oversight to enhance safety, reliability, and regulatory compliance across the sector. Under the new norms, airlines must secure DGCA approval prior to landing, a step aimed at improving coordination and ensuring full adherence to Indian aviation standards. The regulator, in fact, has also increased weekly and fortnightly monitoring of airline operators to prevent disruptions and strengthen operational control. Moving on then, women state government employees in the Mumbai Metropolitan Region or MMR will now be allowed flexible office timings under the new Come Early, Go Early initiative. In fact, according to the government order, you do have women that can report between 9:15 and 9:45 a.m. and leave earlier by the same duration up to 30 minutes maximum while ensuring their work is not affected. So the Deputy CM, in fact, made the announcement in the Legislative Council, said that the move is aimed at giving women relief from the heavy peak hour rush in Mumbai local trains. The government has clarified that during urgent duties such as legislative work, court matters or essential administrative tasks, employees may be required to stay beyond flexible hours. Moving on then, foreign portfolio investors have cut their exposure to fully accessible route government securities, with holdings also falling by 4,634 crore rupees as global markets reel under the Middle East conflict. According to the latest data, you do have FPIs that have paired positions across multiple benchmark papers as risk-off sentiment strengthens and crude-led inflation concerns rise. When you talk about this particular pullback, this comes even as overall FPI debt inflows remain positive for the year, but traders are saying that heightened geopolitical volatility has driven a shift toward shorter duration and safer assets. Moving on then, Elon Musk's SpaceX is exploring a Nasdaq listing in what could become one of the biggest IPOs ever. Now, the company is also seeking early inclusion in the Nasdaq 100 index, a move that usually is reserved for mega cap firms with strong liquidity after listing. Now, the early entry push aligns with Nasdaq's proposed fast-track rule, which may allow newly listed trillion-dollar-plus companies to enter the index within weeks. Now, SpaceX listing could come as early as June, though plans in fact remain fluid, with the NYSE also competing for the debut. Moving on then onto some national news, and PM Modi has reiterated the need for India to remain Atmanirbhar in the energy sector. In fact, at the foundation laying ceremony of BPCL's Kochi unit, he said that India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. He's also stressed that steps are already underway to reduce dependence when it comes to foreign energy. Moving on, then, the United States has said today that its decision to allow India to buy limited quantities of Russian oil is a temporary step aimed at easing pressure on global energy supplies during the ongoing Middle East crisis. You do have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also saying that move was designed, in fact, as a short-term stopgap measure to stabilize markets as disruptions linked to Iran and tensions in the region continue to affect supply routes, responding to a question on the waiver issued last week. You do have her also saying that the decision reflected India's earlier cooperation with Western sanctions on Moscow. Moving on, then, the Supreme Court has for the first time permitted passive euthanasia, allowing withdrawal of life support for a man who's remained in a permanent vegetative state for over a decade. A bench of justices accepted the medical board's findings that there was no chance of recovery and noted that continued treatment would only prolong suffering. The court, in fact, observed that the patient meets the legal threshold for discontinuing invasive support such as ventilators and feeding tubes. The order was in fact passed after the man's wife moved the court seeking permission to withdraw treatment as an act of dignity. The bench directed that all procedures be carried out under medical supervision and in line with the safeguards laid down in the landmark Common Cause 2018 judgment. Moving on, then, the energy crisis has become more profound amid rising tensions in the Gulf regions of the US-Iran war, in fact, rages on. You do have US President Donald Trump announcing the opening of an oil refinery in Texas and thanking India's reliance for its investment. Meanwhile, like I mentioned, you do have Caroline Leavitt also reconfirming the uplifting of Russian oil sanctions. Moving on, then, the International Energy Agency has proposed what would be the largest release of oil reserves in its history as governments race to contain surging energy prices amid the widening Middle East conflict. The plan discussed at an emergency meeting would exceed the 182 million barrels that was previously released back in 2022, which is following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, according to the Wall Street Journal. But if approved, it would mark the single biggest coordinated stockpile intervention ever by IEA member nations. Moving on, then, Iran is facing a fresh leadership crisis as Mojtaba Khamenei recently declared the country's new supreme leader remains missing from public view. With no official clarification on his whereabouts, Mojtaba has not appeared since the announcement, fueling intense speculation inside Iran and abroad. The mystery, in fact, has deepened amid the ongoing war and political turmoil, with analysts also warning that the absence of Iran's new leader at this crucial moment raises questions over control within the regime, potential internal divisions, and the stability of the succession process. All right, and with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
In a month that moved markets, shifted diplomacy,
the entire world,
and stirred political battlegrounds, India chose its news carefully. NDTV India and NDTV 24/7, #1 on YouTube. NDTV Network, streaming India's trust, leading India's conversations.
first India tour in your city. Rug on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice,
The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision.
It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance.
Hotels and restaurants across the nation reel under pressure as the Middle East war intensifies, even as center assures that overall energy supplies remain stable. Hotels in from Mumbai, Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad and other major cities reveal operational disruptions. Prime Minister Modi's Atmanirbhar Bharat push in Kerala. Prime Minister Modi says India can no longer rely on others for its energy security and must build its own capacity. US reiterates its stand on allowing India to buy Russian oil, while the US ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, says it's part of the effort to keep global oil prices stable. Press Secretary of the US calls it a short-term measure that won't provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government at this time. Reports suggest US asked Israel to halt strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. Meanwhile, 2 drones fall in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport, injuring 2 Ghanaian nationals and 1 Bangladeshi national. Oil prices rise back above $90 per barrel despite International Energy Agency proposing to release 182 million barrels of oil from its strategic reserves. Markets end over 1.5% lower today, with Nifty closing below 23,900 and Sensex losing over 1,300 points after oil prices rebound. Broader markets outperform benchmarks. Most sectors close in the red. DPIIT says relaxation in FDI rules focus on giving clarity with regards to beneficial ownership by providing a definition and an expedited route with a defined timeline of 60 days for specific sectors such as rare earths, advanced battery components included. DGCA proposes new norms for foreign airlines to function in India. They must appoint a local representative who is an Indian citizen and is familiar with Indian aviation regulations. He will be the point of contact for all the official matters with the DGCA. Supreme Court allows passive euthanasia to Harish Rana, who has been in a vegetative state for the past 13 years, urges the centre to consider bringing law on lines of Supreme Court's guidelines on passive euthanasia. Hello and welcome. You've joined us on Profit at 360, where we get you all the latest news developments of the day in the next half an hour. Amid the Middle East conflict, remember, the supply chain of natural gas has been impacted on Indian hotels and restaurants across the nation, which reel under tremendous pressure. Now, many state hotel associations appeal to the respective state governments, while the centre has assured consumers that overall energy supplies remain stable. The hospitality sector, particularly the hotels as well as the restaurants, are reeling under an unprecedented fuel shortage that really threatens operations across major metro cities of the country. Now, reports from Mumbai, Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad and other major cities reveal operational disruptions. Many establishments have already started trimming the menus, also rationing fuel usage, or even temporarily shutting the kitchens, and as cylinder replenishments are really far and few. Now, hotel bodies associations of the states have now issued urgent appeals to their respective governments and warning that the crisis has really grown with intermittent disruptions. The National Restaurant Association of India has issued an advisory to the member restaurants, and also the LPG crunch affected the restaurant market the most. So despite this widespread anxieties, the centre really maintains that domestic energy supplies remain comfortable. However, it has reallocated LPG and natural gas, prioritizing the household usage over the commercial sectors. So that's the big story that we are really tracking here today. And in fact, Kamath Hotel says that the LPG shortage is now forcing the operational changes within the group, and with the group already moving towards the induction cooking as the crunch really begins to affect even the rural areas. In fact, Vishal Vittal Kamath of Kamath Hotel spoke to us earlier. Take a listen.
Unfortunately, the LPG shortage is hitting different places at different times. In some of the rural areas where we operate, some of the vendors have already stopped supplying. In the case of Mumbai, it is again depending on each one how they are managing. So definitely, as I've been watching before also, that induction ovens and other things and such other tools are coming more in the limelight.
All right. In fact, more anxious voices coming in from the hospitality sector. We also spoke to Amit Jaiswal, the CFO of Royal Orchids Hotels, who spoke about the hotel industry facing the heat of LPG shortage.
Most of the places we are facing a lot of difficulties in the supply, and nobody is sure about what's going to happen next. Right now, we are having some supply stock in our hotels, which may last for a couple of days. And after that, we are trying to move to some alternate way of cooking. That is the induction plate and, of course, charcoal and, the old ways of cooking. We are trying to do, but in business hotel, it's a little difficult.
Now, remember, this is a grave situation for the entire country right now. The city gas distributors were amongst the top gainers in trade today. Let's go across to my colleague Somit from the research desk to get a sense on the reasons driving the bullish sentiment amidst these players. Somit, take it away.
City gas distribution companies were buzzing in trade, be it Adani Total Gas, IGL, MGL, Gujarat Gas. all were getting into it despite the fact that market was quite weak. Now there are three potential reasons why this gain would have been coming in for the city gas distribution companies. Firstly, government has allowed 100% gas supply to one of the most profitable segment for a city gas distribution companies. Then there are the valuations. If you look at the valuations are quite cheap compared to the historical averages. And the third potential reason is that the long-term growth prospects continue to remain quite strong for the company. Now, if you look at the gas supply situation, government has allowed 100% gas supply for CNG requirement, that is the vehicle requirement, and CNG is one of the most profitable segment for the city gas distribution company. So that could be one of the reason as compared to the domestic and industrial segment. So 100% gas supply to profitable segment could be one of the reason. If you look at the valuations of all the four listed city gas distribution companies, Adani Total Gas, IGL, MGL and Gujarat Gas, all four of them are trading at a discount compared to their 2-year average historical valuations. So that could be the second reason. And if you look at the long-term growth prospects, volume growth are expected to increase given the fact that penetration of city gas distribution companies have been on an increasing trend. More vehicles have been registering every month, which is also supporting the long-term volume growth prospects for the city gas distribution companies. Raw material cost is expected to be on the lower side, while there is pricing freedom that has been given to the city gas distribution companies, and government policies have also been quite favorable, which also support the long-term growth prospects for city gas distribution companies. So this could be the potential reason behind the up move that we saw in the city gas distribution companies today.
All right, Somit, thanks so much for getting us all those important details. Now let's expand this particular topic and get more experts to join in to talk about this grave situation and overall impact of this. In fact, let me welcome on the show Sriram PM Monga, who's a co-founder and principal consultant at SRED Real Estate Advisory. And we also have on the phone line Sunny Agarwal, the head of fundamental equity research at SBI Cap Securities. Now, Sriram, first question to you. Looking at this particular situation, how do you see the hospitality and the other industries grappling with this big concern of LPG shortage?
Hello, Disha, how are you? Good afternoon. I think the Indian restaurant and hotel industry is going through an operational shock as on with the crisis which has just cropped up. Nobody was expecting that this is going to be such a big issue, which would, kind of ripple the whole, food service industry overnight. So we've been hearing that there has been a lot of concerns from many restaurants, QSRs, CDRs, which have been falling prey to this, and there are government advisories which have gone out in various states of India where there have been curtailed on the procurement of LPG gas supply. So it's a situation which needs to be dealt very carefully, and because the whole business relies on this backbone of the food service industries, which is the gas, and 60 to 65% of the restaurant industry is dependent on the gas supply.
That's right. That's a grave situation there. Sunny Agarwal, focusing on the various sectors and the way the LPG gas supply companies and some of the other pockets really reacted positively to this development. What is your reading of this LPG shortage and its impact, even positive as well as negative?
I think this disruption, I believe, is short-term in nature, and obviously it will impact more of players which are more into an industrial kind of supply. So I think most of the players like MGL or IGL predominantly focus on retail-facing consumption, whether it is a pipe natural gas or CNGs or LPGs being supplied to the vehicle. So I think the impact for the guys which are predominantly have a presence on retail side won't see much impact, as that is under the priority as per the government recent order. Within industrial also, I think a few of the industries like fertilizer have been given priority. So to that extent, that part will not be impacted. Yes, for a few days till the time this issue is resolved, or till the time there is some alternative which is available for all these industries. Few industry-facing companies like Gujarat Gas, which has got a significant exposure towards an B2B kind of supplies. There we may see some impact for a time being. Otherwise, I think the impact should be short-term in nature. In long-term, I think the demand environment or demand drivers continue to be very robust, whether it is in terms of as consumption for retail or on industry side. Or so I think short-term disruption. I think any correction in the stock prices because of this ongoing short-term disruption is a good opportunity to accumulate, as we believe the volume can continue to scale going forward.
Right. So, Sunny, hold your thought. Sriram, hold your thought. Let me take it across to my colleague Danish, who has been tracking all the developments. And remember that the government is also expected to come out with certain measures to arrest the problems being created because of the LPG shortage as well as diversion. Danish, what is expected in the meeting, and who all are representing there, and what kind of measures are being evaluated?
Well, at 5 p.m. a very big press conference is supposed to take place, and it is an interministerial press conference that is going to happen at 5 p.m. We will be having senior officials from Ministry of Petroleum, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Shipping, and Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So we can see that these are certain sectors that have been majorly affected by the West Asian crisis, and over the past 10 to 12 days, we have seen that government is kind of doing its efforts, but over the past 3-4 days, the LPG situation in the country is getting very bad. We are seeing so many visuals from all across the countries. We are also seeing a lot of visuals from these different hotel associations. There are certain restaurants which are coming out and saying that they will not be able to continue with their day-to-day cooking activities because LPG shortage is there. But sources are also telling us that as far as the LPG shortage is concerned, it could also be because of the panic situation that has been created by the public itself, and that could be one of the reasons why we are seeing such long queues outside these cylinder centers. But we'll have to wait and watch till 5 p.m. We'll have to see that what are the new, probably the new things that the government will say. They will clear the air around many things.
All right, a lot of clarity there is required as several sectors remain impacted. Thanks, Danish, and we'll come back to you when you have more details on the developments of the meeting. And of course, that press briefing by the government is at 5 p.m. So, Sriram, you heard that there is a concerted effort. Government has been proactive in many measures, but looks like that the diversion of LPG cylinders towards the priority sectors has hit the hotel sector the most.
Yes, because right now, till the last week, there was very high occupancies in the major metro cities of the hotel rooms. So, it has been a good occupancy side of from the business side perspective. But this kind of situation, if it comes now with the curtailing of LPG, a lot of F&B will get affected. There would be a lot of issues with serving the room service, the restaurants, the type of, putting the meals together for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So these are the things which, a hotel occupant who's taken that room in the hotel is looking forward to. So currently there is more information which needs to be required that till the time this is smooth, and till when it can remain smooth also. So, if we get a preempted information, I think the hotel industry can be better prepared for facing this crisis.
All right, Sriram, as well as also Sunny, thank you so much for joining in with your expert take on this developing situation. And we also have to see how the government really arrests this particular shortage and its impact overall. And in the latest coming in, LNG supply shortage woes have now also entered the judicial corridor, remember, after restaurants and other services being affected by LPG cylinder shortage. And now Delhi High Court has issued a statement saying that the canteen could not prepare hot food. We have Nupur Dogra from Delhi grounds and also Sujata Dwivedi from Mumbai, who are giving us the ground report from the local restaurants here. Take a listen.
For now, the lawyers visiting the canteen of the Delhi High Court will have to skip their usual hot meals. Popular dishes like biryani, dal makhani and shahi paneer are temporarily off the menu due to shortage of LPG gas. A notice today was placed on the tables in the lawyers' canteen informing its visitors that the kitchen is currently unable to prepare any main course item because LPG cylinders are not available. As a result, the canteen is only serving food that doesn't require cooking gas, which includes sandwiches, salads and fruit chats. The canteen management has said that they cannot say at this moment that when normalcy will be resumed in the supply of LPG. This development comes in the backdrop of the rising geopolitical tension amid the war in the Middle East and recent announcement by the central government that it has asked the refineries to push for more domestic supply of LPG. It has also said that its priority would be ensuring supply to domestic household user and for essential services like educational institutes and hospitals.
The hospitality sector in Mumbai is facing severe crisis because of the lack of LPG shortage.